I'm moving Michelle and Rex over now.
Wow, I'm at the big kids table.
So, Supervisor Madrone, I don't see you there. You there? Maybe I've having troubles with this camera, Tracy.
We got a quorum.
Yeah, I'm here, but my camera's not coming up. I don't know why.
Okay. We'll send over technical help.
Yeah.
Okay.
Always something fun.
In accordance with Executive Order AB 361, the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors meetings are being held virtually. You can participate via the Zoom call-in phone number, which is located on your screen and on the front of the agenda. So at this time, Tracy, would you do roll call? Yes. Supervisor Bohn.
Aye.
Supervisor Bushnell. Morning. Supervisor Wilson. You forgot where the button is. Oh, no. I see it. Wait. Supervisor
I'm here. Sorry.
Supervisor Madrone.
Here.
And Supervisor Bass.
Here.
Great, thank you.
All right, thank you. And then we'll move on to the flag salute. And do you have a flag for us, Tracy? I mean, if not, Rex has one in the background there. All right. These are following the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We're gonna have to get a springtime photo soon. Oh, it's cold. All right, so for those of you who may be wanting to call in and make comment today, the process is press *9 and that will raise your hand. And when it's your turn to speak, press *6 to unmute. When you call in, please turn off the volume on your video that you're watching, whether it's a television feed or internet, because there's a time delay and it will confuse, it's very confusing to people. So you'll have 3 minutes to speak, and when you have 30 seconds left, you'll hear this sound. And that means it's time to finish your comments. And so don't take it personally. It's everyone is facing the same rule. So I think I'd like at this time to go to our CIO Hayes to see if there's any modifications to the agenda.
Thank you, Chair Bass. Item D10 has been pulled from the consent calendar for discussion.
D10. All right, thank you very much. So do we have a motion to approve the consent calendar minus D10?
I make the motion.
And is there a second? Talkative group today. Would someone like to make a motion on the consent calendar? A second. Yeah, thank you. A second. We had a motion. All right, we have a motion and a second. We will go to public comment for the consent calendar. And let's see what hands are up. And when you do speak, it'd be helpful if you could tell us the your name, if possible, if you're comfortable with that, and then also the item you're speaking on. So we have a couple of hands up. We will go to 1041 first, and I think that might be Donnie. So welcome, Donnie. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hey, how's it going? This is Donnie Creekmore from the 5th District up in McKinleyville. I was wanting to comment on the consent calendar. Where is it? I'm actually trying to go to it so I address it. Right. Number 4, the Board of Supervisors teleconference meetings, and AB 361 continuing of emergency. Since the other H2 has been pulled from the consent calendar, I think that it would probably be prudent to also pull this from the consent calendar since they're directly related in both context and content. So that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. All right, and then we'll go to 8797. If that's you, press *6 to unmute. Welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. Yes, thank you for having me. I'm calling in regards to the COVID situation in Humboldt County. I had asked the board if they could take the time to review the Peter McCullough interview on Joe Rogan.
Hold on just a moment. I hate to interrupt you there. We're with the AB 461, 361 is kind of a little bit different, but we will be talking, we will have the entire COVID update in just a little bit, okay? And that's probably the better place for you to provide this comment, if that's all right. I mean,
Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll hope you'll get there pretty soon. Okay, sorry about that. All right, there's no other hands up for the consent calendar. So let's go back to the board. And anyone have any comments they're wishing to make on the consent calendar? Or are you ready to vote?
I would.
Supervisor Bohn.
Hey, how are you guys? Happy Monday. I would like to mention the mentoring proclamation. I know we do this, so we don't, and I don't, but you know, this year, Big Brothers and Big Sisters, CASA of Humboldt, Boys and Girls Club of the Redwoods, celebrated 137 combined years of service provided to youth in Humboldt County, and it recognized that the future of Humboldt County, kind of like first five, it all starts with the youth. With a well-balanced youth, we're going to have a well-balanced county. So I want to, it goes on about, I think I could probably read the whole thing very quickly, but I think the whole idea is anything we can do to foster our youth at an early age. I think we're going to end up with better children as they grow up, better adults, better leaders. And so I just wanted to know that January is National Mentoring Month and the importance that these small groups play, in any way you can support them would be very appreciated. And if you know somebody from one of these groups, tell them thanks for all they do, because most of them are volunteer based. I mean, there is paid staff, but they're volunteer based. And we, considering the amount of money we spend on a lot of other programs, I would much rather spend monies on these youth than incarceration. And if we spend the money on the youth, we won't have to spend the money on the incarceration. So thank you.
Great, thank you, Supervisor Bohn. Is there a Supervisor Wilson?
Yeah, just a quick mention that on our consent agenda is just a recognition of a Lifetime Achievement Award that Dr. Peter Lehman of Humboldt State University received from the California Energy Commission. And he received that really in recognition of his work, almost a lifetime of work at Humboldt State University and the establishment of the Schatz Energy Research Laboratory, both as a preeminent researcher and really leader in renewable energy, starting with hydrogen fuel cells and then moving on to what we're dealing with these days with the microgrids and just really energy systems in general. And we are, as we've said before, Humboldt County is just a national leader in these efforts, and it's really Peter Lehman's leadership that got us to this place. There are many others in there, of course, but he's definitely high on the list. And so this is just a recognition of that Lifetime Achievement Award. And thank you, Peter, for all your hard work.
Thank you, Supervisor Wilson. Supervisor Madrone?
Yes, I think that the person that raised their hand in the public wanted to speak on the proclamation, but was having a hard time getting their hand raised, just FYI.
Okay. Well, Mr. Vice Chair, it's highly irregular that we go back to it. So
Your call, Madam Chair.
is this someone who is going to be part of the presentation?
Tracy, I see you
Virginia,
nodded.
I do think that that's someone that wanted to speak about the proclamation.
Okay, so-
They were just having a difficult time getting connected. I think it's from
Okay.
someone from Big Brothers and Big Sisters.
Okay. All right, so, all right. We'll go back to this, but this is not going to be the habit for the year, okay? So when we say raise a hand, like the minute you hear it, raise your hand when the item starts. All right, so we will go back to 6158. And anyone else who cares to make comment can call in now on this, on the consent calendar since we're reopening it. 6158, press star 6 to unmute. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for making this the exception. We are so grateful for this opportunity to combine our efforts and unite our efforts to serve the 27,000 youth that we have in Humboldt County. And of course, we only can serve a fraction of those youth, but with the support, with the difference in what we do in mentoring with CASA, Executive Director Jean and Monica from Boys and Girls Club, we who are both listening, I just want to say thank you to everyone who has been supportive of mentoring. My name is Florence Parks. I am the Executive Director of Big Brothers Big Sisters of the North Coast, and our board and many bigs and our staff are also on the call. And I just want to say that the amount of time and investment that each of you makes such a big difference in the lives of our youth. And we appreciate the time that the Board of Supervisors has given to recognize this month as National Mentoring Month and start the new year off with us thinking about how we can be intentional in the lives of our youth. Thank you, and have a wonderful month, and thank you for your support and your continued contributions to our youth and the mentoring field.
All right, thank you. I do see we have 8797's hand is up again. I know you were going to speak on a different item. We are still back on the consent calendar, so you did have some time left on your clock. If you wanted to speak on a different item, since we reopened it, I will unmute you, press star 6.
Yes, are you able to hear me?
Yes, are you speaking on a different item on the consent calendar?
This item in relationship to the children,
Yes.
requiring any child to have something done to them before they are conscious of what they are doing to themselves. Not a very conscious act. It's also a form of peer pressure and coercion. Let's try to remember that our children still are developing themselves as individuals, have their own rights to autonomy, and that if we truly are looking for a future of children who are conscious and awake and happy, that we remove barriers from their lives, such as masks and other sorts of mandates. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. All right, we are going back to the board now, and we're staying with the board. So any other supervisors have a comment or anything they'd like to add before we vote? Seeing no one, I think Tracy, we're ready for a roll call vote.
Sure. Supervisor Madrone,
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson,
Yep.
Supervisor Bushnell,
Yes.
Supervisor Bass,
Yes.
and Supervisor Bohn.
Okay,
Perfect. Passes 5-0. Thank you.
All right, so the item, and I would like to let folks know, our comment on non-agenda items, we're trying at the end of the meeting today. So I will let you know that I will not be before 1 o'clock. So if you want to comment on items not on the agenda, you can take a several-hour break, and we will be there later this afternoon. I just didn't want people to have to wait, unless they want to wait. We're here for you, but if not, you can just call back at that time. All right, so items pulled from consent, we have item 10, I believe, and I'd like to go to our well, actually, I'll first ask Supervisor Bushnell, since she pulled it. I'll go to her first and then to our CAO.
Thank you through the chair. I pulled the item for discussion as the direction of the $35,000 is not within the scope of the application that Eureka City Schools put forth to the Measures E committee. So I just want to have that transparency and have the discussion and make sure we're doing that.
Great, thank you. And so, Alicia, I believe you're on, and I think you said you also had Fred Van Dyck on as well or available.
Right.
What, Rex? Yes, Supervisor Bohn?
No, as I read this more last night and talking to a few people, I see what's going on is I think they were hoping to get a resource officer from the sheriff's department, which we know till we get these people out of the academy and get a few more people on board, it became to be problematic. And then with the fact that we do have schools outside of the city limits, which their resource officer now is an EPD officer they've had for 12 or 15 years. And I've got South Bay, Pine Hill, Winship, and things like that. So I think they got a little creative. I don't think it's out of line with what we've done before. And I appreciate Supervisor Bushnell pulling this so the clarity is there. But I think the people ought to know that we, again, just like we did with Mentoring Month, that's what a school resource officer, the one in Fortuna, the one at Eureka City Schools, the one up north, we have found out that they are mentors for youth and can kind of direct them back onto a forward path that's much more positive. So I appreciate the fact that they're trying to do something that's going to allow for this, because I mean, I really think this is what we need to hit head on and get these kids headed in the right direction. And this allows, so with talking with Eureka City Schools and South Bay and things like that, this is a win-win, but these schools are outside the purview of the city of Eureka. So I think they're trying to make this adjust. And again, it's for the kids at the end of the day, it looks like.
Okay, and then I have Supervisor Bushnell, and then I do have Fred is ready to speak too.
Thank you through the chair. Thank you, Supervisor Bohn. However, the mentoring program is for the parents, not for the students. And that was another reason that I had pulled it. So
no, I fully, through the chair, I fully agree. But to make good kids, we need good parents. So it's all mixed. It's all in the same mixing bowl. I mean, I agree, but I do appreciate you pulling this so we can decipher exactly how this is going to work out. But crappy parents make crappy kids. I mean, that's.
So I'll go back to Supervisor Bushnell so she can finish whatever comments she was making, and then to Supervisor Madrone.
That's fine. I just wanted to have Fred explain to us, and I think I did have a conversation with him earlier on the phone, and whether he had exhausted all sources to try to get an officer, and so I just wanted the transparency and to have the conversation.
Thank you. Supervisor Madrone, did you want to speak, or shall I go to Fred?
Well, I just wanted to say, I'm supportive of whatever can work out here. I appreciate Supervisor Bushnell pulling it, because it wasn't actually in the original proposals. I understand the creativity, et cetera. I noted that last week on the news, Sheriff Hansel was on talking about the incredible positive effect that the finalization of the wage increases has already begun to have on his department in terms of increased recruitment and already a significant effect on retention. And I'm just thinking that with that trend just starting right now, it may very well be that he might have the personnel in the not too distant future for the student resource officers, which is a really important position. I mean, McKinleyville, we've been looking for that for a long time. It's always been funded, it's been there, but the staff haven't been available. So, maybe there can be some kind of flexibility here that if that's possible, that the Sheriff's Department can provide that staffing in the not too distant future, maybe we stick with the original proposal. But if not, this could be the fallback item for that. I'd be fine either way there. Just a thought.
Thank you. Superintendent Van Dyck.
Thank you. I appreciate you all bringing up the conversation, and I too am a proponent of making sure that Measure Z dollars are spent appropriately as a taxpayer here in the county and a longtime resident. So I appreciate the thought process going into this and really looking at it and making sure that it is happening correctly. Unfortunately, what you've all talked about is accurate. We're unable to staff the position, and we've attempted to staff this position for the past several years. Sheriff Hansel was optimistic this time that when we came around to January, which was the proposed time right now to staff the position, that it would be available and we'd be able to staff it. We do currently have a full-time resource officer in Eureka City Schools that serves our schools within the city limits, and we reached out to the school districts that feed into Eureka City Schools, which includes South Bay, which I'm now the superintendent of as well, Freshwater, Cutton, which is Cutton and Ridgewood, and then Garfield schools, and we came together with this proposal. And so when we were unable to staff the position, we sat down and talked about an alternative that maybe potentially is impactful as a resource officer, or at least close, because we all believe that the resource officer would be the best way to go. What we came up with was a parent education institute, and some of the statistics that go along with that are a high school dropout is 3.5 times more likely in the nation to be incarcerated, and 68% of our folks who are incarcerated in prisons do not have a high school diploma. So if we can do a better job educating our parents how to be advocates for their children and really work on breaking the cycle of students who are dropping out of school through this parent educational program, it will in turn make a safer community for us. We're asking to do this only for this one time this year to get us into next year. I will commit from Eureka City Schools, if a sheriff's deputy becomes available before the end of the fiscal year, we will make up the difference in funding from Eureka City Schools so we don't lose that opportunity to have a resource officer, because we think that's an incredibly valuable thing. But we also think that this can have an impact as well.
Thank you, Superintendent. Supervisor Bushnell?
Thank you. Through the chair, I wanted to ask CEO Hayes that when you have an application for Measure Z that isn't being able to be fulfilled to the scope of the application, what would be the normal process?
If the application, or excuse me, if the modified use of the funds being proposed is a deviation from what is contained in the application, then we would bring it before your board, which is why this item comes to you today, because particularly that section on the parental education component is different than what was originally proposed. And so we want to make sure that the intent of your board is to be supportive of that change.
Thank you. So the fact that the BOS is the deciding factor, it wouldn't be necessary to go back to the Measure Z committee then, because they're just advising us anyways, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for that. I really appreciate you saying that if an officer becomes available, that you would fund that. That I think is really important in what those the intent of those funds were for. So thank you for the explanation.
Okay, thank you. So we'll open this up for public comment, and this is regarding the carryover of Measure Z funds. So press *9 to raise your hand. All right, no hands are up. We'll go back to the board. So Supervisor Madrone?
Yeah, I would move approval of staff recommendation for these carryover funds.
You have a second?
Second.
Motion and second. Don't see any other comments. Supervisor Bushnell, your hand was still up? Nope. Okay. Tracy, I think we're ready to vote.
Great. Supervisor Bohn?
I heard him say yes, but
Supervisor Bass?
yes.
You guys mute me. Yes.
There's thin walls.
Supervisor Bushnell,
Thank you. And also thank you for the discussion.
Supervisor, Supervisor Madrone,
Yes.
and Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah.
Okay, passes 5-0. Thanks, Chair.
All right, thank you. And thank you, Fred, for being here. We'll let you get
Thank
back to your work you're doing. So next we'll move on to items initiated by the board members. This one's a continued item, comes to us from Supervisor Madrone regarding potential changes to the MMAC. And so at this point, I'll turn it over to Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, as you know, we had a bit of a discussion last time, and there was an interest in seeing the red line version, or in this case, the blue line version, any rate, showing all the changes. And they're extensive, but really they're not substantive for the most part. Some of the most substantive things were adding the fact that this board a number of years back did approve the McKinneyville Service District manager to become a voting member of the MICMAC. So that's codified in this change, along with the new position of a treasurer. But really, it was just trying to reorganize it and make it read better, be more clear. So I looked to the board to see if there are any additional questions, but I think the MICMAC's done a great job of really putting their hard work into revising this so that it's clear, it reads well, and we have a really strong set of rules that govern this work. I want to thank the MICMAC for that. And there may be some board questions. I believe there are some MICMAC members, Maya Conrad perhaps as the chair, and Bonnie Oliver, that are prepared to speak to this issue as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Madrone. Are they on Zoom or just by phone? Do you know what they might be partaking on?
They're on the phone, and I would imagine that they can put the *9 in to raise their hand. This would be a good time to do that.
Yeah, because we're still part of the presentation on this one. So
Right.
if either Bonnie or Maya are on, please do press *9 now. I mean, I do think Supervisor Madrone explained it pretty well. So, well, I'm not seeing their hands come up. So if they come on under public comment, they can still speak. I had Supervisor Bushnell first and then Supervisor Bohn.
Thank you through the chair. I guess my question would be directed to Supervisor Madrone. I see that the MAC is increasing their board from 7 to 8. And also their board president would be appointing a board seat, which I thought was a little different. And also that they're going to, so the voting member from their staff that was voted on previously before my time is, okay, so that's just a language cleanup then?
Yeah, so the Board of Supervisors back in, I believe it was 2018, approved the Community Service District Manager to become a voting member, which basically from that point, so for 3 years now, they've had 8 voting members, but the rules were never changed to codify that board change. So that's what that's for. And the chair of the MICMAC is selected by a majority of the MICMAC members, not by us as a Board of Supervisors. It's done by the MICMAC voting for their chair, their vice chair. All of their officers are picked by the MICMAC members themselves.
Well, it says, thank you, Supervisor Madrone, but it says specifically that the board president will choose a board member.
Oh, okay. Well,
so I'm just a little, so in here it says you'll pick the District 5 supervisor will pick 3 members. The Board of Supervisors at large will pick 3 members. And then it says the MICMAC board president will pick a member to be seated on their board instead of and then also that member picked by their board can only be removed by their board chair. And so by their chair will be picked by their president or their chair. I was wondering why that, and why wouldn't they have a majority of their board vote for that one member instead of just their president or chair?
That's not the way I understand it. Can you point out the page that you're looking at?
Sure, it's on the first page, item 2, And it says, so voting member be a McKinleyville Community Service District board member appointed by the board president to, sorry, I'm reading around the blue lines, to the board. Board president will also appoint an alternate. So they do it, the board president appoints an alternate and one member.
Right, so that's the McKinleyville Community Service District Board. So what that's describing is that the MCSD board, actually the chair of their board, which is called the president of the MCSD board, that person selects the member of their CSD board who will represent the CSD on the MCMAC. And that, therefore, that person is also subject to removal by the president of the CSD board. That's not talking about the MCMAC board. That's the CSD board. So hopefully that clarifies that.
McKinleyville Service District. Okay,
Yeah.
yes, that clarifies that. So,
Yeah.
Okay.
It can
So,
get
but not-
confusing. It can
It
get
is.
confusing because we got the county, we got the CSD, and we got the MCMAC. And so that's why we updated these rules to try and make sure we had some clarity.
Okay, so that's great. I understand that. I was a little confused by that. And then the only other question I had is with the, it's towards the end, the language for utilizing our staff to help them is changed. And I'm wondering if they anticipate with having the secretary treasurer, if they will increase our staff usage. I want to make sure we are talking about that just because they've changed the language in here. And
Yep.
so with that, also, I would like to ask Kathy and Tracy how they are feeling. With the language change, it looks like it could increase the use of our staff. And I know we're kind of at level, capacity level with that. So I just wanted to have that conversation.
Yeah, another great question. Basically, by adding the treasurer, we're increasing the capacity of the MCMAC to actually do their own work, not to put additional burden on staff. And how much staffing and or financial assistance the Board of Supervisors provides to MCMAC will be an annual decision through the budget allocation process. That's the way the wording was designed in these rule updates, rather than set a specific amount of staff time or a specific amount of funding. So it's something to be revisited annually based on staff availability, our budgets, and those kinds of things.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I appreciate it.
Yeah, great questions. Thank you.
Great. All right, Supervisor Bohn, is that your?
My follow-up was the same thing. The MCMAC's done a great job. Again, I always appreciate Ryan for getting that set up, and I think they do marvelous stuff. And they are doing good stuff. It helps us out a lot. I do want to know, I thought in the last budget series, we did put a limit on how much time and money, and maybe we didn't. And I wouldn't mind, it sounds like we're throwing that out the window, but the last, and it's just, and this has nothing to do with the MCMAC. I think we could give them resources as needed, but they are not they are a advisory body, kind of like all the other bodies we have, 37 of them, I think. And I'm just worried about peeling that scab off a little bit. It says, hey, we need that too, because we do important, they all do important things in their avenues, in their arenas. So what I would like to make sure is that we have a cap on that. And I like the idea of we add more people with titles, but more people with titles sometimes want to call and says, hey, can you do this for me, rather than doing it themselves. So we just have to look out for staff, especially in these trying times. And we have so much staff off work, and obviously our meetings aren't getting shorter. We're getting more stuff thrown on our plate, and staff is, we're missing staff today because of illnesses. And it's just, I can't put more burden on staff. I don't want to cut the work the MCMAC's doing, but it's going to be a lot of that work is bootstrap work and as an advisory. So I just want to clarify, because with that being said, I also know that Michelle is working on doing the same thing in Southern Humboldt, I think, and including that down there. So all of a sudden we're going to have bookends, We had one in Eureka, but we didn't get enough work to keep everybody busy because I handled everything. But no, I'm just kidding. But I mean, we're going to get this book ended, and then our staff is not going to be able to do the job that they have to do. So when we do this, we're going to have to look at adding staff or something like that to do these advisory boards, because I can tell you there's other advisory boards have been calling, asking, hey, could we get a little help? And a little help becomes endless. So I just want to make sure that we stay in check of what we start these boards for and what they're for. And that they're not, you know, we already have quite a bit of staff going there every month, which is good. So everybody's, but there's other areas that don't have this available to them. And are they going to start asking for it? So I just want to be cognizant of our other advisory boards and our other, 110,000 people in our county.
Absolutely. Through the chair.
Yes.
Absolutely understand your concerns, Supervisor Bohn. And, the staff have been fantastic in helping MCMAC.
I know.
I'll let them speak for themselves in regards to the workload that creates. But what we did was not put a specific dollar amount or staff time in the rules because it's a living document. And really that's controlled. The cap on that is our annual allocation. So in the budget process, we revisit it every year and decide what sort of staffing or funding we might be able to provide. So that's the cap. That's how it's been controlled. But I absolutely understand your concern. And I know the MCMAC does. They're very cautious about using staff time really just for those things that they simply can't do, like getting the agendas posted on the website and a lot of other things like that. But staff have been very supportive. And again, I'll let them speak for themselves to the workload.
That's what I was looking for.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you through the chair. I was just wanting to get my question answered from Tracy or Kathy. And then I would like to additionally ask, so in the staffing and funding, it says, it used to say limited to posting, copying, and just putting out agendas, and now it says, but is not limited to. So it's increasing their scope of work that they could possibly do. And so I want Tracy or Kathy to hit on that too.
All right, whichever one. Kathy's unmuted.
Through the chair. The board did address the budgetary issue with a separate agenda item as it relates to the MCMAC and the support work. I believe there was $2,500 allotted for them to invoice, although I will tell you I haven't received any invoices from them for things like copies and brochures and things that they're currently working on. I will tell you that Brooke, our deputy clerk of the board, spends a fair amount of time modifying and agendas so that they can meet the ADA requirements for formatting to get them onto the website. Also, I'm not sure the full board is aware or the public is aware. There's quite a bit of requests that come from the MCMAC, especially specific to the Town Center project in McKinleyville, about putting documents up on the website so that the public can access them. A lot of that work is being done by the IT person over in the planning department. So I wanted your board to be aware. We are tracking the hours that Brooke spends as it relates to the work that we do for the MCMAC, but we don't have any idea of how much time the IT person for planning is spending on trying to get documents ADA compliant and up on the website. Specifically, the project that comes to mind is the Town Center, but I suspect that there are probably other projects in the McKinleyville area that he has accommodated them as far as getting documents up on the website. I was a little concerned when I read that comment about, not to include. I don't think it should be all inclusive. We are always willing to work with advisory bodies and board members to help them do things on their own and work with them. And we do work with them to train on how to do certain things. The one thing you want to remember though is when it comes to our website and IT, we have security issues that doesn't necessarily allow them access to do certain things. So staff need to be the individuals that are doing that work just because of our security requirements related to IT and our website, ADA, those kinds of things. So I do believe that right now we're able to accommodate the MICMAC's requests. But as Supervisor Bohn spoke, as we add additional advisory bodies and requests for staff support for those bodies, it is going to become more and more cumbersome as we have limited staff and availability to get our regular work done and then support these committees appropriately. So we are monitoring that. It may be that if we are asked to do these things in the future for other boards and commissions, that in fact we do need to request an additional staff person to be able to accommodate that. Currently, I think we're fine, but again, we have an individual out today because of medical reasons. COVID has kind of restricted our ability to do certain things from home, although we are working from home when we're there, even when we're out for medical reasons. So right now, I think we're doing fine. We are monitoring it. Supervisor Madrone, I do agree that there was a conversation when this item came back before the board as far as the budgetary aspect, that the board would revisit the annual allocation for the MICMAC in the budget process each year. So that could be something that gets addressed in the next budget cycle for the next fiscal year. So with that, I'll take it back to the board. I hope that answers your question, Supervisor Bushnell.
Can I, okay.
And
So,
no Supervisor Madrone.
Kathy, I wanted to, do you spend, out of all of our boards and commissions, do you spend more on the MICMAC or less, or equal, or?
So, well, a lot of it depends on how frequently the advisory bodies meet. The MICMAC meets regularly once a month. Human Rights meets regularly once a month. Some of our boards and commissions are on an as-needed basis, depending on what might be out there in the community. So it really just depends on the committee, how frequently they meet, how frequently they need their agendas posted to the website, their minutes posted to the website. Those are two that come to mind. It just depends. Obviously, the Planning Commission has their own Planning Commission clerk. They meet once or twice a month. We do accommodate them by posting their agendas here at the courthouse since they use our chambers when we are doing live meetings. So it depends on how frequently the committees meet for the volume of work that we do accommodate for them. We do things for the Human Rights Commission as well. We post their agendas and we make sure that they're ADA compliant, those types of things. We have other boards and commissions we've had requests. Tracy goes and does trainings for some of our boards and commissions as it relates to Brown Act. Those are all, they're time consuming, but they're necessary and important for new board members to understand, you know, how an advisory body works within the Brown Act code that's out there.
So the Brown Act training is mentioned in this contract. So it's not that would be under that scope. And so I'm still not clear if you spend more time on the MICMAC or if it's equal. If I could just get you to answer that.
Well, I think we spend as much time on the MICMAC. We do spend a little more time on the MICMAC than we do on human rights or some of our other boards and commissions, just because of the requests that come in.
Okay. And then my last question, and I see Tracy has her hand up, but Supervisor Madrone, do you know, could you give an example of what, because with this not limited to, what kind of help they would be requesting from our staff additionally?
Yeah, I believe that particular leeway was designed to provide both parties with some leeway in regards to what sort of help might be sought. For instance, staff helped MICMAC get some Zoom accounts set up because they were doing that personally before out of their own pocket. And that's been very helpful. I know Maya now uses the county Zoom account that staff helped her set up. So it's just things that might come up, but regardless of what might come up, they're still held to so many hours of staff time and so much direct cash financial assistance. And as Kathy said, they actually haven't submitted any bills for that. And the reason for that is that they also went to the McKinleyville Community Service District seeking support as well. So the CSD has been a great partner in the MCMAC, and they provide,
As they should.
I believe, up to several $1,000s worth of copying and other kinds of things. So we haven't had to use the county for those costs. They've been able to use the CSD. So I think that's a big part of it. The last part is that with the town center ordinance process, this is a particularly heavy lift that is not typical for the MCMAC in terms of what they do. It's basically updating the general plan for a very significant project, the town center in McKinleyville. And the planning and building are paying those IT staff time for that assistance and posting and doing those things, because this is a project of planning and building, the town center ordinance. It was part of the general plan update for McKinleyville in 2001. So that's not the typical workload that the MCMAC would have. This is a particularly heavy lift period with the town center ordinance. But I'm sure Tracy has some stuff to add here too. So hopefully that answered your question.
Yes, thank you.
And thank you, Supervisor Madrone. Before we go to Tracy, if you happen to be on the phone and you want to comment on this item, I'd suggest pressing *9 now so that we know you want to talk when we go to public comment. All right, and this, Tracy, yes.
So the only comment I had is that as far as my role for the MMAC, I help the board with the appointments, with the 700 forms, with Brown Act training. And the great thing about the MCMAC is that they seem to have a very consistent and very long-term membership, which has proven for me to be very time-wise as far as my participation with them. So from my aspect, I do about the same work for their commission as I do for others. It really comes down to the website and the web documenting and the ADA compliance, which is Brooke's time. I would say that she probably spends more time with MMAC on that than other boards and commissions.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Tracy.
Okay, so we will go to the public. I see we have one hand up, 2025, press *6 to unmute if that's you. Welcome.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. This is Maya Conrad, the current chair of the McKinleyville Municipal Advisory Committee. Thank you, board members, for your great questions. I think Supervisor Madrone just answered and echoed some of what I wanted to say, but I just wanted to remind everybody why we're here at this moment. Is that one, McKinleyville has a very unique leadership framework, if you will, since we are one of the largest unincorporated cities in the area. And so between the County of Humboldt, the McKinleyville Community Service District, and the MCMAC as a community sounding board for the County of Humboldt, we have developed this interesting kind of framework for community leadership. The reason that we wanted to update the rules and regulations document was because it was the original document with a couple of revisions that was really a document developed at the inception of the MCMAC, and some of the language was no longer relevant as we were moving forward. As Supervisor Madrone also addressed, we needed to clarify the role of the MCSD within the document. Previously, I believe last year, I can't remember what board meeting, but your board did vote on and approve a separate item that allowed us a budget of up to $2,500 and also some staff time. We did not feel that it was appropriate in this document, much like bylaws, to include any budgetary items, which is why that's not present here. I really want to acknowledge the role of the excuse me, of the MCSD, they have really stepped up and also codified in their roles, their relationship with the MCMAC. And in addition to the support services that we are receiving from the county, we are also now receiving some support from them. So if we need copies of documents for meetings or to post in public places, we can now go to them and they will run those copies for us. So that's a huge burden that's been lifted off of the county.
And
I
Maya,
believe over the
Maya,
last...
Maya. I'm just gonna say, I'm sorry because you didn't call, you weren't on when the actual presentation. You're down to like 30 seconds. So, you know, if you can wrap it up, I hate to keep opening it up for, because we were under the public comment period. That's why I'm just having can you finish it up quickly?
Yes, I would have, if I could have been on the original dialogue, I would have been happy to, rather than being in public comment. But I really want to highlight that we have a lot of increased community demand from the public for accountability by the MCMAC. And so we have a lot more requests now from community members to provide documents on our website, et cetera. So some of that increased demand that the county staff was talking about is coming directly from the community, and they want these documents up on the website somewhere where they can access them. I want to end by saying I'm incredibly appreciative of the county staff. They are a wonderful resource, and we are really grateful to get to partner with them. So with that, I will turn it back, and thank you very much for the extended time to comment.
Right, thank you. Go back to the board. I just want to let all board members know that when we do have items that we're bringing forward, if we can try to make sure everyone has as much information so they can be on at the time of the presentation, it would just make it a lot easier so this doesn't accidentally happen. And once we're in the room together, it'll be a whole different, I think it'll be easier. So, but we had a pretty good conversation. Go back to the board. Any other questions for Supervisor Madrone, or comments or motion? Supervisor Madrone, is that your hand up?
Yes, I would like to move approval of the amended rules as brought forward to us by the MCMAC.
Second.
All right, a motion and a second. Any further conversation? All right, seeing none. Tracy, can you have a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Supervisor Bohn. I'll come back.
You guys mute me. Yeah, that's fine.
Supervisor Bass.
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yes.
And Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes.
Passes 5-0. Thank you.
All right, so as I said earlier, we're going to move the DHHS COVID-19 item up. So we're going to do that one now. If you are listening to this or watching this on video and you know you're going to be commenting, it would be really helpful for me and for the staff as well if you could press the *9 to raise your hand now. It makes it much easier when we go to public comment. So if you know you're going to talk on this one, please do press *9 now just so we can get you in the queue. So right at this point, I will turn this over to staff, and we have, I see we both have Sophia and Dr. Hoffman.
Thank you, Chair Bass. Thank you, supervisors and rest of staff for joining us today. Sorry, I was just going over some data that just came in that I'll share with you throughout the presentation today. I'm going to start off by talking about where we're at with the current cases and talk about hospitalizations, and then we'll kind of go into some changes that have happened statewide. I do have a lot to share today and try to keep it as brief as possible so we can get through the comments as well. But there's obviously a lot going on with this newest surge of Omicron cases. Our case count has been the highest it's been yet throughout the entire pandemic in the last couple of weeks. We were pushing upwards of 70 per 100,000 in the latest numbers, somewhere around 50 to 70 over the last several days. We're starting to see that signature of the Omicron surge where the cases start doubling every 2 to 3 days. Probably seen that in our case counts over the last week or so. California is at around 150 per 100,000, so nearly double what we're seeing in Humboldt County right now. And the jurisdictions that are farther ahead, like the Bay Area and Los Angeles, are also around 150 per 100,000. So we could see 2 to 3 times higher case rates than what we're seeing if we use those estimates. And we've seen reports of places on the East Coast who are even weeks farther ahead than California of case counts as high as 250 to 300 per 100,000. So I think it's safe to say that we will continue to see dramatic increases in case counts over the coming days and weeks. And I'm gonna kind of put that into context with some of the other data that we're looking at. Certainly what's growing the fastest is Omicron. That is, clear based on a lot of the data that's coming out from sequencing, some of the data that we provided last week on a small sample that was run here in our laboratory of mostly younger, healthier, fully vaccinated healthcare workers that were, since the beginning of the year, had been 100% Omicron. Of that sample size, we were seeing a shift in the percent Delta going back to around before Christmas to now, start to get edged out. It's not to say that there isn't any Delta. And the data that was just shared with me and it was going over with our lab manager just minutes before this was that we looked at some hospitalizations and some other cases that were coming in through the hospital through, emergency room and through our monoclonal antibody clinic. And this data is still coming in, it's very preliminary, but we were seeing around out of a set of hospitalized patients over the course of the last few weeks, about 20% of those, or 2 out of 10, were actually Delta still. So we do know we have some Delta out there, but I think it's safe to say that it's rapidly being overtaken by the Omicron variant. And what we've seen in places is that Delta continues to circulate in low levels as it has been for the last several months, but that the vast majority of the growth in cases is going to be Omicron in the coming weeks. So what does that mean for our hospitalizations? Right now, the hospitals are, they're certainly doing well. I'd say, there's a sense of preparation going on right now. The cases in the hospital have been consistent for several months, around that 10 to 15 mark. We have been in discussions with the hospitals about preparing for an increase in cases, which is certainly expected in the coming weeks. Just what kind of numbers we're looking at are difficult to say for sure. We've got projections from the state that could range anywhere from 30 to 130 hospitalizations for COVID in the coming weeks, with a census a census range of 30 to 130. So we're currently around 15 to 20. Middle projection, which is where our case hospitalizations census are tracking, would put us on track to be maybe more like in the 50 to 70 range for hospital census, which would still put us higher than our previous Delta surge. However, there's a lot of uncertainty here. We're seeing tremendous regional variation with this surge, and we're still trying to get a handle and understand why that's happening. And so just to give you some examples, some data points that we're looking at, anywhere from potentially 20 to 25 to 50% of hospitalizations in some places that are weeks, if not a month or more further along than Humboldt County, are seeing that those are people who are hospitalized, what we would say, with COVID, not for COVID. So not for COVID complications. They're not being hospitalized for COVID pneumonia or some other complication that is associated with COVID, but they're there for, they're in a car accident or had an injury, or they have their gallbladder issue and they test positive on admission. So those are certainly increasing across the state, and I would expect to see those increase locally as well. It doesn't mean that the impact of those are not felt on the hospital. Those are patients who have to be on isolation. They require more PPE, personal protective equipment. Staffing ratios tend to be higher because of that. So there are still impacts if that census grows even beyond, the type of census we saw in the late summer surge with Delta. So again, we're preparing for that. We do have some statewide projections that also the entire state will surpass the highest number of hospitalizations for COVID throughout the entire pandemic. That was shared with us this past week by CDPH. Other data I've been looking at are other counties who are farther along than us and looking like they're peaking in the next week or two. So really, we're probably at least 2 to 3 weeks behind them in this surge. And so looking at potential surge impact in Humboldt County being sometime in February, if not late February. One caveat, just some, again, things change rapidly with the hospitalization numbers. Just to put into context, another county nearby recently implemented a recommendation in Sonoma County to limit gatherings to 50 and to not a shelter-in-place order, but to recommend that people really avoid public if at all necessary. And I wasn't clear as to why that was happening. And so I looked at their data this morning and they had a really sharp increase in their hospitalizations over the last 10 days. And so we'll be looking into that more and trying to find out more from them and other health officers across the state, what's going on in jurisdictions. But just to put into context what was announced yesterday in Sonoma County. So other aspects of the hospital surge that we should be aware of, definitely increasing evidence that we're seeing less severe cases with Omicron. So as that grows, we might continue to again see some low level of Delta circulation, which might lead to more severe. But as we see that Omicron percentage grow, the severity is definitely less. What we're really seeing is a lot less ICU cases with those, but still a fair number of hospitalized patients with pneumonia. Continues to be primarily in the unvaccinated. So that data is continuing to be very clear, although we will see tremendous growth of cases in the vaccinated group. We will unlikely see a lot of hospitalizations in that fully vaccinated or boosted group. That data is holding strong in jurisdictions and places where they're well ahead of us in terms of what they're seeing with this surge. So the risk to the unvaccinated is still very real for hospitalization. So, we just want to encourage people, if you're unvaccinated, to really, follow the measures we've talked about all along: masking, hand washing, avoiding gatherings. If you're in a crowded place, try to make sure that you're masked and it's well ventilated as we go into the next month or so of this surge. A couple of things in terms of testing. We are expecting to see real strain in our testing as has been seen across everywhere. We're trying to prepare for that with increased requests to the state to expand our testing services. We're working with local providers to get more rapid testing out there. But I'll just say, there's a shortage of testing supplies across the country right now. So it's something we're going to face locally and should just be aware of. We'll do our best to try to, make those resources as available as possible. As far as the vaccine, I think I already mentioned it's working well against all variants. We continue to see small increases in the county week by week, which is great. We're at about 76% of all Humboldt County residents who are eligible have received one shot. So we're really making progress. So the data from the state that combines the federal and the state database put us just shy of 70% for all eligible residents fully vaccinated. So we're really closing that gap on the partially vaccinated, which is great. And want to encourage boosters. We know that basically the more shots you have, the less likely you are to get Omicron, the less likely you are to transmit Omicron, and then certainly the less likely you are to get really sick from Omicron. So hospitalizations go way down, deaths go way down, but also just the amount of virus that's in someone's nose or oral in their mouth that they can then transmit to someone else goes down because their antibodies are higher, the neutralizing antibodies that attack the virus in those places where if you sneeze or talk or cough, the virus flies out into the air and can transmit to someone else. So that's the reason that we've been encouraging that vaccination and boosters going forward. The statewide mask order was extended to February 15th, and by extension, our local mask order will be reevaluated at that time as well in February. And take a minute to talk about some isolation and quarantine changes that happened over the course of the last few weeks. There's a lot going on here. We rescinded our local isolation and quarantine order because of the rapid changing landscape of CDC and CDPH recommendations to allow for everyone who's implementing these to just keep up to date with those changes. I fully expect there could be even more changes in the next week or two as this Omicron surge grows across the state and needs change. The big change I want to highlight, there's a couple of them. Isolation and quarantine for the general public from CDPH was allowed to be reduced, both isolation and quarantine. So isolation being for positives, quarantine for those who are exposed. Both those groups could be reduced to 5 days with a negative test on day 5. So if you test negative on day 5, you could end your isolation the next day on day 6. Or if you test negative after that. If you don't test or your symptoms are still going on, you're not resolving, then we would recommend the full 10-day isolation period. And then certainly if you were on quarantine and you felt sick or ill, we'd want you to start to isolate and get tested immediately. Some other changes that happened around quarantine recommendations. So it used to be if you were fully vaccinated, you could forego quarantine if you were exposed. They did require that you also, if you were booster, so that still holds if you're fully vaccinated and not booster eligible, which would also include anyone under the age of 18 because those booster eligibility recommendations just recently came into effect. So the CDC has said, if you're younger and you're fully vaccinated, you can forego quarantine. But for the adults, if you haven't got your booster yet and you are eligible, you would not be able to forego quarantine. It would only be those who are fully vaccinated and who've gotten their booster or who got their shot too recently for their booster, so they weren't eligible yet. Those folks could still forego quarantine with an exposure, but we would recommend to get a test around day 3 to 5 to check for potential infection. And everyone should continue to mask in public and take more precautions, especially if you're exposed. You might really you'd want to take precautions around your family, especially around vulnerable family members. The other group that was affected by these recent changes were people who were fully vaccinated but booster eligible. but haven't yet got their booster. For that group, CDPH recently changed to allow for those people to continue to work if they're asymptomatic, so they don't have symptoms. They could go to work, but otherwise are on home quarantine. So not going to the gym, the grocery store, church, otherwise, just go to work, but otherwise stay at home, mask around other people. And if you're asymptomatic at day 5, you could test and end that quarantine. And then everyone who's unvaccinated is recommended to quarantine for a minimum of that 5 days from home and from work, and test at day 5 to see if you can get out. The other recommendation from both CDC and CDPH is that all people who are exposed should mask for 10 days, regardless of their vaccination status around others. I expect we might have some questions about that. It's really just, there were other changes, but I wanted to get you guys the most important things. I'll just close with a couple of other comments. I'm sure we're going to have a lot of public comment and a lot of questions from the board. This is going to be a very challenging month ahead. We've been through so many of these surges together now that each one has its different flavor and different signature to it. This one, we're hopeful that it will be less deadly and cause less impact on those most severe cases, being that it will be primarily Omicron and less severe hospitalizations. But I certainly don't think it's not going to have any impact on our community. It's already having impact on some schools that are having to close for staffing issues, businesses closing for staffing issues, and the hospital is certainly having real issues keeping staffing at levels. And we've seen in other places, again, where they've had to reduce the hospital capacity due to staffing, both staffing and large number of beds taken up by COVID patients. So we should be prepared for everything and hope for the best. We might see something different here in Humboldt County, but certainly looking at other places, we should be prepared for what we're seeing in other places. We have all the tools to do this. It feels less like a emergency drill now, and like we've done this many times. So I am confident that this county and this community can come together to try to mitigate this, the spread of Omicron. We want to emphasize that everyone, regardless of vaccination status, should continue to mask, distance, avoid crowds, especially poorly ventilated areas, and please stay home if you're sick or if you're exposed to someone who's known COVID positive. And lastly, an update to you, the board and the community, in follow-up to a letter that I sent you all last night. I just want to offer my greatest appreciation for the last 13 months as I offer my resignation from the post as health officer for Humboldt County. It's a very difficult decision that I've had to come to over the course of the last month or so. This job has offered me tremendous satisfaction working with each and every one of you, all the folks here at Public Health and DHHS. It's an unbelievable group of people. Again, I don't take it lightly. I really have enjoyed every moment working with each of you, even some of the hardest times together. I took another position that will allow me to be with my family more. And I'm hopeful that, can continue to do work in public health as well as a clinical role, going back to a clinical role that I've, had up until this point of being health officer for the last 13 months. So with that, I appreciate everything that you all have done for Humboldt County. You've been a tremendous support for this community and taking the COVID pandemic seriously and making sure that this community is protected. And I am confident you'll be able to do so going forward with a new health officer. So thank you for your time.
Great, thank you, Ian. Supervisor Bohn, your hand was up a while ago. Did you have a comment or question?
Well, the only thing I was hoping when he talked about masks, because that's a big thing we get, that stop the mask mandate. And I try to tell people, unless I'm wrong, we can't stop the mask mandate. It's not in our wheelhouse. I understand the frustration. I have those same frustrations. And I'm not going to get into the argument they work or not, you know, in the right places. I wear one. But I wanted to ask Dr. Hoffman, we can't stop a mask mandate, can we, as a county?
Thanks, Supervisor Bohn. So there are two mask mandates. Currently, there is a statewide mask mandate that requires all people, regardless of vaccination status, to mask in public places. That was implemented about a month ago, was supposed to come up for review on the 15th of this month. And last week, CDPH extended that until the 15th of February. So yes, that statewide mask mandate is one that we do not have control over. We do have a local order, which was put into place by myself in August during our Delta surge. And I think, you know, the data has been clear that it works well. There were a tremendous decrease in cases within a short time span. And I think that it has allowed us to continue to have a smaller level of hospitalizations and mitigate a lot of the impacts of COVID in our community over the course of the last several months. So we were set to reevaluate that also on the 15th, and given the local conditions of the tremendous cases, the impact on the hospital, we have again pushed that off. And since there's no reason to change anything until CDPH does, we will look at that again next month and look at all those factors like we were going to be looking at, which include case counts, the impact on the hospital, and our vaccination rates.
I guess it's not a yes or no. Can we stop a mask mandate when there's a state mandate in Humboldt County?
We cannot.
There you go. Thanks.
My question would be, can you remind us how ours is different or what it adds to the state mandate?
Yeah, so, I mean, one, it will, because we tend to be several weeks, if not a month behind the rest of the state, the state always gives local jurisdictions control of, you know, the being more strict than what the state's doing. So, you know, just for instance, if we're solidly in the middle of our surge in February and our hospital's in a precarious position, and the state, though, is looking much better because they've already passed their surge, it might not be the right time for us to remove a local mandate. But, you know, it's...
No, I think that's good. I just want to say, I guess my simpler question is probably yes or no. Are we currently any more strict than the state at this point?
No, we are not. Our mask mandate is the same as the state.
Okay, thanks. That's why I was just trying to, I know it could shift, but I just wanted to get that. Any other questions for Ian or Sophia before we go to public comment? All right, and if you're wanting to comment on this item and you have not raised your hand yet, please do press *9 so that we know you want to speak and we can kind of be sure everyone gets their opportunity. So we do have several hands up. We'll go to 1041 first. I believe that's Donnie. And just press *6 to unmute.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
All right, excellent. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. Thank you, Madam Chair, and the rest of the board. I'd like to address a couple things specifically on this item. Obviously, one would be that I agree with Bohn's earlier statement that I think is tied directly to this, that bad parents make bad kids. You know, recently I've had to coddle my child as he's sobbing at 11 o'clock, 2 hours past his bedtime, because the kids at his school are cruel to him because he chooses to unmask on the playground, as is his ability to do so. And for whatever reason, the parents of the other children are are basically, being cruel to other members in the society, creating division, and their children are basically following mommy and daddy when they go to school and treating the younger people in their community the same. And that's directly related to this terrible policy of masking and mandating. And I understand that you guys might think that you're, like, oh, well, we have this county thing. It just mirrors the state one. So what's the big deal? Well, there's not an emergency here. And in fact, if there's a pandemic right now, there's a pandemic of the vaccinated. Back in July, when there was supposedly a pandemic of the unvaccinated, which Ian Hoffman was so proud to say in his many televised reports to the public, the case count was between 73.1 per 100,000 to 76.5 per 100,000, and right now we have, of the vaccinated, 63 cases per 100,000, while the unvaccinated is 36.8 per 100,000. So right now it's a pandemic of the vaccinated. I would really feel comfortable if we could change the public messaging to where vaccinated people have to wear masks. They have to show unvaxxed passes to be able to get into Humbrus. And so that way I'm protected from the vaccinated who are clearly in a spike in our county, as the graph shows that I'm looking at directly on your guys' Department of Human Health and Services website. So, and then past that, there's not the division in our community. I can't go into Humbrus right now because they asked for a vaccine passport. Well, you're asking me to take these vaccines that are clearly leaking and causing a spike in our community. I just don't understand that. There's no speak of any monoclonal antibody treatments, which Ian Hoffman in his previous health reports have shown that it had 100% efficacy at sparing people from hospitalization and death. So if we care about that, I'm really just don't understand why Ian Hoffman went to the press over 40 times, mischaracterizing myself and my constituents as misinformation and disinformation agents when he could have used that time to save people's lives and promote monoclonal antibodies. I understand why he might be resigning right now, and it's probably egg on his face that we're having a pandemic of the vaccinated, and he's going to probably hear that a lot for the rest of the call. And I would really, really urge the county supervisors to look at the Humboldt Freedom Coalition Health Officers report that I submitted today that's going to be part of the record after the fact, which I assume Ian's is as well because his wasn't attached to the agenda like it usually is. And just juxtapose them. I mean, literally look at the logic. If you find anything in there you think is hogwash, please refute it. But as I look at it, you have no legs to stand on as far as there being a state of emergency here. And I do not consent to your governance.
Thank you. All right, and we're going to go 0116. I believe that's Ash, and you have 3 minutes. And press *6 to unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Ash Teeter with the Humboldt Freedom Coalition, HumboldtFC.com. I am speaking of the COVID-19 update pulled from consent. Up until last spring, I was also a part-time student, first at CR and then since 2019 at HSU. The COVID phenomenon hit during my second semester. When COVID hit, I sensed almost immediately that the reaction far outweighed the severity of the virus. Also that the statistics and how things were being reported were orchestrated in a way that seemed to alter how we function as a society. This new normal was being pushed or attempted to be forced upon our planet is something I view as a direct threat to everybody. The summer hit last year, it got to a point where I could no longer in good conscience remain a student while I might be able to put what efforts I could towards saving our local community or be forced to take the time to pack and move to a state which might respect my family's natural born freedoms. Thinking of my daughter's future constantly reminds me that the COVID mandates have had extreme impacts on everyone. Young adults experience a phenomenal shift in life roles as they emerge from adolescence, suddenly figuring out how the world works and accommodating survival strategies, which is paramount to maintaining or attaining quality of life. It is traditionally a time of self-focus where financial independence and self-reliance were in many cases rites of passage to the onset of adult life. However, in the current COVID-19 landscape, young adults are asked not to focus on themselves, but to instead continue to do as they're told. They're told if they do not comply with the COVID-19 social distancing, mask wearing, or vaccine protocols that this indicates they do not care for the lives of others. They are told that this is the new normal, that they might never get to experience life, liberty, or freedom as their parents before them have. They are told that what was formerly considered to be the age of possibility is now the age of impossibility. In their mid-20s, young adults will be in the most healthy or best physical shape of their lives. They're being told in many cases to isolate or stay home and avoid socializing with peers due to a virus that affects primarily elderly and immune-compromised patients. With how much has changed in the last 2 years, I cannot even imagine what life will be like for my daughter and other children in our community if we let this manufactured, perpetual state of fear define our humanity. We can do better than this. We are better than this. Science is about discovery and discussion, not programming and division. Please consider more closely the things that you are advised not to give consideration to. Thank you for listening. Please keep in mind the world that we are passing on to future generations.
Right. Thank you, Ash. I was gonna say, I didn't have the timer set. You got a couple extra seconds there. I apologize, but my beeper didn't go off at 30 seconds like it was supposed to. So I apologize. All right, so we'll go to 8797. If that's you, press *6 to unmute and you'll have 3 minutes.
Greetings. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, you have 3 minutes. Nice.
Thank you so much for allowing me the chance to speak. I wanted to talk about some of the things that were mentioned today by Ian Hoffman. A lot of the things in the statistics he was mentioning are statistics based on speculation. There is conclusive reports on the negative effects and the negative side effects, whether you want to call it myocarditis or any of the other side effects that are negative. If we're not talking about speculation, let's talk about actual data that's conclusive. The mass only filter out, I think it's 3 microns. The COVID molecule is 1 micron. Cases will always rise. That is the situation. Cases will always continue to rise. I know I asked the board last week to take the time to listen to Peter McCullough on the Joe Rogan interview. I would like to please play you a part of that segment. Please take a close listen.
Just remember, the vaccines originally were just offered, as they should. They're research. The vaccines are research. They are all investigational research, and so nobody can encourage somebody to take a vaccine, by the way. That violates the Nuremberg Code. Can't do it. Research is neutral. As a doctor, I can never tell somebody they should take the COVID-19 vaccine. Because same reason why I can't tell them, say, listen, you should be in my research study. You should take my research pill for diabetes. You know, if I told them that you should be in my research study, I'd be sanctioned by the IRB. I'd be called by the FDA. That's out of bounds. We never give any pressure, coercion, or threat of reprisal to participate in research. Violates the Nuremberg Code.
Okay, violating the Nuremberg Code. Did you hear that clearly? They said that you are not allowed to, as a doctor, no doctor is allowed to coerce or recommend the vaccine. That's against the Nuremberg Code. That they would be violating violating basically their license, their Hippocratic oath that they've sworn. You cannot coerce the public into getting this vaccine. We are dealing with a pandemic of the unvaccinated. Donnie has every right to be alarmed about taking something into his arm, just as the rest of us do, when the people who are taking this into their arm are the ones being sick. Further, it goes on to show that the asymptomatic are not contagious, so vilifying the people who are not sick. It has been proven that you have to be sick in order to spread this pathogen. We are vilifying the public. The mandates are also not laws. They are not constitutional. They are just suggestions. A mandate is not a law. By requiring the citizens of your county to follow mandates, which are not laws, you are violating the Constitution. Again, we are dealing with a pandemic of the unvaccinated. Are you anticipating that Donnie and the rest of us will end up in these quarantine camps? Are you looking forward to putting us into these quarantine camps? Is that the idea here, that all of our numbers will be turned in who call in here that in support of unvaccinated status?
Thank you very much. Your 3 minutes passed by. All right, so we're going to go to 0326. I think this is the Wilsons. Press *6 to unmute. Welcome.
Hi, this is Charles Wilson. My wife had separate comments that she wanted to make after mine. I wanted to appreciate the item 3 of this consent calendar, which acknowledged that you people should acknowledge that this has been going on. You're supposed to do it every 2 weeks, saying that we still have an emergency, and it's been going on for 2 years. So this is kind of a different kind of an emergency than I'm used to. The Stevens one, I was brought up the idea. I almost got pepper sprayed one time. She said that the mRNA so-called vaccine had been studied for 20 years. Of course, that brought to my mind this Operation Warp Speed to develop the vaccine in 1 year. So I didn't quite see that was consistent there. But anyway, so they've been studying that for 20 years, presumably, but masks have been studied for longer than that. And here I looked at the Costco package for masks at the very beginning there that said, these masks these masks do not eliminate the risk of any disease or infection, nor reduce the risk of the illness or death. And then paragraph 10 said, this product has not been FDA cleared or approved. Paragraph 11, this product has been authorized by the FDA under the EUA for use as a source control by the general public, as well as healthcare personnel in healthcare settings to help prevent the spread of infection or illness during the COVID-19 pandemic. Paragraph 12, this product is authorized for use only for the duration of the declaration and that the circumstances exist justifying the authorization for the emergency use of medical devices during the COVID-19 outbreak under section, so and so and all that kind of stuff. But anyway, the masks, this Dr. Liana Wen of the CNN, okay, she's the one, she says that these facial decorations are useless, and she even suggests 3 masks. And at the beginning, we had one guy saying 10 masks, and none of them work. So it seems like it's, and the evidence when Hoffman says that the more shots you have, you should take more shots, but that's essentially saying that admitting that the vaccines are useless and failures. Thank you.
It's Genevieve's turn. Okay, welcome, Genevieve. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. Oh, thank you, Virginia. Well, first of all, I was going to say science. Science is both sides, the fact, and everybody should examine 2 sides. And you have to respect each other, not to downgrade the other side. And also in Florida, nobody wearing masks and no problem. We know the mask doesn't work. And also, if you're sick, you wear a mask, but when you're not sick, you're fine. You need the fresh air to encourage you to build your immunity. And also, I advise people check at johncampbell.com. And he say a lot of things. In order to survive the world, we need love, each other, socialization. And we are isolated people. So many people, children especially, and older people, they miss the comfort of being with each other. And this is very important. Love will prevail. And also, we talk about vaccine. My point is, the virus survive in the human being, the nice, warm human being. They cannot grow the virus in any other environment. So we are guinea pig. So only vaccinated people, they have the virus and grow in the people. And that's why you have variant. Don't keep blaming unvaccinated people causing the problem. And nobody talk about the immunity. You talk about you should protect your body, breathe fresh air, and take vitamin D, 4,000 IU. I take vitamin C, 1,000 IU, 1,000 milligram, and also zinc, 50 milligram, and quercetin, and take the natural hydroxychloroquine. That means 3 lemon, 3 grapefruit, you mash it up, look at it as a jelly, look at a jam. I mix it up with the applesauce because that is bitter. And drink plenty of fluid, wash your hand, and also sleep 7.5 hours. People should talk about that. And the natural immunity protect 20 times of it. Keep taking the vaccine. How many we should take? I know Germany every 9 months. We saw a fact. After the vaccine, we have more cases of COVID. What's going on? People should think logically, not forced by whatever who want to mandate. Mandate is not a law. And by the way, we have a constitutional class today, every second Tuesday, 7 to 9 in River Lodge. And it's wonderful. Teach you about your right. We need to respect people's right. We protest every Friday in front of the courthouse. I have people. I have the right to cross the crossing, but people driving when we go in front of me. Hey, I want to claim my right. The traffic light and the crosswalk. That's why I say I pointed at them. I say stop. No, you cannot do that. Be really respectful of pedestrians. So I remember everybody. Children got sick because of parents. Thank you. Thank you for the participation.
You're welcome. All right. If you want to comment on this item, please press *9 so we know you're in the queue. And we'll go to 5300, and I think that's Adam. So press *6 to unmute. Welcome.
Hi, this is Adam Lustig, Lost Coast Populist, calling in from District 4. First, I'd like to touch on all the things that have come out from the CDC in the past week that, myself and others have been accused of misinformation over the past 2 years. We're saying all these things that the CDC is now capitulating and agreeing with, such as there's a difference between hospitalization from COVID and with COVID, the fact that the vaccines do not prevent transmission. They have come out and said that 75% of the deaths had 4 or more comorbidities. And as Rachel Walensky said, those people were already unwell. Say trust the science and the science changes, but coincidentally, it changes to exactly what we've been saying for, going on 2 years now. And what this clearly illustrates is that there's no justification for the government to take this position of mandating anything upon our lives, because if I had a nickel for every time that Dr. Hopkins said the CDC said at the beginning of a sentence, I'd be a rich man. But here we are, and all the things that the CDC had said have proven to be false. And what he said today about Omicron and the vaccines, there's literally zero scientific evidence that these vaccines and boosters are helping with Omicron. There's actually quite a bit of evidence showing negative efficacy, even right here in our own county, where the rates are higher amongst the vaccinated. Because as I pointed out to you all via email quite a bit ago, these vaccines have the potential, and now we're seeing this happen, of actually long-term harm towards your immune system. You may get very narrow immunity via antibodies for a specific spike protein, but then you keep taking them and overall your immunity is going down. So something highly transmissible like this Omicron basically, mutated into a common cold thing that's going around, that's why you see the vaccinated are getting it more. And I also want to touch on what Leanna Wen said from CNN, and also Dr. Scott Gottlieb and even the LA school district, that cloth masks are ineffective. And this is something we have been saying constantly for 2 years now. And now finally mainstream science is coming along and saying, yes, that is true. These cloth masks are ineffective. And so I don't see any reason why the county should be involved in this anymore. The state can do what they want to do, but let's get rid of this emergency. Let's get rid of this local mask mandate. And then, the state's going to have their mandates. They're going to do their things. But it's not like we have a qualified epidemiologist over at public health. There's no reason that public health should have this kind of power. I looked this morning right before we got on, 20% of ICU beds and 8% of total beds in the county are occupied with COVID patients. These numbers have been stable for several months now, pretty much since September. So, there's no reason for this emergency. And if you look at 2210-8, I understand Mr. Billingsley's opinion that since there's a state emergency that you're justified in having a local emergency. But when you actually look at it.
Thank you.
Oh, I didn't hear the 30-second thing.
I'm sorry, Adam. Yeah, I'll try to hold it closer to the microphone. I keep trying to get it. I need a louder buzzer. Thank you. Sorry about that. I'll do my best to make sure it's as loud as I can get it. All right, so we do, oops, hold on a second. We do have our next speaker is 3053. I believe that's Thomas. So hold on, Thomas. Actually, don't start yet. I've got an issue with my timer here that I need to fix. Okay. All right, you're on, Thomas. Thank you for waiting.
Can you hear me clearly?
Yes.
Okay, good morning, Thomas Walter here. A lot of changes in the quarantining and testing protocols, and it kind of was ran through really quick. Is it 5 days from the onset of symptoms with a negative test, you're no longer required to quarantine? Is it 5 days from exposure with a negative test that you're allowed to be off quarantine? Because there's a lot of people, I was reading, or not reading, listening to news where they're sending people, healthcare workers and teachers back to work as long as they have no symptoms. So I'm just really confused and curious, as there's lots and lots of people out there quarantining and they don't want to risk other people's lives, but what is the new policy? Because that sounds a lot different and it kind of really got ran through quickly there. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
All right, thank you, Thomas. And another reminder, if you want to comment on this item, this is your last time to press star 9, sorry. If you want to comment, raise star 9, because after this next speaker, we will go back to the board if no one raises their hand. So 0280, it's your time to speak and you have 3 minutes. Just press star 6 to unmute. Welcome.
My name is Emily. I would like to address the comments made about Omicron. There is an article in the mainstream media where the Pfizer CEO admits that the vaccine doesn't work against Omicron. But a couple of facts about further about Omicron, that the booster protection lasts. The Pfizer CEO continued on to say that the only thing that would protect people would be a booster shot. But the booster protection will only last for 30 to 60 days. And after 60 days, the protection will wane and it will leave you more vulnerable than if you had never had a vaccine in the first place. And but he also mentioned that that's okay because the solution will be monthly injections. So then I would like to move on to the VAERS report. So VAERS is a vaccine adverse events reporting system put into place in 1990. It's a voluntary reporting system. I think up to 70% of the reports are actually done by doctors or even the vaccine industry. It has been estimated to account for only 1% of vaccine injuries. As of today, there are 1,876,973 reports of vaccine adverse events. There are 21,382 COVID vaccine reported deaths. And a total worldwide of 30,000 reported deaths. And there are 113,303 total COVID vaccine reported hospitalizations. And that, there you go. So this just speaks to mandating a vaccine that's still under testing. It's not ethical, as was said by Peter McCullough. And then I'd like to address the staffing issues. This is due to the firing of people who are not vaccinated and also people who aren't vaccinated being bullied at work, which is something that has happened to me. I actually just lost my job because I got COVID. I love my boss. I love my job. They are a small business and they had to shut down because of a couple of COVID cases and because of the restrictions on businesses. It's not, they just can't stay open. So now I've applied for unemployment, and who knows when that's going to go through or how much I'm going to get. I am the primary breadwinner for the bread maker for the house.
Primary, thank you. Okay, so at 3 minutes, just letting everybody know that at that end of the time, staff does mute the microphone. So just so everyone's aware, we are going back to the board now because there's no hands up. And there may be some questions from board members or not. Supervisor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair Bass. I just wanted to really just thank Ian for his time and commitment to helping us move through this. I want to wish him well on his journey forward and thank him, and again thank him for helping us in this time. And also I know he's going to be helpful to us in our request for a new health officer and to replace him. And that's about all. I mean, I'm listening to what he's saying on all these things, and I still believe that masking in the way that we have it now with relationship to indoors and in our confined spaces and within travel and those other places is pretty important, very important. I think it just doesn't protect ourselves. It protects the workforces that we are in contact with and those people who have to be in those indoor spaces for 8 hours a day or more. I think it's important that we understand that exposure is time dependent, and so I think it's good to know that. I also want to make sure we aren't confusing rates with actual numbers, meaning that if 70% of a population is vaccinated, then the rate is different than the 30% that's unvaccinated as opposed to actual numbers. And so I think that the data is still pretty clear that vaccinated people in general are less likely to become hospitalized and have serious other side effects from COVID. And it's not just hospitalizations. Again, there's long-term COVID. There are just long-term sicknesses as well. People who are out of the workforce and for weeks at a time because they're lacking in that protection. And so, I think this isn't easy. None of it is fun. And we're all doing our very best. And I appreciate everyone's time and effort on that with regards to our staff and our OES and community members. So thank you, Ian. I really appreciate everything you've been doing for us. And I'm curious and looking forward to knowing how things work out for you in the future.
Great. Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also want to thank Dr. Hoffman for stepping up over a year ago into this very difficult role where people, have lots of issues with all kinds of things. So thank you, Dr. Hoffman, for your dedication to our community, your hard work, and that goes out to everybody at Public Health and all our healthcare workers out there in the system. Really incredible efforts on everybody's part to try and keep our communities safe. There's lots of information out there on all sides of this issue. And, many of our public speakers will point that out. And I appreciate that. I really do. I think some people think we don't read these things or look at this stuff or listen, but we do. It's part of the overall effort that we as a board have to do to try and do our due diligence when we make our decisions. And I know the board takes this stuff very seriously. There's certainly false information out there on all sides of this issue, like anything in life. But when you take a look at the information as a whole, the preponderance of evidence is very strong in supporting that vaccinations do work. Are they perfect? No. Are seatbelts perfect? No. Just because you wear your seatbelt doesn't mean you're not going to get injured. But the likelihood of having less injury, and in particular dying, is much higher. Your safety measure, safety outcome is much higher when you wear that seatbelt. We know that. It's not perfect, but it certainly has saved a lot of lives over time. And so vaccinations are no different in that they're not perfect, but the vast majority of information suggests that they are our best defense at fighting this virus. So I just wanted to make it clear to folks, I know that we do listen. We hear you. We read the information. We try to evaluate it. And as a board, you know, we're not perfect by any means, but at the end of the day, we have to take all of that information and try and make the best decision we can. And if you're really looking at it all and you're not just discounting one half of the information because it doesn't agree with your particular viewpoint, then that's not looking at all the information. And so, again, the preponderance of information suggests that very strongly that vaccinations are effective and that they're a good way to go. So that's not fake news. That's supported by data. That's real. And, you know, the fact that our healthcare workers and our system is strained, and once again, getting to that very strained place of very few beds in Mendocino County, they're just about out of ICU beds, right? And so that's not fake news, that's real. And so I'm vaccinated. I just got my booster the other day, grateful to get it. And, you know, it is really our best defense against all this when you really look at all the data and don't just discount part of it because it doesn't agree with your point of view. That's what we as a board end up having to do. We have to look at all the information. And at any rate, I appreciate all the input from everybody. But once again, thank you, Dr. Hoffman, for your incredible service to our community and stepping up into the hot spot, shall we say. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Madrone. And I was going to say, I have a couple questions for Ian or perhaps Sophia, and then a couple comments. We do have epidemiologists on staff, don't we, at the Public Health Department? We have two.
Yes, we have two.
Yeah, okay, I thought, because I know I've seen, I've known one of them, but I didn't know if we had two. Okay, thank you. I wanted to clear that up. I'm thinking for future reports, it may be helpful to have someone from the hospital system actually here as well to tell us how it really is affecting them. Because I mean, we can say it all day long, but we're not them. And even though we can communicate it, I think it'd be an important message if they want to share it with the community, what they're going through. So I'd like to make that suggestion. I wanted to thank Ian. You stepped into this job at a time where most were like running away and quitting throughout the state. And what a way to get thrown into it right off the bat. So I appreciate your efforts. It's not been easy. Wishing you the best but also hopefully you can find some time to do other things in your life other than live, breathe, and eat, you know, this item or this topic. And then I also wanted to say, you know, I did meet with Donnie from the Humboldt Freedom Coalition, met for a couple hours. Really, I was really appreciative of the conversation. I think it's important that even if we have disagreements, we can have conversations. You know, I know I've said you're still going to be mad at me at times, but the fact that we're able to talk to me means a whole lot. And I appreciate that people have really tried to convey that in their comments the last couple of weeks. And so I wanted to say I do appreciate that because we are just people too. There's conflicting sets of information. We are trying to decide what's best for our community. And but it's nice to be able to have the ability to have those conversations. So Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you through the chair. Ian, good luck in your future endeavors. And I also wanted to just address one public commenter, I think it was Charles, who said we were supposed to have this item come every other week. And we had changed that some time ago to every other month. So he probably missed that meeting, but just wanted to update that.
Thank you. Supervisor Bohn?
I want to thank the doc for his 13 months, or actually it'll be 15 months, because I think he said March. So I appreciate that. I mean, hundreds, if not thousands, of public health officers are leaving their positions because of all this issues. So I fully understand why he would leave, and it's a no-win situation, but I appreciate the time he spent here, and we'll move forward. And as everything else, we weigh everything. You're exactly right. I mean, I get up every morning at 4 and I watch a half hour of CNN, then I watch a half hour of Fox. So after my hour, God, am I confused, because we're living in two different countries. But with that being said, 1.4 million cases yesterday, even though it's a bad flu or a cold or whatever else, it's 1.4 million cases. So this is something we have to look at. That's not fake news. That's not anything. That number is not even close, because that's just people that got tested and took the 2 hours to stand in line. So I just want people to understand, where our parameters are, what our limitations are, as we move forward. I mean, we suffer the same things they do. I mean, I don't think anybody on here loves to wear a mask, and nobody on here loves to have all the restrictions we have. So I mean, it's just, maybe we'd love to jump on the bandwagon and say, no, this is terrible, but we don't have that. We do have to read everything, as was stated, and we do read everything. From both sides. I just read where you're right, LA County Schools has said, that they're going to have their teachers and staff wear N95 masks because they're more protective. But they also said cloth masks work. The county health directors told the schools that cloth masks do work, not as efficiently. You're exactly right. So tell the whole story sounds great. They haven't said if you wear a cloth mask, you're going to die. I mean, obviously some things are better. So as we move forward, I think getting on the same page, and I mean, we've had some pretty tough decisions made this last week on school sports, kids being seen, but I mean, as this moves forward, we don't control those decisions. We're involved. We're not even involved with those decisions, but they do affect us, and we can feel for it both ways, and have our own feelings about it. But I think as we move forward, the biggest problem, Ben, is, and you're right, we've had variants. This has changed considerably. The CDC came out last week and said our message has been terrible. Walski and everything else said our message has been terrible. So when you have the CDC and somebody we refer to say their message has been terrible as everything moves forward, you're exactly right. People are going to be skeptic because the rules keep changing. The variants keep changing, and that's not me talking in the background. So John, mute.
Nothing to see here. So we're thinking to tell them we
Planning and building is now taking over the COVID situation with Ian leaving the building. But anyway, I thank Ian for the job he's done. I don't think it's going to end soon. I think the comment was made that the rules keep changing, and I fully agree with that. And I also fully agree with the rules keep changing because it keeps changing. And you're right. What was good 18 months ago isn't good now. So the only thing I really appreciate is the 478 cases yesterday with 1 hospitalization. Now, the problem with those numbers, as was stated, if you go into the hospital for a broken leg and you have COVID, they have to treat you as a COVID patient and isolate you and put staff with you and keep everybody away from you. That's what's eating it up. And the problem is the hospital staffing it's not our beds are getting full, our available beds are getting full, because when you take 8 nurses from being staff members from being sick, they can't reach their state allocated numbers. I mean, it gets pretty simple. Do we like it? No, but this is the hand we're dealt. And I think if we work together, we're going to get through this. This is not going to be with us forever, you guys. This isn't the first time we've gone through this. It is maybe for a lot of us, but we will get through it. So again, Doc, thanks for your time. But I help want to sign out now.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Bohn. And I didn't want to let, there was one person that, okay, they took the hand down. There was someone that had their hand up after we went to public comment. So I wasn't going back. I was just saying they missed that spot. All right, so do we need a motion to receive and file the report, Tracy? Is that what you'd want?
That would be great. Thank you.
So moved.
All right, is there a second? Okay.
Second.
Thank you. Ready, we're ready for a roll call vote for Tracy.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
And Supervisor Bohn?
Yep.
Thank you, 5-0.
Okay, and we're gonna break for 10 minutes because the chair needs a break for a moment. And then we'll come back, as I think the next item will take us a while to sort through all the appointments. So we'll be back at 11:10. Oh. Comes to us from the clerk of the board, and it's regarding board appointments for this year. So I'll hand it over to you, Tracy, and Kathy, and then if you want, I can go through the list when it's time.
Right. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. The item before you today is for your board to consider making appointments to board members to various boards, commissions, and committees for calendar year 2022.
All right, thank you very much. I was going to start going down the list, but Supervisor Madrone?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to make a couple brief comments, very brief. Some considerations. You know, this is such an important thing we do every year. And I think it's important for us to try and think about how can we best utilize all of our individual board members' expertise for the benefit of the entire community. Also, it's a great opportunity for us as board members to share opportunities with each other so we can grow and learn in these various positions. One of the other important items is we all have member appointments and also alternate appointments, and just to try and do our best to timely notify our alternates whenever we cannot make a meeting. And then also balancing the responsibilities throughout the entire board. And along those lines, I just did a quick kind of a analysis of numbers and, you know, looking at how many appointments each of us as board members have in 2021. And so let's see, Supervisor Bass has 8 appointments. These are total appointments, both member and alternate. Supervisor Bass has 8, Supervisor Bushnell 13, Supervisor Wilson 15, Supervisor Bohn has 19 appointments, and I have 21 appointments. On that list as members, Bohn has 12 as member, Bushnell 5, Wilson 12, Bass 7, and Madrone 13. As alternates, there's some other numbers there, but at any rate, I just wanted to share that data and look towards trying to balance this out a little bit more amongst the whole board. So thank you very much.
Right, thank you. It's always an idea, but some of these are specific to specific supervisors and districts. Sure. So we'll see. Why don't we start with, we'll just go down the list. Oh, Supervisor Bushnell, do you want, before we go down the list?
Thank you through the chair. I wanted to ask, I have been hearing kind of some chatter around the Trellis Committee and possibly that somebody wanting a board seat there. And so I was wondering if Scott is available and could talk about what, you know, just stuff I've been hearing.
Please, Scott.
Thank you, Supervisor Bushnell. Through the chair, my name is Scott Adair. I'm the Director of Economic Development for the County of Humboldt. As your board is aware, and as the cannabis community and stakeholders are no doubt aware, the market conditions facing cannabis are ever changing, and the cannabis community and our cultivators especially are in a state of crisis and flux. That said, we do consistently hear from stakeholders, from cannabis cultivators and other trellis applicants, and also from the trellis committee members itself, or themselves, that they would like to see more Board of Supervisors support and participation on this committee because things are changing so rapidly and because of the critical nature of what's happening in the cannabis industry at this time.
Thank you, Director Adair. So I'm wondering, is it appropriate at this time, because this is the time we're speaking of this, to have a discussion whether we would add that to this list? Not really goes along with what Supervisor Madrone had said, but I think it's the time for the conversation.
I would defer to County Council on that. This is an advisory committee, so I think that decision rests with your board, Chair.
Yeah, and I would also ask our CEO to weigh in, because it seems like normally when we create a committee, it's because we're in a conversation regarding that. So what is the best process to have, where should we have this discussion? Where does it make most sense, Alicia?
The committee makeup is designated in the resolution that forms and manages that committee. So it would require an update to the resolution, which would be conducted through an additional agenda item. So I think we could, if your board as a collective whole had interest in pursuing that, staff could return with a board item to effectuate that direction.
Okay, thank you. Does that help, Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes, that helps. Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Madrone?
Yeah, I would support Supervisor Bushnell's request to bring back an agenda item to discuss possible changes to the makeup of the Trellis Committee.
Okay. Do you need any actual action on that, or can it just be brought back, Alicia? Sorry.
I mean, it would be good to memorialize it through a motion to direct staff to return with an agenda item. Either way, we have that direction and we're going to proceed forward.
Okay, and perhaps we can do that as we wrap up the entire list. We'll make that. Okay, we'll bring that back up. All right, so we've got the Air Quality Management District. We've been on that before. Supervisor Bohn and Wilson are current members and Madrone's alternate. Is there any changes that somebody would like to make there? Is there interest? Supervisor Wilson?
I'm happy to continue serving there if people want. It's been good. Yeah, the connectivity between that and some of the other things that we're doing around energy is pretty important. So I'm happy to continue to serve there. But if there's a genuine interest by another board member to want to be on that air district, I'm happy to consider alternates to that.
All right, thank you. And Supervisor Bohn? Can you unmute?
Yeah, I'd stay on. I've got a pretty good understanding and have been involved with a lot of air quality permits, both through my private employment for the last 30 years between gas stations and pulp mills and things like that. But I've got a pretty good understanding, and I tend to make every meeting. So, and it's interesting. Got a pretty good understanding. So, but then again, I've been on it for 9 years. I don't know if longevity works for it or against it.
Well, I know Supervisor Madrone is the alternate, so I didn't know. Supervisor Wilson sounded like he may be willing to shift something around, but I didn't know if this is one that you are comfortable with where you're already at, Supervisor Madrone.
Yeah, no, I'm comfortable with where I'm at. I support both Supervisor Bohn and Wilson in continuing, and think they're doing great work there.
All right, Area 1 Agency on Aging. We got Steve as the member and Rex as the alternate. Any desire for changes?
Steve's older, I'll let him stay there.
As the oldest member of the board, I've appreciated being involved. If somebody else wants to step up, that's fine as well. So I'm open to either way.
And I've done a few years on that, and it is fairly rewarding and stuff. So.
Okay, I think unless I see hands up, we'll let the two, this has nothing to do with age, but you two continue serving.
Thanks, kids.
Humboldt County Audit Committee, we did that one already, right? That's already set for this year. I think we determined that Supervisor Wilson and myself.
I don't know if it'll ever be set.
If that's what we want to do, I'm all right with it. It's it's a challenging place to be in, but I'm happy to continue on service there.
One we had, we originally did chair and vice chair, but I thought Supervisor Madrone had actually suggested Supervisor Wilson stay on or engaged. So is that correct, Supervisor Madrone?
Yeah, I did say that, and I'm very supportive of the two of you continuing if you want to do that. I'm not sure. I think that CAO Hayes did speak to this. I can't remember if we have to go amend the resolution that set it up as chair, vice chair or not. No, okay, I see the nods going, no, we don't. So no, I'm fine with that. And it sounds like we can just go ahead and make that happen. Keep the two of you in that position. Thank you both for your service there.
And HCOG, I enjoy it. I've been on CalLAFCO, CalCog, but not that we had any meetings this year.
I'd like to make a pitch. I want to make a pitch.
Oh, wait, just wait a minute. I'm not done. No, I was going to say, since normally it is the chair or the chair's designee, since I served last year when it was really Supervisor Wilson's turn, if Supervisor Wilson would rather flip, I completely understand. So I wanted to offer that, and I think Supervisor Madrone had interest in it as well.
Yeah, and I'd make a pitch that I'd like to serve on this for 1 year. This will probably be the only thing I'll advocate for, actively in terms of change. Although there's a few spots I'm on some other committees that I think I would like to relinquish, but in this one, I'd like to spend a year on this particular one just for both the experience and also I know we're getting into connectivity between housing and transit, and it's something that I do have an interest in, and I'd like to see us really and really have HCOG move in a good direction that it's been doing. And so for that reason, this would have been the year, maybe it was the year before I would have been chair, but then it didn't happen again. So this is the one thing I think I feel like I missed from that, and I wouldn't mind a chance and taking this on for just 1 year.
Okay, Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah, I'm fine with that, but I don't know if you were here, Mike, whatever. We changed this, where it used to be the chair. We changed this back when Ryan was chair, and we kept him on there because it's a elongated process, and you don't finish everything every meeting or every year. So it was a continuity of service. So that was the only reason. That's where we switch it. I think you could probably throw in your infill stuff and everything else, and probably run a line with a lot of the feelings. So I 1 year would be great, but I would like to consider, when you just say I'm only going to do it for a year, is probably, maybe you can do it 2 years or ask again next year. But the longevity part of it was the one thing that we were trying 4 years ago, and we may have been idiots for doing that, but that's what we did. So just to clarify how we got here, it wasn't always the chair. We changed because we wanted some continuity.
Well, and what I would say for this year, because it was a year of obviously Zoom, a new executive director, there were some big initiatives as far as documents and plans, but as far as
continuing. I think currently what's been happening is Supervisor Wilson will be able to step in pretty easily, except for I am sitting in on their interview, their executive director interview. So since I was served with the executive director, I'll stick there through that meeting. Okay. It's just, don't worry about it.
I think that's reasonable. The other thing is I have been following the agendas, but also and including the TAC, the Technical Advisory Committee, for years now, actually, back from when I was even on the Harbor District, because of the connectivity and the transportation connectivities that we were a part of during that. So anyways, I appreciate that. If we do that, Chair Bass, I'm looking at then would Steve, or excuse me, Supervisor Madrone be the alternate, remain the alternate in that?
Maybe we should hear if he wants to be the main one.
No, I think that Mike would do a great job, and I'd like to stay as the alternate.
Okay. So, all right. California Cannabis Authority. Currently we have Supervisor Madrone, and then we have Treasurer. So where's that?
Well, through the chair, I've enjoyed serving on that, but I'm more than willing to let go of the role and let somebody else step up for the experience. Frankly, I'm going to be recommending in the near future that we actually leave from this group, because I don't believe it provides value to the county, and it costs us $26,000 a year to be a member. But anyway, that's a discussion for our ad hoc committee. We talked about this yesterday, about having a discussion with John Bartholomew, John Ford, Supervisor Bushnell, myself on the ad hoc. So we'll bring that up in the future, but I'm more than willing to step down on that one.
Well,
Supervisor Bohn?
yeah, if we're leaving it, or if you're going to suggest we're leaving it, then here, take my bike, but we're going to take it away in 2 months. Why don't you just stay with it and ride this out so we can find out what's actually being pulled, and when we hear from the state why we shouldn't do it.
That's fine.
Yeah, because maybe our communication is bad. Maybe there's more to us, more for us there, since they have changed their makeup too. So
yeah, no, I hear you, and I'm willing to serve that role. I was just trying to provide an opportunity if somebody else wanted to step up, but that's fine. Either way.
Michelle?
Listen, Chair Bohn, hold on just a moment.
Well, I'm just...
Yes, Supervisor Bushnell?
I think that if we're going to be looking to transition away from that, I think that I'm okay with the way it is.
Okay. So we got the Cannabis Ad Hoc Committee, which is Supervisors Bushnell and Madrone. Keep it that way. Is there any reason to change it?
Have you guys got anything in the works or anything? I know we did the 2,500 square foot thing, but what's going on?
So we actually had a meeting yesterday and discussing, I think we can we say?
I was going to say, Alicia, should we be asking what's is this something that should be on a separate agenda? We have Jefferson on. Wait, let's go to the attorney.
Thanks, through the chair. Yeah, this should come back as a separate discussion. It's just today.
The ad hoc's on the agenda.
Thanks. Not everything is doing. Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. I guess I would like to ask Director Ford if he feels the ad hoc is still effective and helpful.
Through the chair.
Yes.
First, let me apologize for unmuting myself earlier. That was super embarrassing. But I think that probably the issues that the county is facing right now are in transition from looking at just how to refine the ordinance to really addressing the market and how the county wants to position itself relative to what's going on with the cannabis industry as a whole. So I think there's value there, but I think the focus needs to change.
So perhaps that can be a future agenda item we can discuss. Okay. Okay.
Let it,
Right. But, yes, Supervisor Bohn?
we'll let it stay the same and I don't have to worry about a conflict.
Okay, well, let's stay. CSAC, we already made that decision in October. Thank you very much. Caltrans, North District External Advisory Liaison. We have Bohn as the member and Madrone as the alternate.
I really like that one. I mean, it's very informative and it kind of tells a lot of stuff what's going on. I've been pretty good about letting people know what's going on, and then it's been very interesting to say the least.
And Supervisor Madrone.
No, I'm fine. I think Supervisor Bohn does a good job representing there, and I'm happy to be alternate.
All right, we have Convention and Visitors Bureau. We've got Scott Adair as our member and our Supervisor Bushnell as alternate. Supervisor Bushnell, would you like to continue in that?
Yes, I would.
Okay. The Court County Facilities Group meets as needed, which hasn't been often, but we still keep it in case we need it. Currently, we've got Supervisor Wilson as the member and Supervisor Bohn. Is that okay?
I'm fine.
Yeah, there's not a lot of movement there, but I'm hoping we get some more projects here around there. It would be great. We could use some upgrades for sure.
So we got the disaster.
Well, hold on, I just wanted to report that we are looking, I mean, there is looking at doing some energy upgrades around the buildings. Hopefully we can do more than that, so thanks.
Thank you.
Fifth floor looks great.
Disaster Council. I don't even know if this one has a meeting. Anyway, Supervisor Wilson, no, Supervisor, that's me. It's the chair and the vice chair. So this year, Steve, you get to be on the Disaster Council. It seems we should be having meetings all the time. It feels like we're in one constant one.
I think it's a good band name.
Disaster Council.
It's awesome.
I'm happy to serve as alternate there. And there's been a lot of communication this year and the last around disaster with the August complex, the Knob fire, the Monument fire, and now the snowstorm in Willow Creek and all the tree fall. County staff are, we really don't have the capacity at the county right now to respond to all the possible funding opportunities that are out there through the Hazard Mitigation Grant Program in particular and others. So there's some discussions happening. I think it'd be great to pull this committee together with Public Works planning and talk about ways that we might be able to increase the capacity of the county to be able to work with our communities and private landowners in responding to disaster. Because there's getting to be more and more funding to help with that, but we've got to figure out an infrastructure to be able to do that. So anyway, that's that on my little speech, but I think it'd be great to pull this committee together in the near future.
Thank you. I would just say in the past it's met biannually, and so there's been a specific purpose behind it, but we can certainly have a further conversation beyond having it today on what exactly it is and if that fits within the parameters. So that's certainly, we can do that. Eel River, Russian River Joint Powers Commission. We've got Supervisor Bohn and Bushnell as alternate. Any changes?
I'll keep to serve. It's there's a lot of stuff going on. It's pretty frustrating. The two basin solution and all the stuff that's going by the wayside. We didn't get it's kind of, since nobody did the license, now we got to figure out who's going to do all the money to make it happen. But I'm willing to stay on it. It plays into the RCRC role quite a bit. So.
All right, Supervisor Bushnell, you want to stay as the alternate? Redwood Coast Energy Authority, we've got Supervisor Wilson is member and Supervisor Bohn's alternate.
I'm willing to stay on this one. There's a lot of stuff happening for sure, and it's pretty exciting. And I'm happy to help us move forward through that stuff. It's a lot of work for sure, but it's a good one. Exciting stuff. And I appreciate everyone's support.
And I think I only did 1 or 2 meetings where I think Mike had coastal or something like that. So I'd stay as the alternate. I think they do great work. Those windmills that we proposed a few years ago would be up and running, but anyway, yeah, I'd stay with that.
Okay, the Eureka City and County group, that's by default Supervisor Bohn and myself. So, unless Mike, you are in the city, but I don't know if you have actually households in the city.
I don't know if there's any homes, but there's a little bit, a sliver. It's all right. You guys keep rolling.
All right. Fire services ad hoc. That's another as needed. Supervisors Madrone and Bushnell. Any reason to change that?
No, I'm happy to be there. There's a lot going on countywide, and Supervisor Bushnell and I are working well together with Sibel Emmett, the Fire Chiefs Association, the rest, and there's a lot on the plate countywide in that arena.
Supervisor Bushnell, you're good there? Okay. First
Yeah,
five.
just want to FYI, I just want to appreciate you guys working on that because I was on there for a while, and it's quite a puzzle, I have to say. It really makes you have to think a lot about the interface between taxation and spending and these different various groups and annexation, and it's a real matrix, I guess. And even this evening, the Arcata Fire District is considering, from the work that we did in there, annexing some other areas so that they can function better and expand into the community. So good work, and thanks you guys for doing that.
Okay, first five commission. Currently we have Supervisor Bushnell and then myself as alternate. Michelle?
I would like to stay on this one.
Okay, and I'm fine with staying alternate unless there is somebody else, because I know first five is actually pretty well supported by this board. Okay, I'll
First
stay.
5 team, 5 of us.
Yep. For the first 5, we're the second 5.
We're the fifth 5.
We're the hazardous materials, now for the hazardous materials response authority, currently we have Supervisor Wilson and Supervisor Bohn.
Hold on here. I'm happy to keep serving, but it's also, it's informational. If anyone else wants it, it only meets maybe 3 times a year, more or less, and it meets on a variable schedule. I'm happy to, if anyone else wants to do that, I'm happy to let someone else do that, or even ask someone else to do it. That's fine with me.
I did it for several years in the past, so, and I was having a hard time getting there in some of them. So we've got Supervisor Wilson, unless somebody wants to switch. And we have, okay, and then the alternate is still Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah, I'm fine. I mean, I'm an incident trained and I got my cards and all that. None of them are current, but yeah, I've been on a few spills and caused a few, so.
My HAZWOPER card probably expired about 20 years ago. So.
There we go. Headwaters Fund Subcommittee. We've got Supervisor Wilson and Rex. You guys okay with that? Supervisor Bohn?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Wilson? Okay.
All good, yeah.
Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council. We got Steve and Michelle as alternate.
Yeah, I've served on there for 3 years on both of those. They really match up nicely together. But I have severe conflicts in attending the meetings, and I wanted to thank Supervisor Bushnell as the alternate for stepping up and covering a lot of those meetings lately. But as we go forward, I have conflicts that makes it difficult for me to attend those. One of those is my Oric Community Service District meetings that fall at the exact same time. And Oric is in a place right now where they're working on a lot of issues, and I want to be able to be there and support them. So I would like to let go of these 2 positions, both the multi-agency as well as the Juvenile Justice Delinquency Committee. So anybody else on the board would like to step up, that'd be great. I just really can't serve there anymore.
Okay, well, Supervisor Madrone, would you be interested in taking the primary spot on that one?
I am the primary. I'm the
No, I
member.
mean, I meant Supervisor Bushnell, sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, I'll take it.
The print is a little too small for me these days. And so we need an alternate. Anyone available to be an alternate? There's quarter two. I could probably do that. We'll go.
I'll let you do it. Aha, you jumped first.
Aha. Okay, I'll be the alternate. Well,
I can pick one and you can pick the other if you want. It's fine.
Yeah. Supervisor Bushnell is really good at attending meetings, so. But I'm on call and ready to go just in case. Klamath Basin Coordinating Committee, Supervisor Madrone and Wilson is the alternate.
Yeah, that's been great, actually, very informative. It's mostly it's really us receiving information about the dam removal process and the corporation that's been put together to do that. That's really the role has been fairly passive so far, or at least in the last 2 years, because it's on track and moving forward and has its own momentum. But I appreciate receiving that information and basically cheerleading, or in the cheering section anyway.
Okay, and Supervisor Madrone, you're good with that too?
Yeah.
Okay, Local Agency Formation Commission, I will say I would like to stay on that. I've been chair like more years than I've been on this, almost more years than I've been on this board.
I'd like to propose switching spots with Supervisor Bushnell if she's willing to be on it, and I'll take the alternate position if that's all right.
Yes, I would like that actually.
Yeah, I think it's good. There's just so much great information. It's definitely one of those ones that the experience of it is hugely beneficial to supervisors in general.
Okay, so did you take the alternate, or are we opening the alternate up?
I'd like to remain in the alternate. Yeah, it'd be great.
And after next year, I won't be around to fight over this anymore, so that's why. Behavioral Health Board, we currently have Supervisors Madrone and Bushnell.
Well, I'm happy to continue serving unless Michelle would like to step up, but she already stepped up for the juvenile stuff, so I'll continue to serve on the Behavioral Health Board.
Is that okay with you, Supervisor Bushnell and everybody else? Okay. National Association of Counties, I would like to continue this for my last year just because I'm involved in a few other things at that level. And Supervisor Bohn, I believe, is still heading out there to lots of,
Yeah, RCRC. I just got appointed to the executive committee at RCRC, so I'm back up in the.
Okay.
So I travel cheap.
Yeah, well, it's great when somebody else is paying, huh?
Makes it cheap.
Like the association. I used to have that. I did that for 4 years. It was nice.
We do pay dues.
Lot less with RCRC.
That's true too. All right, so we're going down to the EMS, North Coast EMS. Currently we have a Rex.
I'm the chair and chair. So I mean, jump on in if you want. A lot of ambulance, a lot of trauma services, trauma 1, 2. The hospitals are all fighting over trauma 1, 2, 3, and 4. So there is some time. We're having discussions with the same emails you got, 5150s and response times and everything else. Those go through the EMS. So I've been on that quite a while, but I don't mind staying. Again, like I've been chair now for, I think this is my 2nd year. So
just a question for Supervisor Bohn, and this is just purely curiosity. How often generally is it like once
3 times
a year?
three times a year, and then we get correspondence on a regular basis. But as far as getting all the hospitals and everything else, and understand that this also includes Lake County and Del Norte also. And so Sutter Health, Lake County Medical, so it includes, it's not just here, it includes directors from supervisors from other, from Lake County and from Del Norte.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, if you ever want to not do that, I'm happy to consider it, but I'm not asking for it at all. I just was wondering.
Well, this might be a situation. So I mean, the public, we have had other alternates. Since we're not going to have well, I guess we'll have a public health director. Not a public. Ian's been the alternate, so.
Do we do a public health director or designate? Do they like?
Yeah.
Okay, that's great.
We'll get somebody there.
Okay.
So that's to be determined?
And they're the alternate, but they usually pitch in. Usually we have a pretty large meeting because people need to know what's going on, and the trauma issue has been, and there's competition between hospitals, believe it or not.
All right, so then we have the North Coast Railroad Authority, but that's a 2-year appointment, so those aren't up yet. Is that correct, Kathy?
That's what it says.
Okay, I just was trying to get clarification for sure.
Yes,
Okay,
that's
thank
correct.
you. And then we've got REDAC. Currently we have Michelle is the member and Rex is the alternate. Fine with me that that stays that way.
All good with me.
Supervisor Madrone? It's okay.
I feel bad that Michelle hasn't gotten to meet with that group in person because it's pretty fun. I just have to say, it's always just really, there's a lot gets done there, but also it's always a good group of folks. So hopefully soon.
Okay, this would be, I think, the RCRC Golden State Finance Authority. That would be Rex.
Yeah.
And the alternate.
We voted already on this and I'm the alternate.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure we have it memorialized there.
Well, I wanted to ask that question around CSAC. Did we, it's not updated on here.
That's because we make that decision in October, or I think it's like November. So it lasts through the year. And then CSAC will have us do it again right before the conference at the end of the year.
So we didn't do it this last November?
I think.
I'm alternate, I believe now.
Yeah, you are alternate.
Okay, well, it doesn't reflect that on here.
Well, probably just wasn't updated by staff, but yes, you're definitely alternate on.
Okay, that's what I was asking. Thank you for that clarification.
Okay, thank you. We'll definitely update it now. Good thing I'm asking. We got that. Supervisors Joint Committee. So Supervisor Madrone and myself are on that now. Steve, do you remember? Were we appointed? How did we get appointed? Because I'm almost thinking it almost makes sense. It kind of ties in with the Behavioral Health Board, except that there's two. I mean, I'm perfectly fine staying with it. I just wanted your thoughts on, whether you think this is consistent with the Behavioral Health Board, and maybe that should be reflected in the membership.
Well, I don't really think they're consistent with each other per se. I mean, there's certainly overlap. And we really have only met, I think, maybe once. Originally, this committee was formed back when St. Joe's was doing their major expansion, if I understood that correct, from Supervisor Bohn in the past, and around some of those issues of support from the community to help make that happen. But frankly, there hasn't been much action here that I'm aware
of. Supervisor Wilson.
Well, I mean, with that, I mean, maybe if we just maybe don't have that committee anymore, but maybe add an alternate position to the one we just talked about. Which
are you on St. Joe's or Semper Virens?
Semper Virens.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was St. Joe's. I'm sorry, I was.
That's what I. Thank you.
Oops.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Steve, what were you on?
Excuse me.
I was on the wrong item. Thank you.
Okay, because I never say anything about Semper Virens.
No, we're on the Semper Virens committee item though. Connie, you had your hand up.
I do think that the meeting is mandatory based on some regulation for the hospital. So I would appreciate that it's staying on. And I really think that Virginia, you were chosen just because of your historical background with Behavioral Health Board and understanding simple violence. And it absolutely makes sense that it would be folks from Behavioral Health Board. So if that works, that's fine. Whatever you guys want to do.
Okay, well, I'm not on the Behavioral Health Board, but we can just keep it the way it is. I think it's me and Steve, right? Supervisors. Okay,
that's
thank
fine.
you, Connie. We've
Thank
got
you.
so many different things. Every once in a while, it's like things blend together. So now we're going to the St. Joseph Hospital Advocacy Committee, I believe. Currently, we have Rex and Steve. Now, what were we saying about that a few minutes ago?
I apologize, but I heard Steve say that I do think this was around the fundraising related to St. Joe's expansion, which I appreciate Rex and everybody's work on, helping really make that happen, because it's been very beneficial and hugely important. But if there isn't a need specifically to St. Joe's as opposed to all of our hospitals, I mean, it may be that we could consider an alternate position that tracks with the Emergency Medical Services Governing Board, and maybe there's something that tracks there. I'm just trying to, I don't know if we
I'm gonna
jump in.
We used to meet on a pretty regular basis, and I'm not sure what we used to get an update on staffing. It's usually a lunchtime meeting, and I hate having that go away because I still meet with Roberta and call her quite a bit, and with other things that goes on with the hospital, and they'll be fundraising forever. But the difference between our other hospital is this is a public nonprofit per se through the sisters, and Mad River is a private entity owned by a private corporation run by a family. So I think that's the difference. They don't care what we say, but they do. I'm not saying that. Mad River is very open to everything. But what I'm saying is they are run, so our input isn't probably but their position in the community, and I think St. Joe's is doing, but you got to understand at times maybe this is, and I just kind of like to keep that there in case we use it. I got this tool in my truck that will break my window out in case I get in a river and I got to get out, and it cuts my seatbelt too. I don't plan on ever using it, but it sits underneath the seat of my truck. So I don't think it hurts us as all having us sit there because there's no time or effort or expenses. So I'd hate to disband it just for that sake. And I'd love to, if the hospital says, yeah, we don't need you, then we can kick it to the curb. But maybe that's what we should do is follow up next year.
I'm okay with that. I got no problem.
Okay, and Steve, you want to stay as the alternate? Yes, okay, we're good with that.
It's a tough job if we don't meet.
HTA, we've got, I know Supervisor Bohn is, Wilson's there, and then Madrone.
It's been wonderful. It's a good crew. Happy to continue serving there. And I think we got North and South County fairly well represented. And we're looking for some changes both in the Arcade and McKinleyville and beyond. And I know Rex has been definitely advocating for the South End. So I'm happy to stay there.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on, and I know they've been very, and it kind of helps us kind of bookending it. We're kind of stepping in on the bookends a little bit, but it's been well represented, and I do have a lot of history with there, so I'm good with that.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yeah, I'm good as alternate, and I've only actually been to one meeting when one of the members couldn't make it. I appreciated that call and appreciate the work the two members do.
All right, so then we have the Northwest California Resource Conservation and Development Council. We have Supervisors Madrone and Wilson. Wilson's alternate. Does that work still?
Happy to keep serving on that. And in the future, there will probably be some realigning of this particular group over time. It's really a pretty Trinity County centric effort, but they've been making, attempts to include Humboldt and Del Norte more. Anyway, happy to continue serving.
And I'm happy to continue serving unless someone else wants to step in as alternate. It's interesting. Yeah, I mean, and the only place I can think of where it's had some real play is actually in the Ferndale area, Fortuna-ish area. So if either of the supervisors from that districts down there are interested in the alternate, I'm happy to
Well,
move along.
and I will throw it out there. I've, been here a while, and I guess I must be second alternate, because I know I went to 2 meetings this year because I guess somebody couldn't make it or whatever the case may be. But yeah, I would still like to serve on it. I think I bring a lot to the table. I mean, it's they're representing 12,000 square miles, and all 12,000 square miles of that are RCRC rural counties, which I have great relationships with, obviously being voted in chair and then again being voted into the executive committee. So I've got great relationships and great connections along those routes. And I appreciate Steve's at it, his first and second year on the board, I think, or is his third year, I don't know. But I would love to, and I've said it every year, I guess I feel like, but I would actually like to serve on this.
Are you talking about the NCRP or this is the Resource Conservation Development Council?
I would actually like to serve on this and the resource partnership.
Mm-hmm.
So,
well, I'm willing to move to second alternate, I suppose, to this California Resource Conservation if Supervisor Bohn wants to take the alternate position. That's good for me. That's fine.
Okay, so that's the non-official second alternate position, but
non-official second alternate.
duly noted.
I'll go with that because I'm focused on the resource partnership. So.
All right, we have the Trinity River Basin Fish and Wildlife Subcommittee of Wilson and Madrone. That's still good.
Yeah, that's been great.
Okay. HWMA, always a very interesting board for sure. We have Rex as the members. Steve is the first alternate and Michelle's the second alternate.
Yeah, I'll stay on that. I'd like to see like continuity just for the basic reason they got a brand new director who world of COVID I've yet to meet yet, but we do have a new director, and my relationship with HWMA for over 30 years, I can help with that, I think.
Yeah, I appreciate Supervisor Bohn's work on that and longevity. That's important, as was discussed earlier. I'd be interested in stepping up as a member simply because we're going to be entering into a realm over the next few years of trying to figure out all the green waste, composting, and all that kind of stuff, which I have a tremendous amount of expertise in. But again, if Supervisor Bohn wants to continue to serve, that's fine. But just to say, I'm interested in becoming the member if that was agreeable.
Okay, so at this point, your first alternate, and I don't know if Supervisor Madrone is quite yet ready to
Rex, Supervisor Bohn, how long have you been on the HWMA board?
8, 9 years.
So like you're almost
an employee.
You're
I've gone through.
I don't know what your tenure is on this board, but it sounds almost the entire time, or.
Yeah, it's been, and a lot of that has to do is in a previous life, they were one of my customers, and I worked very closely with them, both with the landfill. So I was, very important in the cleanup there. I've got an understanding about green waste, and I may not be the expert on, I'm nowhere near the expert on anything that Steve is an expert on, but I've got a pretty good basic understanding, and I think it has shown. I mean, the biggest part of this is trucking and transport, and that's a big part of it that we did. And so, I mean, I bring a lot to the table, I feel, and I can ask the hard questions.
Well, perhaps I just have a question with them because I hear Supervisor Madrone. I mean, hopefully there's an opportunity for the alternate to still inject questions and conversation in there. So I would highly suggest that. But,
yeah, I just want to 9 years is a long time. We're getting into, I mean, I haven't been on this board for, a little over 5 years, but I don't know if I've been on anything that long, even for the entire time I've been here. And I do want to make the pitch that we do have to cycle things around a little bit. And I am, as in the next item, I know you have a great interest, Rex, in being on the NCRP, and I'm happy to, really consider, stepping away from that. But at the same time, it's like,
Are you telling me you'll give me one if I do the other?
I'm not telling you that.
Suggesting it's a
But I am
possibility, I think.
suggesting that maybe we do a little give and take on these things up here. It'd be a little sharing would be nice. Anything?
So Supervisor Bohn, is that?
I was almost considering up until that offer. If you don't think I bring anything to the table on the waste management, that's fine. I mean, with a new director, everything else, and new members on the board, I mean, it's just going to be there's a lot to it.
I don't think you don't bring anything to any. I think you bring a lot to everything. It's just that some of us have to.
Well, I was worried about that. I mean, Steve gave us that scorecard earlier, and I worry about him being overburdened.
Mm-hmm.
Well, but he doesn't have a lot of member spots, and anyway, go ahead, Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah. So I mean, from my perspective, I think if
That's fine. That's fine. Go ahead. I'm not going to fight for anything.
Yeah. And would you consider taking that first alternate position on there?
I would think.
Okay. Although Michelle is definitely, I saw her reaching for a moment. It's okay.
And she's waving you away, so.
Okay. Because I'm happy to make a pitch there too. I just need to trying to even this up a little bit.
And so
I think we can move on to the next one unless there's.
Thank you, Chair Wilson.
Well, I just want to say though, if you're trying to even it up, I have the least of anything.
Yeah. Yes. I agree.
Trying to even me up.
Well, we can. Yes, Tracy.
Can you just clarify what happened on the Waste Management Authority, please?
I'd like to know that.
I think Rex went to first alternate, and Steve maybe primary is what it sounded like the conversation ended on.
Rex doesn't want. Rex is being told.
I thought Mike went to the. Primary.
No. No, we're talking about HWMA.
No, I know what we're talking about.
Yeah. No.
So you were advocating for Steve, not yourself?
Steve to be no.
Who's advocating for sharing the situation?
There's no sharing. There's only one position.
No, sharing amongst the larger group of positions.
Oh.
Okay. You guys we can do a arm wrestle tournament a little later. Arm wrestle, how to do it.
So,
Supervisor Wilson, yes, Tracy, it ended up being.
Just to be clear, the member on HWMA is now going to be Madrone and alternate, or was that agreed?
What, Supervisor?
I think I would just like to say a few things. So with a new director coming in, there might be some value with continuity there. That Supervisor Bohn has been there for quite some time. I don't know, Supervisor Bohn, how do you feel about that?
But I said that at the beginning, but I guess if you've been there a long time, you got to get off. And I'm fine with it. I just want to make sure. I thought I've been pretty good about all these positions are countywide positions, not district centric. So just as long as everybody knows.
Okay.
There is a waste facility in Redway.
That's why I opened my mouth. And
All right.
Thank you.
So I have a question. Okay, never mind. I think we'll move on. We can always, I suspect we can revisit these if there's a reason for discussion in the future or a desire. Tracy?
Okay, so can you?
No, you're muted. We can't hear you.
Can you please confirm the member is now Madrone, the alternate is now Bohn or Bushnell?
I think it was Bohn.
It's
and
Bohn.
Bushnell that you guys
Bohn.
wrestled out.
First alternate, I'm second alternate.
Thank you.
Okay, Rex already made a pitch for North Coast Resource Partnership as a member, and Wilson is relinquishing his in there.
Yeah, and I'm advocating that I switch places with Supervisor Bohn in NCRP, that I become the alternate, that he becomes a member. I think he he's showing up and he's been there, and these are important issues. And I do believe that it does have an RCRC nexus. It's really a great organization. It spans an interesting political spectrum as well as cultural spectrum, and so from that, I think I'm confident that this would be a good thing, and I do believe that Supervisor Bohn will do a good job at NCRP. So I'm just suggesting that we switch spots in that.
My question would be, I would like to ask Supervisor Bushnell if she has, I want to make sure she has an opportunity to weigh in on that one as well, since she's been very quiet and wasn't sure if there was an interest there on this one.
I think that Mike's suggestion is fine.
Okay, and Steve, you're okay staying on?
Yes, I am, and I agree. I think Supervisor Bohn would do a great job. He's attended many of the meetings, even as alternate. I'm currently the vice chair, and there was some suggestions of making me chair, but I ended up supporting James Gore for that. It's certainly in my line of expertise, and I'm happy to serve.
Okay.
I'm good with that. I'm going in, I'm not an expert at anything, but I'm going in with my eyes wide open.
All right. Workforce Development Board, we have Michelle and Rex. Any need or desire to change that? Is it still?
I'm fine to stay unless Rex would like to swap. Workforce.
No, I did that for a few years. You've been doing a great job through a tumultuous time, and I appreciate that.
Okay. And we have what we have on the back of the Airline Recruitment Subcommittee. I don't think we've really been needed for a while. Cody seems to be having them land on us right and left at the moment. So, but I'd still, in case there's a reason to have it, I'd like to stay on it, because I do find that's really an interesting opportunity, one that does. Or maybe this is one we should bring back and just continue. So,
yeah, I'd like to at some point reevaluate this one, only because it's gone it seems to kind of lose, or has scope creep, I guess you'd call it, where it kind of gets into the zone where where we were on this committee for airline recruitment, and now anytime there's some sort of issue with any of the airports, suddenly we're the committee or whatever. People are assuming that we're the folks that have everything to do with that. And I'm kind of trying to figure out a polite way to say that maybe this needs to be brought back to the board. So,
yeah, if we did anything, it could be redefined as a board member liaison is more what it's kind of become, it seems like.
Yeah, so if we maybe we could see if we could just bring it back for a redefinition through the staff at some point, and maybe at this point just not have it exist.
I don't think we can we? I don't know if we can get rid of it. Doesn't it come back to us to get rid of Alicia? Okay. Oh, Tracy's nodding yes, but I think we can certainly reevaluate it, and there might be a couple others to do the same with.
You know me, I'm trying to cut back on meeting fatigue, so, for everybody, not just us, for everyone we're involved with. But okay, that sounds fine.
All right, so lots of conversation there. I think we've got them all, don't we, Tracy? So is there, I guess we should go to public comment. We'll go to public comment. Well, before, if you're interested in making public comment, please press *9 so we know. Though I'll ask the board if there's a motion to accept the committee assignments as noted in our discussion?
I'll make the motion.
Second.
Okay. Okay, go out to the public. And at the moment, there is no hands up, so we'll go back to the board. Tracy, can we have a roll call vote?
Wait, do we have public comment?
I did. There was no hand.
Good. Great.
Yes. Supervisor Bohn,
Yeah, sure.
Supervisor Bushnell,
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson,
Yeah.
Supervisor Bass,
Yes.
and Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Passes 5-0. Thank you.
Okay, so I think the next item could take a bit longer, and so I would suggest a half-hour lunch break if that's reasonable, that people can get some nourishment and come back. Okay, then we'll be back at, oh God, half hour. How about come back at 12:45? Rex, are you in your room? Apparently he's going by my door right now. I hear him in the next room, so I think Director Ford, Supervisor Bohn can hear you if nothing else. So this next item comes to us from Planning and Building, and it's regarding that the Planning Commission sent to the board regarding cannabis issues, concerns.
Thank you, Chair Bass. Good afternoon, John Ford with the Planning and Building Department. And as you mentioned, this is a letter from the Planning Commission expressing concern on 3 policy issues. The policy issues have to do with permitting of cannabis permits under 1.0 that involve the use of generators, approval of cannabis permits basically under the 1.0 ordinance that are on roads that do not meet the Category 4 road standard, and requirements to install additional water storage associated with wells. The commission has provided specific questions for the board to consider in responding to these concerns. I would simply recommend, for sake of ease, that the board follow the letter and topically go through the discussion topics and spend time on each one, answer the questions, decide the direction of the board before moving to the next one. I would be happy to answer any questions that the board might have.
Any questions right now for Director Ford? I don't see any. Of course, Rex is chewing, so it's hard to tell. So we'll go, the first one is regarding the concern that brought up is generators, where 1.0 did not address the use. And 2.0 does include restrictions, and they've been conditioning projects requiring cessation of generators by 2024 with conversion to renewable or PG&E. So their question is, should the commission continue this practice, or should new policies or regulations be developed to address the use of generators associated with the 1.0 applications? I'm sure everybody's read this by now, so I appreciate it was succinct. Any supervisors want to start the comment? Supervisor Wilson?
Yeah, I mean, I do see there is a need for updating a lot of these policies. We did receive some communications about, is this the process to do that today? And I don't know if that's the case, because we went through ordinance review and CEQA, so I'm not sure how we can do this, even though I may feel like there are some needs, especially around generators, water use, and there's some road stuff, but yeah, and I've been anti-generator associated with this form of agriculture or any really agriculture, unless it's an emergency type situation. I don't see it as being sustainable, but there was a suggestion by a commenter or someone who wrote into us about, maybe there be you could have a plan where you can maybe use a generator if there's an offset with relationship to some sort of carbon offset plan or something like that. I don't see how that's really doable necessarily, but anything we can do to move away from generators, I just find that to be using generators on a consistent basis, especially just shows that whatever that system doesn't really have long-term sustainability in our landscape, from a safety issue, from a hazardous materials perspective, from a perspective of climate. So I would encourage any of our policies and adaptations moving forward to move away from that. I didn't really quite understand the request necessarily. It wasn't clear to me, I guess, from the Planning Commission's perspective with relationship to the water use. And maybe, John, you could clarify that if you understand.
Can we do the generator? Can we do the generator one first? I think.
Oh yeah, sure. Okay, those are my comments on the generator.
Okay, thank you. I mean, that was just a suggestion. Make it a little easier. Thank
There
you.
you go.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. So my comments on the generator, the first ordinance did not address the use of generators while the second ordinance does. So Director Ford, I would like to ask you, with the first ordinance that was passed by this Board of Supervisors, projects are currently approved according to that ordinance?
That is correct. And as was pointed out in one of the letters, it's not entirely correct that 1.0 didn't address generators. It did address noise from generators. And so the implication there is clearly is that generators were anticipated to be allowed under 1.0, but they needed to comply with the noise standards.
Okay, so my personal feeling on that question then is that we already addressed it, and you already have 1.0 applications that are approved according to the ordinance, and they're following those ordinances. And the Planning Commission clearly has direction from this board with that ordinance of a 1.0. So that would answer my question. The commission has been conditioning projects requiring the cessation of generators by 2025. I don't think that that's following our ordinances or the guidance from the 1.0. That's my personal opinion. 2.0 includes restrictions on the use of generators. The use of generators for power has many impacts, including greenhouse gas emissions. So I think that, again, the 2.0, which was passed by this board with direction to the Planning Commission, addresses that issue. I don't think it's fair to applicants that they condition projects outside of those ordinances. That's my personal opinion.
Okay, thank you. I think I want to ask a process question. I think Supervisor Wilson mentioned it. It's like, what would be the actual? I always feel like it almost feels like it's not something we would be taking action on today because it is from previous ordinance and decision. So I'm just curious if we have any definition of that, maybe from someone from staff like Alicia, our CAO. She wants to
I think I could probably answer that today. If you were looking at changing ordinance requirements, that would be direction to go and pursue a modification to the regulations. If you were just to simply say, maintain the status quo, continue to add the conditions that that the Planning Commission has been adding, that is just a simple direction and doesn't really, can be done today, doesn't really require any follow-up action. And then there's all kinds of things between there.
Thank you. Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. I additionally would like to add that we have had quite a few appeals come to this board, and oftentimes the basis of those appeals are the conditions that the Planning Commission has put on the projects that are not within that ordinance. And that's what happens when you have an ordinance that states these are the rules, this is what you have to do, and you do them, and then additional stuff gets put on them that isn't there. The guidance isn't there within that ordinance. I think we have an appeal coming today based on that.
Supervisor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair Bass. John, so we did do some modification, or at least transitional modification to 1.0 requirements through the 2.0 ordinance, correct? And so legally we could, I mean, I'm just saying, we could ask for, we could ask to have a future ordinance that requires transition away from, I'll just use generators as an example, because these are annual permits, right? I mean, these are.
No, they're not.
Okay, the licenses are annual, no?
The licenses at the state level are annual.
Mm-hmm.
The way both ordinances are written, it is a permit that remains valid as long as they allow an annual inspection. Once they do the inspection for compliance with the terms of the permit, it's extended. So it's not a renewal. Inspection.
Oh, great. That's a great clarification. And then part of this, I guess, with relationship to the decisions of the Planning Commission, that may be beyond what the ordinance language is, it would depend on whether whether the permit is a conditional use permit, or whether it's I guess what's what I'm looking for, without condition. So when the Planning Commission is making the decisions, what's the leeway that they have in that context? So discretionary, I guess, is it discretionary or not discretionary?
It is, right. It is. So the Planning Commission, let me clarify this first. The Planning Commission does not act on ministerial related items. That's done at the staff level. And that is a zoning clearance certificate that essentially says you comply with the ordinance, go ahead and do what you proposed. When you get into discretionary items, as you've mentioned, there is discretion there, and the primary focus of the review is that finding that it will not be detrimental to the public health, safety, and welfare. So there is some latitude there to be looking at things that need to be done in order to protect the public health, safety, and welfare. But again, I would just add for clarity that those should be related to specific circumstances associated with a specific application, unless there is some policy direction to add conditions otherwise.
And as a follow-up, if I may, through the chair, so is the requirement that the commission make findings that they add additional requirements, that the additional requirements don't have adverse impact, or that the additional requirements address a potential adverse impact?
Well, technically, it should be both and. You shouldn't add conditions that are going to cause an impact, but the conditions that you apply are required to have a nexus, meaning there's a relationship to an impact there. And so the conditions are intended to address a specific circumstance that need to be addressed.
Okay. So if for some reason the Planning Commission decides to require no generator on site or minimize it beyond Ordinance 1, they would have to make it, I mean, you would want them to make a finding that there is a potential adverse impact even if it meets Ordinance 1, that there's a potential adverse impact that they're addressing in that, correct?
That would be the ideal, yes.
Okay. Those are my questions for now. Thanks.
Thank you. Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. Through the chair, Director Ford, with what Supervisor Wilson just said, those adverse impacts, is it perception or proven?
Well, everything that we do should be based upon facts, which should be based upon something that we can somehow demonstrate. So a lot of times people's perception are interpreted as facts, but it should really be based upon some evidence of the term that's typically used as preponderance of evidence that results in a conclusion that that's a potentially detrimental impact that needs to somehow be addressed.
Thank you. And then I wanted to ask you if you've had any conversations with applicants based on appeals. I have asked several people, why didn't you say something at Planning Commission if you feel that whatever the direction was, that it's not in that ordinance? And they have told me that they were afraid to push back and ask the commission to stay within the ordinance as a fear of rejection of their project. I want to know if you have had any conversation or had if you have knowledge of that.
I have heard that. I've also heard that cannabis applicants, particularly those who are representing themselves in that moment of the public hearing, don't really completely comprehend what their latitude and abilities are to speak. And so oftentimes think that they just need to agree and don't really understand their ability to explain their circumstances.
Okay, thank you for that.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yeah, I also, the concept, I think, of whether or not the individual impact of a particular project versus the cumulative or aggregated impact of a policy that's being implemented is sort of part of the issue here. So where some places are where maybe the planning commission and even our board either approves or denies certain elements of the project isn't necessarily just, and our findings isn't necessarily just based on the significance of a single project, but whether or not either within the watershed or within the landscape in general, or climate as a global issue. That also can be found significant in a finding, at least in my experience. But part of the issue is that we've done a CEQA document for these things, which was supposed to address some of those issues. Although, if there is new information, and I think we're on generators right now, so I don't know if there's new information with relationship to the impacts of generators in the landscape, and at what concentration and how much use and those sorts of things, then one may be able to make a determination of findings that even a single project would be significant if it continues a policy that could, in general, have impact across the landscape or across the community or a watershed. So I think we have to try and separate those things, but also try and connect them at the same time. So, okay.
I have a question, Dr. Ford. How many would you say are in the 1.0 process still going through this? It might have been in there, but I didn't.
Probably somewhere between 1,500 and 1,600 are either still in process or approved.
Yeah, because part of my heartburn is changing rules in midstream, and I think we've said that before. And I understand that there's unintentional impacts that we didn't anticipate when we talk about generators. It was about noise, back in there. So it makes me a little bit uncomfortable just trying to change it. Have we had input from one of their representative community groups like, was it HCGA or anybody?
HCGA submitted a letter today asking
Okay.
questions on what the regulations were attempting to restrain and whether or not that was really related to generators over or under 50 horsepower, which ties into the state requirements. I think that you received another letter from a consulting firm that expressed concerns with changing the requirements midstream.
All right, so thank you, Director Ford. Supervisor Madrone.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Well, I appreciate the Planning Commission asking the questions. Because, what's clear is that they're struggling with the 1.0 ordinance written quite a few years ago and changes and issues that have come up, concerns from the communities, et cetera. And so, trying to adapt to that, they've been adding conditions, but often, as was said, folks will accept conditions they really don't want to accept, and then they'll come back to us and appeal, hoping to remove the condition. That's, as Supervisor Bushnell said, we have one of those today. We had one a couple of months ago. So that's starting to kind of become a routine. I totally get it. The Planning Commission doesn't set policy. This board sets policy. And so as I understand it, the Planning Commission is, trying to do their due diligence and asking us to consider, are there any policy changes we might want to make short of amending the ordinance? And that's really what we're here today to try and talk about, these three items, generators being the first. Is there a need to adjust our policies around that? It's interesting that we're talking about generators because I think it was mentioned earlier, well, obviously emergencies are a different situation, and that's not related to cannabis or anything else. But, when your electricity goes out, everybody pulls out a generator, right? So, in fact, during the snowstorm out in Willow Creek, PG&E was handing out generators to people in Trinity County and in Humboldt County and Willow Creek, Coopah areas. They were providing generators and gas simply so that people could have some heat, cook some food, and do things. So, and more often than not, when all those generators are put to use, they're just out on the back porch. They're not in a noise shed. They're not necessarily any kind of fuel-proof spill setup going on. Although I will say that for the most part, the generators being used tend to be pretty small for household use, just to get yourself through the emergency of the electricity being shut off. So that's becoming a bigger and bigger deal that, everybody's getting a generator over time. When you have a generator and you're close to your neighbors, the responsible thing is to build a small generator shed, something that can attenuate the noise, but also be positioned in a place where it's fire safe, so that if there's an issue, it doesn't create a fire that's going to spread to the forest or the house or other things. And really, you need to exhaust these out outside, not in a closed environment. So there's a lot of little requirements around all of that. But as far as cannabis use and generators, whether you're required or not, it'd be nice to put them in sheds and deal with the noise. And I believe 1.0 was dealing with that. I think John mentioned that earlier, that was already an issue. But the problem comes in, as I hear the complaints in the community, is in enforcement, right? It's really hard to enforce that kind of a regulation on generators, that you can't have noise. The county is supposed to give notice to people if they're coming out to inspect, and at any rate. So this has been an issue that there are generator use that is very irresponsible. Neighbors complain, and it's very difficult to enforce. So I'm certainly not interested in creating policies or laws that aren't enforceable, that we don't have the means to really make sure that, the right things are happening. But, the best enforcement of all is personal responsibility. And if you got a generator, build yourself a little noise shed and keep that covered. The other thing is that, with all the fuel in our communities and the need for forest health work, there's going to be a lot more thinning going on. I mean, Willow Creek, we've got tens of thousands of trees down and the fuel load is just massive. And that material is going to be converted one way or another, either into ash or energy or something. We've got these air curtain burners coming out, but there's actually these new burners that allow you to burn fuel and create electricity on site, micro, mobile systems. Because once you gather up all the wood waste and haul it to a centralized location, the carbon footprint is huge. You burn more fossil fuels hauling it to some site to create electricity than you get out of it. And I know this is a little bit of a sidetrack, but generation of electricity is a big deal. And if you're living in a forested environment, there's a whole lot of new tools that are coming out that are going to allow you to burn fuels and create electricity. So, and it doesn't make noise, right? Potentially make some smoke, and there are other issues, but it doesn't make any noise. So I think over the next 10 years, we're going to see a tremendous evolution in the science and the technology around generation of electricity in rural environments, whether you're doing that for cannabis or just for your homestead. So just kind of another issue out there that intersects with this.
Thank you, Supervisor Madrone. And what I'm hearing so far, and I could be wrong because I didn't eat enough lunch to make sure everything's percolating in my brain quite as much. So it should. I'm not hearing a desire of this group to request that the Planning Commission keep putting restrictions on generators beyond the noise restriction. And I don't know, I mean, that's what I'm kind of hearing. And nor are we at this point looking at creating new policies for 1.0. I just want to see if that's about where the thoughts are right now. Supervisor Bushnell?
Thank you. I just wanted to make a statement with that the commission is trying. They push for PG&E power, and for some of these. And my understanding from my conversations with PG&E is that the power load that is happening because of some cannabis grows, and they haven't been able to update in certain areas. They don't have the power to give. And so I think that if we're going to be requiring, or ask that question, that we should contact PG&E and ask what they can handle. Because I've had several meetings with them and they aren't able to handle any more of a load caused by or created by cannabis grows right now. And I wanted to ask Director Ford if he had heard that or has had that conversation with PG&E or applicants.
We understand that that is true in some areas, Honeydew being one. I think there may be a place out around the Alder Point where that's a concern.
Highway 36.
Yeah, I've not heard that that's universally true in the county though.
Okay. So maybe that would be kind of important to get a statement when we're trying to condition these projects and pushing them possibly towards something that's not even attainable.
So in fairness to the commission, they have not been requiring PG&E. They have been operating under the assumption of what you just mentioned, that PG&E may not be available, even if it has the power to supply, that in some cases the infrastructure is just simply not there.
Yeah, I was referring exactly to the comment. That's why I said that. That renewable power, or if available, PG&E. And so it would be good to get a statement, is what I'm saying, possibly. Yeah. Whether that, if so in the Petrolia area, the Southern Humboldt area, the Alder Point area, I think it would be very critical for the Planning Commission to know that possibly that's not attainable in those areas. It would be a good baseline for them.
Supervisor Wilson.
Well, I just want to acknowledge that 3 of us were not here for either version 1 or version 2 of these ordinances. So we're having somewhat of a conversation that we weren't here for. Wait, I think I was here for 2. That's right. So that'll be 3 of us for 2, and only 2 of us for ordinance 1. Yeah. And for the record, I mean, I did vote no on ordinance 2 because I didn't think it went far enough with relationship to some of these issues. Going back to the generator issue, I mean, and even power. I mean, if power is not available to provide to a certain location, to me, it's similar to just not having water available or the slope available. I mean, it's just a confining issue to what the capacity of that piece of property is to generate income associated with this agricultural activity. It's just kind of the way it goes. From my perspective, I just do not see how we can be promoting or thinking that it's a reasonable thing to have rural production of any agricultural crop that consistently has to rely on fossil fuel generation for a majority of its power source. It's just not. It's not the direction, I think, from a sustainability perspective. It's not the direction from a climate perspective. I would be, and I may be the minority in this, in favor of seeing new ordinance language that comes back that gives some direction to transitioning away from that, which is why I was asking about that transitional language and what we're seeing, because it doesn't seem, I'm going to be opposed to that always. Not always, I'm not absolutist on anything, but in general, I feel like it's just not a good direction for us as a county. And I do think that the noise issue, although we have some language associated with that, I have heard from folks that even with that, they're still hearing a lot of generator noise from permitted locations, and it's still impacting them. And I'm hearing from folks who are concerned about wildlife impacts of that, and at night and other things. So if there is any way that we can generate policy to move us away from that, I'm totally good with that. And then also, I mean, I've also heard from some of our solar installers, like, hey, we can produce energy to do a lot of these things with on-site solar and maybe microhydro and other things. I think we should be really, if people really feel like they have to be in these remote places where it's hard to get energy, then we need to maybe have the mechanisms to assist with that, or maybe not assist, but at least be not get in the way. So from that perspective, that's where I am with this. I don't think there's going to be policy drawn today, but I'm just giving you where I'm at.
Okay, so we have Supervisor Bushnell, then Madrone, and then so Director Ford, I'm not sure if we're going to get you an answer for each one yet before you go to the public. But I think after we have a few more conversations on this, we maybe just move on to the next one just to get the conversations starting on all, because it's obviously not going to be a.
So could I just ask a point of order, perhaps, taking a bold step as a staff person to do that? But is it the chair's intent to maybe get a consensus before moving to the next one, or come back and try to address all of them at one time?
Well, I was trying to get a consensus, but it doesn't sound like I hit it right. So that's why I was thinking we could do 2 more comments on this, and then maybe go to the next one, and then maybe we can definitely come back to this one, but maybe we can. Yeah, I don't think consensus is necessarily coming from that one. I was looking for it, but so Supervisor Bushnell and then Madrone.
Thank you, through the chair. So I want to recognize that generator use, especially larger generators, is a controversial subject. It does, you know, in past has, especially with the illegal cannabis, had spills and things that were detrimental to the environment. With that being said, with the 1.0, this board, whether it was all of us or not, it was a motion that was brought forth by the Board of Supervisors, set a policy and ordinance to get those grows in 2016 into compliance, and they said, and did not restrict the generator use at that time. So there, I believe, if I can remember right, the intent was to get them out, get them legal, get them compliant, clean up anything that needed to be done. We have a lot of applications, 1.0 applications that have been cultivating since 2016. They've invested a lot of money, a lot of time to do the right thing according to the ordinance. And right now, with not very much money in that industry, to change the end goalpost for them, when they have followed that ordinance and the guidance of the BOS at the time the ordinance was brought forth, I don't think is fair to them unless we're going to pay for them to upgrade. To upgrade to solar is expensive. To have power brought in is expensive. Also in areas, as you were saying, Supervisor Wilson, it's not attainable some places for power. When the ordinance was set, though, we knew that. We were getting those grows out of the woodworks and into better areas, and we've approved those, or they're in the works, and they're in their compliance agreements. So now we get to tell them, nope, that doesn't work for us. Spend some more money, and we've changed our minds. I don't think it's fair to the applicants that have followed the rules. And I recognize that generator use is controversial. However, I don't know how we get to be so wish-washy. Put an ordinance there and say, oh, sorry, we changed our mind 4 years later. So that's just my personal feeling. I do recognize that there's a lot of emotional feelings around generator use. But we already, as a board, set a policy and ordinance for the 1.0 that people have been working on for 5 years. And it's quite expensive to upgrade. And it was quite expensive at that time for them to invest in those generators and to build those noise protectors. I believe a lot of them are inside buildings and containment centers to get into compliance with that ordinance. And I just don't think it's fair to change it midstream.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yeah, Supervisor Bushnell's right. It is a controversial subject, and I do understand the concern about changing the rules midstream. But the fact is that things change. We learn, and we have to adapt. You know, this is absolutely one of the reasons why growing it in the sun in the ground is so wonderful, because it doesn't need a generator. You know, and when you move from producing an agricultural crop that literally can be grown without all that electricity, without all that carbon footprint, and you want to turn it into mixed light or into indoor or whatever with a high energy footprint, a high carbon footprint, well, there are costs to doing that, and we're learning that. There have been some fire starts from generators that have been documented in Honeydew and in Mendocino County and other places. You know, it's, as mentioned, there's the spill factor. You know, if you just are doing a small generator for your house for electricity when the power goes out, it's really not a big issue as far as spill. But when you're talking about grows that are trying to deal with mixed lights and or indoor, and you're talking about large grows, these are massive generators, and they're usually diesel generators. And the spill potential is extremely high. And it's not just from illegal operations. It's just in general, if you don't have those large generators in a spill containment bin, which they make, and you spill, you're going to have ground contamination that could pollute water supplies and other things. So you've got noise, you've got spill containment, and you've got the potential for fire. These are all very real issues with generator use. And if people don't want to grow it in the sun, in the ground, which basically, Mother Nature allows you to do for free, and you want to go to a more highly intensive carbon approach, I absolutely support the Planning Commission and us setting a policy that now that we've learned all these things, creating a policy that, regulates generator use for anything that isn't currently already permitted. We can't go back and change the rules on people that are already in the system. But as the rest of them are coming down the line and we've learned these things, what are we going to do? Turn a blind eye to it or try and deal with it? And spill containment is the responsible thing to do. And noise containment, those are just responsible actions that we ought to be doing. And I want to respect the Planning Commission's hard work. They're dealing with these issues. They're hearing from the public about this a lot more than we are. Every 2 weeks they have 10 or 20 projects they're dealing with. And there's substantial input coming into them about this. So they've asked us, what do you want us to do? Do you want to change the policy? How do you want to approach it? And I would support a policy change in providing direction in particular in regards to noise, spill containment, and fire protection around these buildings where the generators would be used. So those are some of the elements. And again, grow it in the ground, grow it in the sun. You don't have those issues, frankly. So by having this policy, it actually helps us further incentivize sun-grown in the ground, as a light touch carbon approach of this industry. But if people want to choose to do it otherwise, well, that might come with the cost of having to fuel proof and noise proof and fireproof. That's just the reality that we're looking at now that we know about all of these issues. So that's my 2 cents.
Okay, Supervisor Bushnell, are you still on generator, or can we, because we're not going to get a consensus on this one at this moment. We'll come back and probably take these all separately.
Can I ask a clarifying question, please? Oh, and Rex just raised his hand, but would it be okay if I asked a clarifying question?
Yes.
To Director Ford. So I believe containment system they have to have. And I also believe a noise, they have to comply with noise. So they have to build a shed around. I'm wondering there are many homes in Humboldt County that are off the grid and utilize generators. How is that monitored?
So there's 2 different questions there. One is the requirements for the use of generators on permitted sites, and you are correct. There are requirements that are already in the county code about containment of fuel sources. And there is a requirement to address the noise issue. And I think at this point, most generators are within containment structures. Mm-hmm. The second question was relative to people who live off the grid and power their homes with use of a generator. There are no regulations about that currently.
So the Air Resource Board doesn't have something to say about?
No land use regulations.
Okay.
Yeah, if they're over 50 horsepower, they've got to comply with CARB and Air District.
But through our Humboldt County, you could put a 50 kW to run your house and shop and no problem.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so let's start having a little bit of a conversation, at least air things out on the road conditions. Oh, sorry, Rex. Did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I appreciate all the generator knowledge. But just so you know, I don't know of any documented diesel fires. Most of your gasoline, diesel, you can throw a match in diesel and it won't burn. You can throw a match in gasoline that the vapors will light off immediately. You can weld on a diesel tank. You cannot weld on a gasoline tank. It either has to have extreme heat or be under intense pressure. And as far as an ignition source, there's no spark plugs in a diesel engine or anything else. The fires you hear about are those small generators. Most of those small generators are gasoline powered. And what they do is they go out there and fill them up. When they run out, they have a hot exhaust and they cause a fire. Trust me, I know on that one. And then on Mr. Wilson, on agricultural and generators, let's not grow any ag with generators. You might want to take a ride through the Central Valley and notice generator after generator after generator in all the canals pumping water because they don't run water up and down the canals. There's generators out there. The duck club that I belong to, I think, has 6 generators operating on it. It's only 900 acres. So those they are used in agriculture, and I know we're trying to buffer that. So I think the rules have been made. I think going backwards. I mean, I know on new buildings we have to have solar. So let's require everybody to have solar because new buildings have to have solar. It's just not going to fly. So some people have this set up. I agree. Sun grown. A lot of these guys depth. Their sun grown is depth and things like that. But a lot of them just need lights to, for their little ones. I've got a lot of correspondence too. I don't think I have any financial wherewithal talking today. But I think as we address this, if you really think that our 800 grows, how many of our 800 grows have generators? Do you know?
I can't give you a good number. I should have anticipated that question. I apologize.
That's fine. But a lot of them have power. And we do have, as Supervisor Bushnell said, I was at the meeting with PG&E that they're looking at ways to actually evaluate their power because they have a total outlay, but they don't know if everybody's using it. So I'm not saying I want a generator on every corner, and I think neighbors in the long run actually do get along, and I don't think we're here to govern common sense, even though it seems like it sometimes. But to put a burden on anything that's going on right now on an industry that is on the downside, just like any commodity, they're on their downside. So let's throw it at them and make them spend some more money. I don't know. I think we have 800 permits, and I think HCGA represents maybe 30%, 35%, which isn't a bad number. I think we need to use them as a source of information, because the 5 of us sure in hell don't know the answers. We think we do, but some of it's just what we feel. And I think I don't know enough about it, contrary to popular belief. So I don't think we should be changing 1.0. It's there. I mean, this short letter, I think, had 7 hours of communication between the board and community trying to come up with it, and there really wasn't that much outside input, so it was mainly the board. So I don't know if we're making the situation more difficult than it needs to be. It's a plant. Everybody we turn down can grow, 20 acres of grapes, and we can't say a word. Water usage, everything else. So I don't think. Our biggest problem is we overthink so much stuff. I'm sorry. I really do think we overthink so much stuff. Just get to the basics. If we want to put more restrictions, let's do it. But I can't be in favor of changing rules that are already in place. I can't work down the road. We have rules in place now. I don't know what they're asking.
So when you're talking about getting to basics, I mean, the way I see this letter, I really appreciate that they spent the time to do that and get input from the public. But, the planning, not want to be on the planning commission. I have to give them all great credit for the hard work that they do, because it's not easy. But do I mind that they make suggestions? Suggestions are great of what they'd like to see different. But I don't think they should be conditioning things on what's not already there, because it does get appealed to us. And then we have to fix it. So, excuse me, can I just finish just a second?
No, I thought you were done, sorry.
No, and then I was just going to say, I think we could always make things better. And to me, this actually belongs more with the subcommittee to hash out with, or at least discuss before it comes to this point with us to do anything. Anyway, Supervisor Bohn?
Well, and the only other thing is I think Director Ford said it best. Somebody tries to run, this shouldn't be the Lawyers and Engineers Full Employment Act to grow a plant. I know there has to be a certain amount of things, but when Director Ford says, when somebody that's running their own plans through, and they get up in front of the Planning Commission and they start throwing at the last minute, it sounds like everybody's going to approve it, and says, hey, would you put in this or that, and all they're seeing is light at the end of the tunnel, and they get that deer in the headlight looks, and they don't know the ramifications. It goes, yeah, sure. If I don't have to deal with you guys anymore, you bet. And then they realize that it's $50,000 later. I don't think we should put that much pressure on somebody that is just trying to get a simple permit through the county. I don't think when we tried to do this and when we were anticipating this in 2015, when we did this in 2016, that we'd have 27 people start businesses, 10 that probably should have never been in the business. I mean, if you get fired from the building and planning department, does not make you a expert. But what I'm saying is, I don't think this should be that difficult. I mean, it should not be that difficult. We should set the rules. And I just think Mike, you're right. You weren't there, but we spent so much time on this. We spent so much time in meetings. And again, the planning commission is doing a great job, but I don't think it's a product that's ever going to be fine-tuned.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yeah, I just want to say, I mean, I appreciate this conversation, and I appreciate Supervisor Bushnell's, point about, well, we're just talking about, one piece of, we're just talking about this agricultural product and this thing, and how we have regulations and expectations that apply to this and nothing else. And I just want to say, for the record, I just don't think we should even have residential development that is primarily dependent on generators, on fossil fuel generators for their energy source. I think that's especially for electrical energy source, that's just not, again, just a direction that we should be promoting or having. Again, not being absolutist about that, but in general, that's just not we really need to be thinking about the direction we're taking as a community and as a region and as a planet, and fossil fuel generation for energy sources as a primary source is we're trying to move away from that even regionally. I mean, we're talking about trying to get away from our natural gas generating facility as much as possible. We're trying to do the microgrids, we're trying to do all that stuff. And I just feel like we need to, if this piece of this conversation helps move us away from that, I'm all for it. But it doesn't look like we're going to get anywhere today on it. So thanks.
Thanks. Supervisor Madrone, is this still on generators, or can we, because it seems like we can talk about generators for a very long time, and I'd like to have some conversation on the other items that came to us as well before we go back and make a decision or hash it out.
Yeah, I can appreciate that, Madam Chair. So this is just a generic comment. It could fit to any one of these three, and that is, the Planning Commission has asked us for some direction. They are the ones that every 2 weeks are struggling with all of these micro details. They're the ones that aren't getting paid, whereas we're getting paid for our time. I think they get a very small stipend. And, they're overwhelmed with these permits and with public input and concerns about the impacts that we've now come to realize around generators, water, and roads. And so they've come to us and asked us for some direction. And if we don't provide any direction other than status quo, really what we're saying is that either the Planning Commission needs to just stop listening to the community that comes to the meetings and creates this input and just go ahead and stick with 1.0, or they listen to all that public input and community concerns and facts, and they place conditions on the projects, which is kind of a weird thing to place these conditions on something that wasn't in the ordinance. And so they're asking us to do a policy, to consider whether or not a policy needs to be made. Because if we don't do anything but the status quo, I think we should fully expect that the commission is going to continue to try and condition projects based on the input they're getting at their meetings. And then those folks are going to appeal to us because they're sitting here hearing us that, no, we don't want to set a policy for that. So just go ahead and accept everything the commission throws on you with conditions, and then just do a run around the end to the board, who's basically saying, we don't want to add conditions. And so, we're setting ourselves up for a plethora of appeals if that's the approach we take. If we take the status quo and do nothing, I think we should not be surprised if that's the outcome to that. So I just think we really ought to provide some policy direction.
We have a plethora of appeals as it is. Supervisor Bushnell. And then please, can we talk about road conditions? We can't hear you.
This is a comment for all three, the same as Supervisor Madrone's. The status quo is there's an ordinance 1 and 2 that gives them direction. The other thing I wanted to ask Director Ford, public comment at Planning Commission, do you think, 5 to 6 commenters on each item? The same 5 to 6 commenters?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so road conditions. Let's do a little bit on that. So currently, we've approved routes that are supposed to have category 4. And to me, it sounds like several are not necessarily meeting that standards due to self-certification. Is that kind of the gist of this, Director Ford?
Yeah, could I probably should give a little bit of background here.
Okay.
And Bob Bronkel just popped up. But from a regulatory standpoint, 1.0 did not address roads. So what staff did was develop the process by which to evaluate the capacity of the road to support the application that is being considered. The first step there is that if it's a category 4 road, no additional work's required. That didn't require all roads to be category 4. That just said if you had a category 4 road, you don't need to do any further analysis. If it's less than a category 4 road, then additional analysis is required. Now, what we did when developing 2.0 is we took that basic premise and put it into the regulations with the exception that if it's less than a category 4 road, you had to have a special permit approved in order to allow that analysis formally to be done. So it actually didn't end up in any different circumstance. It still allowed the same roads to be used with the one primary exception, and that is on projects that are over basically the 3 acres in area where you use the 320 acre provision. Those have to be on a paved road with a centerline stripe. That is the one significant difference between 1.0 and 2.0. But that's the basic premise of 1.0 and 2.0. It gets confusing. People like simplicity. And so everybody defaults to category 4 roads required. That's not true.
Okay, and since you clarified that, my other question is the self-evaluation process. I think that seems to be the bigger question on this one from the Planning Commission. And maybe that's for Bob Bronkel. You know, how does self-evaluation, I mean, I'd love to believe that everybody, you know, is accurate in their self-evaluation, but are we finding problems with that?
Thank you, Chair Bass. Bob Bronkel, Public Works Department. When the Cannabis 1.0 regulations came out, Public Works staff spent quite a bit of time figuring out how our cannabis program would be put together. And one of the overriding considerations that went into our program was a statement that Public Works constantly hears at Planning Commission meetings, that projects are too costly, improvements are too costly. How do we do something where we could help keep costs down? And the idea that we came up with is that measuring how wide a road is something that we believed that could be in most people's wheelhouses to be able to make that type of measurement. So we developed a program that would allow an applicant to measure their road, provide input on how wide it is, and if it is meeting the criteria of a category 4 road, they're good to go. You don't need any more analysis. Now, before I get too far into this, I do want to back up and simply identify that a Category 4 road is the first road category that is suitable for two-way traffic. That's typically your roads with a centerline stripe if it's paved. If it's unpaved, it would have a width similar to what that paved road would be. So that was meant to be the litmus test of, if you're on a decent road, we really don't need to look into the road, as Director Ford was saying. Now, when the roads do get smaller and more goat path-like, that's when the need for an analysis comes into play. And we're trying to go ahead and get people to make that determination if they're on a goat path or if they're on a decent road. That's what the self-evaluation should do. Then if it turns out that they're on a goat path, they need to bring an engineer on board, figure out, is this road suitable for this proposed operation together with all the other uses that are going on out there, and what would need to be done to go ahead and make the project work. It doesn't necessarily mean that the road needs to be brought up to Category 4 standards. It just means that we need to look at the road, figure out what it's going to take so that the roadway network out in the hills is not overburdened by one project or several projects that might be sharing the same road. With all that, the final point that I do want to make is what we did experience coming down the line is I think there was a little bit of confusion on applicants' part of how to actually measure the road. And I believe that we've received road evaluations that were self-certified where the applicant may not have fully understood what they were doing. And I think that that's probably where the biggest shortcoming of this comes into play. And then perhaps looking to move forward, there might be a way to quickly resolve some of these issues without the need for applicants to invest in engineers to do other things. And that's something we can kind of discuss a little bit later into the discussion here. But I think that that's where the primary issue came up with this confusion with the public on how they actually fill that self-certification out. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bob. And Director Ford, is that kind of your same understanding from the Planning Commission?
It could be. I think the struggle is that some of the roads where we've accepted road evaluations, whether there's confusion on them or not, appear to be pretty narrow. And the way that we have traditionally looked at these is that it can be a fairly narrow road if there's only one or two cultivation sites on it. It's not servicing a lot of traffic, and based upon the engineer's analysis, it functions. But based upon the pure litmus test of looking at the road, it's narrow.
Thank you. Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you through the chair. Director Ford, my understanding, or Mr. Ronkel, that if with the self-attestation, if that comes to the Planning Commission and say there is multiple questions or multiple community concern, then at that time, correct me if I'm wrong, but then do you go out and assess the road? And so if you come to commission with a self-attestation and there's no complaints from the community, no complaints from the neighbors at the increase of the project, then you're saying, okay, this is probably okay. But if you get large complaints or large concern, do you then act on something?
That's correct. At the commission, if there is a discrepancy between what the applicant's self-reporting and the public testimony that's given, then if Public Works hasn't already investigated the site, we would ask that the project be continued so that we could go out and investigate the site, find out what the nature of the concerns are, and that way we could report back as a neutral party to the Planning Commission and provide testimony as to what the true nature of the road is.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other supervisors have a Supervisor Madrone?
Yeah, thank you. You know, the thing about roads is it's not just about the width, it's also about the construction of the road. You know, what's the base like? Is the base material in the road actually adequate to handle the increased use? Because that's what we're talking about. We're talking about offering permits for an increased use of that road, right? And if it's a small 10,000 square foot grow with a family doing it and it's outdoor in the sun, they might have and you know, they do their own trimming, whatever. It might be a very, very low increase, if any at all, over a basic background, you know, homestead use. But with larger stuff going on, in particular, if it's not an outdoor grow and it's an indoor or mixed light that's going to require generator use, well, that requires fuel delivery, right? And these are really heavy trucks that, you know, then are coming in with fuels, and it could be any time of year. It could be in the summertime, it could be in the winter. It depends on how things are set up. If it's indoor, there could be multiple turns, multiple crops, and you could be hauling heavy loads on roads when they're wet and not properly built. So, you know, I've seen a lot of problems with the self-attestation program where people simply don't get it. They think it's the width of the road is all the way outside the road ditch to the other side of the road ditch, and it's not. You know, the ditches aren't part of the road surface. So it's really, what is the usable road surface width? How was it constructed? And, you know, are the culverts sized properly? Is it outsloped? Are there rolling dips? What's the erosion control elements of these roads? We hear comments on a regular basis from Thomas Mulder and others about how bad our county roads are, let alone the private roads in regards to, you know, gravel roads hauling heavy loads, whether that's soils or diesel or whatever it might be, water, a lot of water deliveries with heavy trucks. These things all matter in terms of, you know, the wear and tear on the roads and how things work. So I don't think the self-attestation process is working. I certainly am not interested in placing additional burden on grows, but once again, grow it outdoor in the sun and you eliminate a whole lot of that road use, frankly. And that's an incentive, and it's a way to try and encourage that. So those are my basic concerns, because it's not just what happens, you know, with a spill on site, but the more trucks that are hauling fuels all around, the more likely there's going to be accidents with those fuel trucks and spills that can be very catastrophic. So all of those things kind of tie together, off-site impacts as well as on-site.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. So I wanted to ask Director Ford or Mr. Bronkel. So additionally to the category of the road, I'm asking you if this is true or not. There are additional requirements that are required by, I believe, Fish and Wildlife to the roads additionally, or is that not correct?
I'll take that. Typically, from an engineering standpoint, we look at the capacity of the road. And then there's other requirements to address the water quality. And those are the things, it used to be the WRPP, now it's the SMP, where the sediment loads would come from in terms of the use of the site, including the access. And so that may result in, you know, rolling dips, that may result in replacement of culverts. Usually those are all made as part of recommendations that are then included within the county's approval.
So with that statement, and I off the top of your head, with I think how many ever cannabis permits are out there are based on country roads. Do you know are you aware of any cannabis applications that haven't had to do some sort of a road improvement, whether it be through culvert repairs, sediment, just something?
Well, I don't know of any that haven't. I haven't looked at every single condition.
I understand that, but as you've been going through this process for the last 5 years, it's more common than not that they're doing repairs.
That is fair, yes.
Okay. My next question is, is it because cannabis is classified as commercial instead of agricultural that we are saying this? I'm wondering this because when you do a timber harvest production on your property, you can haul out 50 trucks at 80,000 pounds, one after the other on goat trails, and repair your road at the end and fix that accordingly. So I'm wondering the difference.
Thank
you. So part of the difference, it comes down to the fact that in order to get permitting through the state, there absolutely needs to be a demonstration that there won't be sedimentation. They've got to get a permit from the water board, from the regional board, CDFW. Those all have to be signed off on before a CDFA will issue a license.
Same as THP, correct?
Correct.
That haul 80,000 pounds a day up to as many times as they want on those same roads without the classification. Okay.
That is true.
Okay. Thank you.
Supervisor Wilson, then Madrone. Might want to turn off your mute.
Just a point of clarification. I think THPs are considered temporal versus long-term and chronic. But the point for me is that it's not about the width of the road. I would agree with John a bit on that. It's the condition. I mean, from my perspective, road width, I mean, to a certain extent, I mean, we have some health and safety issues related to emergency access, and those can be addressed in certain ways, but the width of the road, minimizing the width of the road, as long as the condition is really good, is actually overall a positive. And I would say this is probably, for me, so long as Fish and Game has a nexus with this process and an ongoing, review of what's that responsibility, then I think I'm pretty much probably all right with that. The self-attestation part, I think, is always difficult. Anytime we can move away from that, I'm okay with that too, especially in this situation, and especially in some of these areas. Yeah, this is not for me as big of a deal as the two other items that we have on here.
Supervisor Madrone, and then maybe we can go on and have a little discussion on the other one.
Yeah, thank you. I spent a lot of time on the roads in Humboldt. That's been a big part of my professional career, is dealing with sediment production and roads and redesigning them, reconstructing them, et cetera. And, the vast majority of work that I see that happens on the roads, even if it's DFW recommending rolling dips or this or that or whatever with culverts, is that the road work gets done, the grading occurs, and then a very thin layer of gravel is laid on top of the surface. As Bob Bronco knows, as a road engineer, when you're really building a road properly, especially if you're going to put asphalt on it, there's the subgrade preparation and compaction. And if you've got wet sites, you need to use a fabric and or other techniques with large angular rock. But you build a base, and then once you've got that base built, you put down a class 2 road base that's a smaller rock. You roll all that in, compact all that in with water and everything else, and then you pave it. Otherwise, your pavement would just fall apart very rapidly when you put a load on it. So, the engineering that goes into really building a proper road, I'm not seeing it. I'm seeing people putting a very small amount of money into putting just a little surface rock down. And once you start hauling heavy roads on that surface rock pushes down into the clay comes to the surface, and we've got sediment killing our salmon in these streams, right? So that's an important thing to understand. And timber harvest plans were brought up, and yeah, they're highly regulated. And a lot of that is just like we're talking here with cannabis, that, back in the 70s and 80s, when the Forest Practice Act was first developed, road construction requirements were almost nil. There was very little stuff, but over time we started seeing all these roads fall apart, lots of erosion, our salmon populations dying, our fishing industry dying, people losing their jobs. And so over the last 30 years, the regulations around roads, in particular with timber harvesting, have been improved dramatically, dramatically over time. And all the requirements that go into that, one of those requirements is that you may be hauling heavy loads, but you're restricted to the dry season to do that. There is wet weather restrictions on hauling on private roads for timber harvesting that is part of the Forest Practices Act. And they did that because there was a recognition that when you're hauling heavy loads on a wet road, that road's going to get torn apart and you're going to have erosion and sediment and problems. So, weather restrictions on roads. We don't do that with cannabis. We let people haul heavy loads year round, whether it's soil or water or, diesel or whatever it might be. There's no restrictions on weather or seasonal relationships. This is one of those reasons, Rex, why we try to mute you, because you keep making comments over other people and all kinds of scoffs and stuff. At any rate.
I am muted, by the way.
Well, now you are. At any rate, these are important things because timber harvesting was brought up, and that is one of the most highly regulated road type systems that we have. It frankly is, and we just don't do that with cannabis or anything else, frankly. So just wanted to share that.
Great, thank you. And Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. Supervisor Madrone, when you just described, where'd you go? Oh, there you are. When, these squares keep moving. When you described what you were just talking about, and I'll ask Director Ford and Mr. Bronco also, with a Category 4 road, as far as putting base down and things like that, is that part of a structure for a Category 4 road?
I'll let Mr. Bronco answer that.
The Category 4 road is simply referring to the width of the road for a functional capacity standpoint. How much traffic can a particular roadway have? The roadway structural section, as has been discussed, is going to vary based upon the types of vehicles that are traveling down a road. So for instance, if we're designing a brand new Amazon delivery factory that's going to have 18-wheelers driving into it all day, it's going to need a different structural section for its roadway to withstand the weight of all the large trucks compared to, say, a residential street in a cul-de-sac. Those are two different roads altogether.
Okay. So I think, as Supervisor Madrone said, that THPs and how they're regulated and highly regulated, they've grown a lot over the years. And currently, you're allowed to put on, you can have a winter ops on your THP, which then requires you to rock your roads and put culverts in, so you don't get that sediment drainage. So while, yes, if you don't have a winter ops program, you can't do that, but it is allowed once you get that structure down in that road structure. And THPs are highly regulated, but they do it. And they run all year around lots of places with that 80,000 pounds while protecting that road. So just, clarification. And I don't know Class 4 roads. That's why I was asking. And so I don't know the structure of it and so forth. So that's why I was asking clarification.
Thank you very much. Maybe we should try have a little conversation on water storage now. So, Director Ford, I'll let you broach this one first again, just to clarify.
So one of the things that has become extremely controversial at the Planning Commission is the use of wells, and particularly during the drought. It was originally thought, frankly, that wells were a great source of water rather than forbearance, rather than surface diversions. And so a lot of people did start to invest in wells and put wells in. But with the coming drought, certain members of the public began to express concerns with what that would do to what their water supplies. And so the Planning Commission began to question whether or not it would be appropriate to add storage and require forbearance similar to a surface water diversion. And so there have been a couple of permits where additional water storage has been required for projects with wells. One of them is on the agenda today on appeal.
Okay. Anyone want to weigh in on that one first?
Could I just maybe add one more thing? And this is an important discussion. Wells are an important discussion. We are very much working on developing interim criteria and then longer term criteria for protecting groundwater resources. That may involve water storage, that may involve some other things, such as not allowing an overall decline in the groundwater level associated with the use of a well. And if we're finding that the groundwater is declining, then either forbearance or rainwater catchment may be by necessity a supplemental source of water or an appropriate practice in order to protect the groundwater resource. But we are not there yet. And so if I would imagine the board is very much in favor of developing these policies, of addressing this issue, and that is very much in process.
Thank you, Director Ford. Supervisor Bushnell, then Wilson.
Thank you. I wanted to ask, along the basis of the other two items, when I'll just use this appeal coming up, has the commission been requiring forbearance on, say, 1.0, you have a well that's 20 gallons per minute. It's been as close as you can get being certified hydraulically disconnected, and then they're still requiring forbearance on what basis?
On the basis that there's concern with affecting groundwater supplies.
So if you, okay. Okay.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah, I mean, this seems to me would be adaptations or changes to Ordinance 1 that we're talking about, similar to what we were just talking about, potential changes and adaptations to Ordinance 1 related to generators. Again, it has to do with a finite resource. One was energy, and in this case, water. And we are finding that our landscapes are remote and are hard to manage with relationship to these resources that are both becoming more scarce and more impactful. So I do feel like I am very much in favor of the direction of the staff and moving to figure out how we might deal with this, because what we keep finding is that it's not every well it is the same. They're in different locations, which means that they have different impacts within a watershed, within a community, water within neighbors, and so I just think we really need to get better at this. I do think it's what we're seeing from the Planning Commission is moving towards some conservative approaches in requiring these storage systems, and so that that we just know that there's not an impact in places where we have some unknowns. And I think that those are reasonable discussions to have and in some cases reasonable requests, even though it's not enumerated in the ordinance. And again, this is where we make a determination as to whether or not there is significance to the health and well-being of our community and the environment on an individual project basis, because we have discretion to do so. Thanks.
Thank you. Well, we do have some hands up in the Supervisor Madrone.
Yeah, this is basically another one of these issues. And luckily on this one, as John Ford said, Director Ford, we received some resources from the state, and we're going to be doing a lot of work to try and develop policy around this particular issue. I mean, I frankly believe we're all going to be collecting rainwater and engaging in storage and forbearance here, if not now, very near in the future. So, you know, what's interesting to me about this whole discussion is, again, the Planning Commission has been struggling with what is a change from when 1.0 was developed 4 or 5 years ago. They're starting to see, and their input at their level and on these projects, that there may very well be a need to add additional conditions to these 1.0 projects. And so they've been doing that. And then the applicants appeal it to us. And again, I'm going to say it, if we just stick with the status quo, we should expect that process to continue. I think it's pretty clear here amongst our discussion today that there are 2 members of the board that feel strongly that we shouldn't be changing the rules on people midstream. And I certainly appreciate and understand that concern. But the fact is, rules change. That happens. Timber Harvest Plan rules changed, and people might have felt like they had an entitlement to a certain amount of logging on their land. But if they didn't do it in the 80s and they did it in 2020, they're subject to new rules. You know, that's just life. That's how that works. So, you know, dealing with that, we got 2 members of the board that want status quo, it sounds like, 2 members of the board who is supportive of some policy changes and bringing things forward. And then the 5th member of the board is sitting kind of in the middle and not really committing to one side or the other, which doesn't really.
There's three choices, so they're not all exactly equal in my brain.
Absolutely, and in no way am I meaning this to be disparaging or anything else. I'm just saying that if we come out of this discussion today with 2 on one side, 2 on the other side, and one sitting in the middle, not really making a decision one way or the other, I respect that, but it doesn't give any direction to staff, right? So that's okay, I understand.
No, what I would say is I said, I don't think it's fair to change I did say that when I first talked. So, you know, just saying, I think the conversation is good and maybe there's something we should look at, but you know, that's just my general thought when we have these things. And maybe this, sorry to interrupt Supervisor Bushnell, but maybe this is something that we should refer for some more conversations outside of this board. Because I'd like us to be able to actually give Director Ford and his team something to work with where they know where we stand. And right now, anyway, I'm sure he's not getting that. Michelle, Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you, Michelle, it's fine. I just want to clarify that status quo is not where I'm basing my my thoughts on. When you, I'll just go back to what Steve said, and just in fairness, when you issued a timber harvest plan, it's good for 7 years. During that 7 year or 5 years, 2 years of an extension. During that time, that timber harvest plan that you are given at the beginning, those rules are consistent until the end of that, which is 7 years. So when you have, in my opinion, in my feelings, how I'm basing this, with the input from the cannabis, you know, the cannabis community in my district, which is large, when they're issued a permit under a 1.0, they were given a set of guidelines and rules. And their permit, it has not expired. It has not gone away. Those same rules they have been operating under. So yes, I do recognize that, you know, things are fluid and that as things progress, you realize certain things. But to change that process for someone that has been following the rules that were set forth by this county, it's hard. It's hard. And these are people's lives that they have been struggling for 4 years, 5 years now to come into compliance under that 1.0. I recognize the difficulties of the Planning Commission. It is difficult, and they talk about it. They go back and forth. Their intent isn't to. It's not a bad intent at all, and they struggle with their decisions. But what they're asking for in this document is, should we follow the ordinance that are put forth, or should we put in our own 2 cents per se? And so I guess how I would feel as a supervisor with Supervisor Madrone saying 2 and 2 is, if we're going to do that, then let's do an ordinance change. And going forward, if do that new ordinance change, and from then on forward, that's how you follow those rules, as is done with most permitting. When the permit expires and they figured out, oh, this didn't quite work during this time, so we're going to upgrade. So then when you go reapply, yes, you may have some new rules, but not under the same permit that you applied for. It's once that one expires. So in fairness to the applicants, I just feel their struggle. I hear it every single day. Now I have to do this. Now I have to change that. I've been following all the rules, and now the rules are changing. And all of it comes at an expense. That's the other part that's really hard. It all comes at an expense. But they may have budgeted from day one, stating, okay, here's my compliance agreement. This is what I have to do. This is the amount of money I have. I'll be able to do that within 4 years. And then it changes. And so business-wise, it's really hard to work with that. And once again, I want to recognize that the cannabis industry is very fluid. It's new, and the Planning Commission, yes, they are struggling, and they're struggling because it is so new. It's a new entity. So I recognize that. I want to thank them. It's a very hard position to be in, and like Supervisor Madrone said, they're not paid. They're volunteers. They take a lot of heat in long meetings, and I want to recognize that they feel is for the good of our community. I do know that. So it's a very difficult discussion. Anyways, that's about what I have.
Thank you. Supervisor Wilson.
Thank you. There are, I guess, part we're talking about is folks that have permits versus people who have interim permits, which is a unique situation that is different than other places, because I think the point of the interim permit was try and help people move into a place, but it also, from my perspective, was also time for us to adjust as a land use body that we have to also, that is also part of that. And so unlike, I guess, like a timber harvest permit, you're a permit holder for 7 years. And in this case, we're not talking about permit holders. We're talking about people who are in the application process who hold, some of them hold interim permits. And so I guess it's just different from that perspective. And I feel like we do have the capacity, and I'll go back to sort of the statement from the very beginning, from my perspective, we do have the capacity to also offer a path that is transitional, and that we can be aspirational in terms of what we're trying to get to in this. And if we acknowledge out loud that some of the things that we had agreed to as a body in terms of ordinances and regulations and or opportunities in the past that either don't fit the current situation or that we have new information, then we're obligated, I believe, to make some adjustments associated with that, both in terms of the applicants and the folks that are trying to generate an income and survive in this industry, but then also to the communities that are impacted and the environment that's impacted. So from my perspective, I think we just like we are looking at doing ordinance changes to the water part of this, I think the energy part is just as important to me anyway. And I'm again asking that we consider ordinance changes that move us in the right direction. So that's where I'm at. I think we've had a pretty good discussion. I don't know where it's going to go from here.
Well, we'll go to the public comment from here. How's that? If you want to comment on this item, please press *9 to raise your hand, and you'll have 3 minutes. And our first, sorry, let me get my notepad here. 7974 would be our first speaker. Press *6 to unmute. Welcome.
Hi, this is Stephen Liu. I'm a consultant for several members, cultivators in the cannabis community. And I just wanted to make some comments with respect to these ordinance changes and to help guide the decision-making process. Because quite frankly, the situation, it appears to me that it's sort of paralyzed. And we've gone back and forth on this discussion since the November Planning Commission meetings. And my concerns are that the 1.0 ordinance is based on a baseline. The ordinance was passed, and these applicants came into this process, with the benefit of they were there, they were pre-existing. This process will allow people to enter through or to become legal cultivators. And now we're going to condition projects. The approach now is that the Planning Commission is conditioning projects that are outside that have met the baseline. These are, many of these projects aren't adding cultivation, they aren't expanding. These are entitlements to just permit what was there already. And so the use of generators is part of the baseline condition. And to go ahead and to impose and many of these applicants are also proposing to eliminate these small gasoline generators that are fire risk and switch over to a centralized diesel generator, or in other cases to switch over to a propane generator that has reduced impact with respect to hazardous materials, spills, and other similar, and they're also much quieter. So applicants are trying to propose a mitigated solution which improves the baseline, but the Planning Commission is rejecting that and trying to push this 2.0 standard, which I think is a little overzealous for applicants that are trying to stabilize their existing condition and not trying to increase their impact. So I think part of what this process should consider is a threshold of significance. And this applies both to the generator situation where there is a baseline, as well as to these well circumstances where there are permits where the applicant, I have several in the Willow Creek area, where they drilled their wells in 2014 or 2013 or 2015. And so they have baseline well usage. And these applicants are also proposing to mitigate that by developing rainwater catchment ponds. But because of this well issue, their applications are also paralyzed in this permitting process where they're trying to submit permits to get wells and get rid of their well, or not get rid of them, but to develop rainwater catchment ponds. But they can't build that until they have their entitlement, which is paralyzed because they have a well that they permitted before this whole ordinance process even started. So I think as you navigate this discussion, I think we need to set aside 3 different categories. We need to set aside applicants that are 1.0 baseline,
Thank you,
as well as applicants.
Thank you, Stephen. We only have 3 minutes per person, but definitely can send in an email with your suggestions. That would be great. A reminder to people, there's 3 minutes and it's a strict 3 minutes. So we have 0116. I think that's you, Ash. Press *6 to unmute.
Hello, it's Ash Teeter. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm commenting on the Planning Commission expressing concerns for the cannabis program. I think Madrone had a good point about the generators he was talking about, that burned wood. And I know I'd read something on like Nordic countries that developed like fully contained like trash burning generation or power generation units. I don't know if that's been micro-sized and that's similar, but that would be something interesting if we could get some of that around here. Let me see. On the water storage and the new legal cannabis, it was not voted on by the people like the previous 215 laws. It was state mandated, but the state at the same time looking at what they do with water, and they allowed fracking companies to pump fracking wastewater into our aquifers, and during a time of drought, they drained water from our reservoirs to allegedly help salmon populations. So the water stuff is being done through a state of emergency, like many things around here. And if it's done through a state emergency, it's not really law. It wasn't passed through the legislature. So if mandate is not law, it's a suggestion, and enforcement and discretion should be left to the county to some extent, or to whatever extent you could manage to mitigate how people have to deal with it. This puts smaller farmers under a lot of financial pressure that they didn't originally sign on to, and like off-grid wells, also relating to the generators, and like Rex mentioned, and in some cases that puts another financial pressure on smaller farmers who may have had like deeded springs when they originally bought properties, and then they're forced to put in wells and then use generators, which is contributing to our pollution issues. And I don't know if it's in the purview of this, but it might be good to have like a new category of like micro mom and pop farms, just find that aren't subjected to so many of these regulations, and just some kind of new really mini farm thing. But anyways, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ash. Go on to 3053, and I believe that's Thomas. Press *6.
Good afternoon, Thomas Mulder here. I just want to clarify you can hear me.
Yes.
So just to be clear, I don't have any conflicts of interest because I do not take my stipend for planning commission meetings. So your comments, having more meetings isn't going to add to my pocketbook, nor will this conversation affect my projects as they're entitled. I want to remind you, thousands of hours went into developing 1.0 and 2.0, and the message was clear in developing 2.0 to leave 1.0 applications alone, except for the unintended consequences in regards to the sphere of influence. I feel that every time these comments are made to make projects outside of what the ordinance states is an attack, an emotional attack at a dwindling population of legacy cultivators that maybe the intended plan is to make them go extinct. I don't really know. I personally have a problem with all of these extra conditions of approval because I don't feel it's the PC's job to set policy. That's the Board of Supervisors' job. And I feel all of these added conditions of approval are actually setting policy because that's not what's in the rules. I learned something new last week. It was Public Resource Code under CEQA 21002, Part C, Economic and Social. If economic, social, or other conditions make it infeasible to mitigate one or more significant effects on the environment of a project, the project may nonetheless be carried out or approved at the discretion of public agency if the project is otherwise permissible under applicable laws and regulations. So I believe under Section C of 21002 is proper findings. I'm not an attorney or a consultant, but proper findings to continue all of these projects without any added conditions of approval. And, maybe the enviro side, or not the enviro side, but the development side might actually be able to put a nice letter to the Board of Supervisors, such as some other letters that have come before threatening litigation. But unfortunately, I think we need to not continue the war on drugs. I think we need to support the cannabis industry, just like we need to support every other industry. Every time we have a conversation in regards to restricting generators, just today, you guys probably fired up 2 125 kWs out in the woods, pumping indoors because, hey, why go forward with the regulated industry if they're going to continue to want to talk about changing the rules? Set the rules, leave them in place. If you want to change rules, change them for future applications. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Go on to the, well, the next speaker, as soon as I the right button here. We'll go to 5375. If that's you, press *6 to unmute. And you'll have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Hi, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. This is Lindsay Jones in Willow Creek. I would like to reference the roads. And first, I think that it's a public safety thing that we need to be discussing these roads in a bigger picture perspective. So when we're requiring the cannabis farmers to, repair these roads, I think that it's something we just should look at from repairing the roads helps everyone. I think it should be a bigger picture item that we discuss, not with the lens of cannabis. I think that as far as wells go, and anything that has an environmental impact can be incentivized for people that are doing things the right way. So, when people were told to go get wells, and that was the thing to do, most people did. I think we should really take a strong look at having rain catchment ponds and incentivizing farmers to do that with grants. And I applaud, all of the environmental benefits that people have been able to do with rain storage with the Project Trellis grants. I think that's a great direction to go in. And then when we talk about generator use, so many of the farms that are in the hills are such great environmental land stewards. Most that I see are sun-grown, in the ground, doing things that are most of the time not requiring generators. A lot of people have solar, and most of the time, these backup generators are just that. Backup generators that are used for when you're, so generally it's just used when you're in the processing phases of drying your crop. And it's not something that's used often. And most of these were required to have biological reports where you had to put them in a soundproof shed, have a biologist come out, look at your decibel level, make sure it's underneath a certain, rating, and then that was your condition. And I think that was a great way to look at it. I just think that looking at ways to incentivize good players instead of penalizing people that came out when it was still really scary to do it, and we didn't know what to get into and what we were getting ourselves into, that we should really support them, especially looking at the social and economic, environment in the market right now. It's a challenge, and these people need support. Thank you.
Thank you, Lindsay. Our next speaker is 6228. And if that's you, press *6 to unmute. Now 3 minutes. If you're 6228, press *6. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Natalie DeLapp, Humboldt County Growers Alliance, speaking on behalf of 275 licensed and permitted Humboldt County cannabis operators, about 85% of which are pre-existing farmers, people who came into the regulatory and legal system back in 2016 and 2017. So I can say, as a regular participant of the Planning Commission hearings, that generators, roads, and water storage conditions are inconsistently applied to applicants, and that we would absolutely like to have consistent and fair policies applied to all applicants. And because nothing is worse and more discouraging to an applicant than to think that they've fulfilled all of the conditions of the land use ordinance, only to have new conditions applied to their project during a planning commission or zoning administrator hearing. Often the conditions that are applied are costly and may require experts or professional services that are overbooked and do not have the capacity to immediately bend to applicants' needs. I want to say thank you to our supervisors. Much of the discussion I really appreciated. And I do appreciate that we're talking about not moving the goalpost. And yet I really would like to know what is the plan for how to address the Planning Commission's ability to either add or not add conditions that exceed the ordinance. It's well known that as projects come before the zoning administrator and Planning Commission, that they're pulled by the public because they have generators. And at this time is when these new conditions are applied. And there's now this unwritten policy to phase out generators. I appreciate that the conversation today was about spill and noise and fire protection, but we've have projects that came through that allowed generators, and then we conditioned all these projects to have this phase out approach. And now I don't know what actually just is being discussed today. You know, as far as roads, again, a lot of these projects have been about bringing projects into compliance. And yet we've heard language coming from commissioners about addressing the roads would be one of the best ways to get farmers out of the hills. That's not okay. As far as water storage, no, the commission should not require additional water storage as a requirement that day. You know, as noted, you have another project that's being appealed later this afternoon. These appeals cost money. So every time a condition is put on that exceeds the ordinance, if a farmer or an applicant has the money to appeal the project, they may choose to do so, but a lot of them don't, and they just take it. If we are ever going down the direction of increasing water storage, it needs to be in a phased approach, that it's not just something that has to be applied. Thanks.
Sorry, thanks. Sorry, these 3 minutes go fast, but we did get your email as well. Just wanted to let you know because it was received. Okay, and we have 5228. Press 6, star 6. Okay.
Good afternoon, Virginia. This is Kent Sawatsky. I haven't chimed in until 2:39 today. Did that surprise some of you? I was saving my comments for things of importance. I hope to not be put in a position where I will be commenting on every single item and just do important ones. This is very important. So part of the problem you'll find regarding generators, let's talk about that to start with. An average project that you had out there, and they're not at all, is what I call pre-generator grows. Some of these were guerrilla grows, had no generators. The water was frequently carried in 5-gallon buckets to plants around out of the thing. And yet those people were permitted then to switch over to what we would call multi-crop grows. And the biggest use of generators, the most consequence, are the ancillary uses. And of course, I've gotten no sign of anybody in planning and building with many questions whether that was dealt with in the CEQA process. An ancillary use would be something where, well, they tried to increase it to 25%. So if you had an acre, you could have a quarter acre ancillary. That usually is full generator, 16, 19 hours a day through the team process. That's where the problem comes with generators. The whole process has been changed. An example would be a guerrilla grower, a young person out there. I'm not going to mention any names. But basically, they did not necessarily have all these things, and yet they're being, quote unquote, grandfathered in. The rules were changed at that time, and these have been allowed. They tried to change it in the process. So I have a problem with the generators. Based upon that, I want to applaud all the people who voluntarily switched over to solar or other means, and most of them do when they're asked to. There's other ones that just will drag their heels. So anyway, enable them. Project Trellis, help them convert to solar, help them do the right thing, help them get away from the generators. They don't belong there. The overall thing was we were supposed to get the generator grows out of the hill and get them into, let's say, the Gila River Valley where we have our nice watershed there with unlimited water. That didn't happen. Instead, they were printed in place. That also has to do with the road conditions. These roads, of course, as we know, the county's roads are getting torn to shreds, and so are the neighborhood roads. So it's really important to get away from self-certified. You need to have either an engineer, licensed engineer, or an engineer working with the County of Public Works. Water storage is imperative for so many reasons. We're not asking that much of people. A lot of these places, again, did not have a well, and they're switching over to wells. So forbearance is the future for everything out there, for everything, and I think it should be applied equally to cannabis, should be encouraged, the same as Steve Madrone, I think, was saying, in all uses. And so I strongly applaud you moving forward and making some changes here. This is an airplane you're building while you're flying, but you haven't been building it at all. It's been flying along and it's crashing. So that's my opportunity to speak. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, we will go then to 5798. Press star 6 to unmute. Welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, commissioners. This is Hannah White out in Willow Creek. I really appreciate the conversation. And I do understand that this is frustrating for the Planning Commission to have regular commenters with the same concerns. But I think a lot of the problems here are that 1.0 and 2.0 do have firm and substantial regulations. And a lot of these comments and concerns are founded from drug war era mentality. When the Planning Commission is overburdened by these commenters on projects, they're getting annoyed. I've heard Commissioner Bongio express, I thought we did this for 5 years, and why are we still hearing the same comments? Like, I understand that it's frustrating, but I really think that maybe the solution here is that, I suggest we could collectively use the lengthy regulations that we have and create something that's a little bit more digestible for the general public to understand the amount of regulations that farmers are already participating and coming into compliance with. Like, we're paying for yearly visits to our farms to demonstrate containment of pesticides, fuels, fertilizers. Anyone who has a generator that is of sizable concern is registered with air quality. The property that I operate on has been in agricultural use for well over 100 years, had 3 water rights to be able to pull water from the stream in the middle of the summer to be able to provide water for agricultural crops, cattle, orchards, alfalfa. We were told we needed to switch over to a well. I spent an incredible amount of money increasing our water storage every single year. We're doing our best. And I really think that we need to have greater public information to increase public awareness of what people are actually doing, what these practices and the regulations that we're conforming to. And in the staff report, it says that there is no financial impact to creating new regulations. And I just frankly think that is so ignorant. It's like, not everyone can afford $150,000 worth of water storage. Like, that's going to put someone out of business in this climate right now. So the impact is like less money coming through Measure S taxes. Like, it would be wonderful if we could see where these Measure S taxes are going. It would be great to see all county roads improved. Like, I would like to be able to safely drive on.
Really fast. Thank you, Hannah. If for some reason you run out of time and your 3-minute beeper goes off, you can send us an email with your comments, because I have a feeling this conversation might be continuing a while. 4870, as you press *6 to unmute, you'll have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, supervisors. This is Holly Hall, soil and water scientist, Cannabis Farm compliance consultant living in Arcata. Can you hear me today?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your service to our community. It's invaluable. I appreciate it. I have a few comments today. I don't think I'll take my 3 minutes. First, I would like to say that it's my opinion that the Planning Commission absolutely should not be inventing policy as their role of reviewing and recommending approval of projects or not. Their job is to determine whether or not the project is meeting policy that was developed under a rigorous process. This is the only way that we can ensure that permittees are equitably and efficiently permitted. Second, I would like to request that Board of Supervisors become familiar with the environmental permitting process beyond the county's permitting process for cannabis farms. There was a demonstrated lack of familiarity today. In particular, I would suggest that the 401 water quality permit for the Water Board, specifically for cannabis, be reviewed. The Water Board State General Order, a water quality management program, be reviewed for cannabis, and the Lake and Streambed Alteration Agreement by CDFW be reviewed. what you would see is that generators are required to be put in secondary containment and to be very quiet to avoid environmental spills, pollution, and to avoid disrupting of wildlife. You would also see that the road maintenance requirements far exceed those established for timber harvest plans. Only by being familiar with the complete suite of environmental regulations required by the county ordinance can you make an informed recommendation about how policy can be changed. If you would like any direction to those regulations, or if you would like to have tours of permitted cannabis farms in Humboldt County, please reach out to me. I would be happy to walk and talk with you on these farms with very nice roads and ample rainwater catchment. Finally, I would like to suggest that nobody probably in the county disagrees with a desire to improve environmental conditions of our county. None of us want to degrade the beautiful environment that we live in. So let's take an opportunity to look for solutions. And these solutions are not going to come out of the very limited pockets.
Thank you, Holly. Sorry about that. The 3 minutes goes fast, but as I've been saying to others, definitely please do send in an email of anything you were not able to say. All right, so we're going to go to our next one is 9687. A reminder, it's 3 minutes. And press *6 to unmute. Welcome.
Thank you, Supervisors. This is Kelly Flores with Margaret Advisors. One of our biggest concerns with the letter that the Planning Commission provided was that it implied that there was no regulation regarding generator use for cannabis farmers. And as the previous caller mentioned, that's just not true. There seems to be a lack of understanding of the set of state requirements which already exist to address any potential issues with generators, which specifically includes secondary containment requirements from the State Water Resources Control Board, hazardous materials registrations and safety plans required by the Department of Environmental Health, and emissions restrictions from the Air Quality Management District. There is, in fact, 117 pages of cannabis-specific regulations from the State Water Resources Control Board. There's 216 pages of regulations from the Department of Cannabis Control, which includes state requirements for Tier 2 mixed light and indoor meet renewable energy requirements starting January 1st, 2023. That is less than a year. And to put this in perspective with regards to Humboldt, 93% of provisional licenses, many of which are awaiting approval through the Planning Commission, are outdoor or Tier 1. Tier 1 is a license that is required for light deprivation. That means that only 7% of permits that are awaiting approval have to do with indoor mixed light Tier 2. So we really need to put this energy issue into perspective, and we need to allow the folks who are doing the right thing to move forward in the process. I remind the supervisors that August 23rd, 2016, over 5.5 years ago, was the first deadline that these 1.0 folks had to meet with the Planning Commission to start this process, and they are still awaiting approval. Now, with regards to wells, we'd like to remind the supervisors that public concern is important, but with nearly every project, we are hearing the same members of the public speaking over and over and over again. And that is a different level of concern than if the commission were hearing from every neighbor of every project voicing concern. So it's important that these issues be understood, but the fact that members of the public and the commission are not understanding the level of regulation that these farmers are already subjected to. Allow the process to continue, allow those agencies to do the regulation that is needed. And in assisting, focus on conservation measures and prescriptions for improvement through incentives, through grants and programs to help these farmers. That is what will make the largest difference to that 93% that need your assistance. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Kelly. All right, our next speaker is 7429. If that's you, press *6 to unmute. All right, 7429. Just Tracy, where'd they go?
I don't know, they seem to have dropped off.
Okay, well, we'll keep their number and come back to them if they pop back up. 7663, just press *6 to unmute. And if you happen to be, okay, go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, welcome.
Hi.
You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Selena Rowan. I'm the owner of Midnight Gardens in Benbow. I'm a small sun-grown cannabis farm owner, 6,400 square feet, under 1.0. I live and work on my farm. I really appreciate the supervisor's concern and diligence and attention to fairness, predictability, and solutions. I'm an environmental advocate above all, and I really wish for my farm to improve the health of the land. And at the same time, I also need to stabilize my farm. I'm afraid to plan any changes. I don't have any wiggle room financially, and it feels like if I invest in the current set of rules, the rules will change under my feet. I've been told things like if I change anything on my farm, I'll be subject to the full 2.0 ordinance instead of 1.0. I have trouble understanding the requirements even after paying really highly qualified consultants who I deeply appreciate. And I wanted to follow up on what some of the other callers mentioned, that if there are going to be changes to the ordinance, that they be incentivized, continue to be incentivized with Project Trellis grants, et cetera. Those grants have given me the capacity to meet the requirements, and without such support, especially in this time, I have no capacity to change my current permit. So thank you so much. I really appreciate everyone's care and concern, and may we all find solutions that support the health of the planet and the health of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Selena. Before I go to the next hand that's up, we've had a few hands drop, and I just want to know if you have these last four digits of 7429, 5443, or 9072, you've disappeared off our screen. So if you do want to make comment, please call back in and press *9 to raise your hand. This shows up as our last speaker right now. So like I said, if you've accidentally been dropped, please do call back and raise your hand. All right, 5132. You have 3 minutes. Press *6 to unmute.
Hi, this is Bonnie Blackberry, and I'm one of the people that have been participating at the Planning Commission meetings and bringing up concerns. I know a whole lot of people that have the same concerns, but they're intimidated about speaking up and having some other people, not like them for bringing these issues up. And what has happened at errors and problems have come up with these permits that would have just went through on a consent if it wasn't for the public pulling it off and bringing up the problem. And the public gets 3 minutes or maybe 2 minutes, so it's not like we're taking up all the time. We're bringing up crucial issues, and climate change is here, the drought is here, all the fires, this last storm, and all the damage to the trees. It's real. And to say, well, we came up with this plan when this wasn't happening, and don't move the goalposts. Well, climate change and this drought is moving the goalpost, and to think we can just keep doing what we've been doing and everything will be okay because you don't want to move the goalpost. Well, if we hadn't moved the goalpost with the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, women wouldn't have the right to vote. So you need to be able to adapt to changing conditions. And the water storage is a big deal. The generators, Humboldt with the market crashing, and they want to be this special Humboldt brand. Do you really want to be the generator grow brand? Because that's what it is when you're using these generators. And I'm sure some of them are using a little bit. There's one coming up at the Planning Commission that's going to be using 18 to 24 gallons of diesel fuel a day, and plus some other gas generators. But there's mixed light. Well, since I've been monitoring the Planning Commission, which started because of one next to me that had serious concerns, all the neighbors, about the well water affecting our water.
Thank you, Bonnie. Thanks for calling in. We got 2223. Press *6 to unmute, and you'll have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, welcome.
Good afternoon. This is Craig Johnson, owner, operator of Alpenglow Farms in Southern Humboldt. I appreciate so much conversation going into our environment and our industry. So many of us are really good actors, and we have worked so hard to get through this process. That was my closest border and neighbor that called in earlier, Selena. And then we have Bonnie Blackberry that came on and made a call. I appreciate Bonnie's efforts to protect our environment. We all cherish it. And one day when we can have a tourism permit, I wish to have Bonnie Blackberry and all her friends up to our property to showcase our work that we've done. Until that time comes, though, we really need to hold the goalposts. That is true. We now have inspectors that come on our farm 1 to 2 times a year. That didn't happen during the traditional market days. We really need to encourage people to stay in the legal system, to stay in the regulated system. As we heard, there's such a small fraction of these farms that are of the size and impact that we are talking about. So please, let's support what Supervisor Bushnell has been saying. She is holding true to her community, and I applaud her today. And Supervisor Bohn, thank you. And the other supervisors, I appreciate your thoughts and your concerns and the dialogue, but we really need to keep this industry alive. We are in the brink of an extinction event. You're going to hear a lot from us over the next year. We're really trying to save this livelihood. Thank you for the time to make these comments.
All right, thank you, Craig. And 5443, press *6 to unmute. Thanks for calling back in. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Mika Cook. I am owner of a cannabis farm in Bridgeville and also a consultant with a dozen or so clients that have helped through this process. And I'm young. I moved up here just when Prop 64 started, and shortly after I graduated college studying environmental science. And I came up here because I am so passionate about protecting the environment. And I was so excited about how the new cannabis industry was going to be the first agriculture industry in the history of agricultural industries to care so much about protecting the environment and social equity. And of course, there is so much more we can do, but our industry, just like every other industry that exists right now, and I hope a lot of changes are going to happen in the next decade, and it feels like they are, but micromanaging the cannabis industry as a means to achieve all of the goals we hope to achieve in fighting global warming and promoting sustainability, It seems really scary right now with the state of the industry as it is, because we might not survive. It feels like we are in an extinction event, period. And if we, as small farmers who really do passionately care about protecting the environment, don't make it, who's going to come in to replace us? It's really hard for me to believe that whoever comes after us, if we can't survive as the goalpost keeps being moved just this early on in the process, it seems like we're the best chance the industry's got of being sustainable. And I really hope we can all work together and create solutions without creating such a financial burden as changing the rules and conditioning these applications where there is no consistency, like Madeline said, about whose projects gets conditioned with what. And it's not working. And we do need to ideally come together and create solutions that are equitable for everyone. Thank you so much for your time.
All right. Thank you, Mika. We're back to the board now because that was the last hand up. Supervisor Bohn, you actually have your yellow hand up. Maybe take off the mute button though.
Yeah, I guess what I'm trying to get here is we have 472 acres of permitted marijuana in Humboldt County. And to think those 472 acres are responsible for the tens of thousands of trees that got blown down in the snowstorm, global warming, and everything else that's going on with all the provisions we put. I'm almost thinking that a lot of these people, and I've been on a lot of these farms, I don't own any of them, don't own any part of them, have no conflict. But I've been on a lot of these farms because a lot of these people are pretty proud of their roads, the way they've treated them, their environmental stewardship. And like it's been said, they must be somewhat proud of them because they're allowing our people to come on 2 and 3 times a year to inspect them, along with state agencies and with paying the fees. And I think Thomas Mulder said it best, let's restrict the hell out of them and we'll let, like we used to have 12,500 illegal grows, they might be able to make money if they didn't have to pay our fees, the state's fees, and all the other things, and we can go back out to busting 3% of them. And the risk versus reward goes out the window. So I'm just saying, as we do all this, look at the big picture. Because some of these people have been, they've come into the legal industry after being in the illegal for years, and some of it generational, and they're trying to make a better market and a better name for Humboldt. But I mean, if we keep wanting to trash on them, or, like I said, we need to make water storage easier. I'm a firm believer in that, but I know that's sometimes, and I don't think making water storage easier is buying a whole bunch of 5,000 gallon plastic tanks, because I don't know, it's just like everything else. That's going to cause a little bit of uproar with all the tanks. So, but I do like ponds because they're good for firefighting and everything else. I think a pond will fight more fires than a generator will start more fires, because I'm trying to figure out how many generator fires we've had. We make a big deal about it. As far as fuel delivery and those big, heavy fuel trucks, I did that for 25 years. And 24 years ago, we actually wrote a book on delivery and storage at your cannabis grow, long before it was legal. And we did that in cooperation with Department of Environmental Health. You can see them, they probably still have the book. And we handed it out. We didn't go down muddy roads during the winter with no rock on them because we couldn't. So it either has to be an approved road that we can travel on. I mean, the road won't accept it, and the trucks weigh quite a bit less than a logging truck because we don't take truck and trailers up there. So I think about what we're doing here for an agricultural product and go forward, or whatever they say. But as we go forward, I mean, I can go either way. If you guys want to restrict the hell out of them, understand what the consequences will be. I mean, it's not cheap now to get through the process, but I think Thomas said it best, and he's out in the middle of it. We're going to drive him back undergrounds in a heartbeat.
And before I go to, thank you, Supervisor Bohn. Before I go to Supervisor Wilson, I did want to ask Director Ford if he heard anything he wanted to make clarifications on, or in some of the speakers' comments.
Yeah, perhaps a couple of things. Thank you. I think one of the things that kind of stood out was relative to the number of mixed light applications. And there is a little bit of confusion about tier 1, tier 2. Tier 2 is traditional mixed light. Tier 1, we treat as outdoor because light depth does not have any supplemental light. And the comment was made, maybe I misinterpreted, that there was only 7% of all applications being mixed light. We're running the numbers right now, but I have a sense that that number is much higher than that. I would say it's probably around a quarter to a third of the number of applications. I didn't really hear anything else that I questioned.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair Bass. So I guess we were being asked to provide some guidance to the Planning Commission, but there is also, I guess, sort of an overt request from the Planning Department as well in terms of how we might provide some guidance, which looks like it's a little bit unlikely that it'll be very clear today. I want to really acknowledge a lot of the sobering testimony that we received from cannabis growers and the cannabis community in general about the challenges that have existed and will continue to exist, and how changes in any of that is, and especially under this current conditions, can and would create a high amount of anxiety. I think that's real. There's nothing about that that's imaginary. Likewise, the impacts that we're talking about, many of those are real. Some of those are exaggerated here and there, depending on neighbors' perspectives. For sure, we see that a lot. But in aggregate, we're all trying to move to a better place in terms of how we manage not just cannabis, but everything we do. And when none of us are perfect in that, we're all on the arc of trying to get to doing all of those things better. And so we seek to improve this imperfect process. And also, nothing that we do that comes out of these processes is either perfect or universally liked. That is for sure. I think that one of the things that really stood out for me was the reminder to us of all the external agencies and agency regulations that go into managing these systems. And I think that that's pretty important for us all to understand, which is, I alluded to a little bit with relationship to the road situation. Again, a lot of our responses do, and I think someone's brought up with regards to the sort of the lens of prohibition that we still are living under, both as a community and as a culture, and it's impacted into the geography and economy of this industry for sure. That being said, all of the things that I would recommend that we do looking forward here, I would personally apply to all of our land use. I would not imply that new wells have higher restrictions if they're cannabis than something else. For me, it's all about where they are in the watershed. It's all about how much use that would be expected, and I would definitely promote storage as a methodology to help with that. And I do think ponds can have their benefits, huge benefits, although there's a few wildlife challenges associated with that, and we've talked about those in the past. I do think that I still think that if we're having mixed light situations that that are totally dependent or majority dependent on generators, I feel like that's just where it's just not in the correct location for a mixed light or for providing light over plants using fossil fuels in that way in a remote place is inefficient. It's expensive. It's just not appropriate, I think. That being said, that's a minority. I want to recognize that's not what we're mostly seeing. So I think that there's a lot of folks out there really trying their best, and I don't even blame necessarily the folks that are that have created the paradigm of mixed light that they're under. They're trying to survive in this situation as well. So from this perspective, I mean, I'm still asking that we seek to create better ordinances, that we seek to create thresholds. I think Thomas Mulder and maybe there was somebody else who kind of talked about that a little bit. It's like, again, not every situation is the same. And also Ms. DeLapp mentioned about consistency. So that's where thresholds are really important, because if we're going to have a sort of spectrum of how we address these things, we need as best of thresholds as we can with relationship to that, and then transitioning. Again, we don't want to throw a bunch of people under the bus necessarily who are really trying to do the right thing. So again, that's just not giving us it's not giving you, John, any, from my perspective, any, or the planning commission, any great direction necessarily, but this is how I'm feeling about this. I do believe we can do better. I do believe we can do it in a phased approach. I do believe we can do it with thresholds. And from my perspective, I do want to keep this separated from our prohibition perspective, in that land and really apply it to land use in general. And so whatever's good for the goose is good for the gander, as they say. And I think we can do that. And I think we can have sustainable living and sustainable production of not just cannabis, but other farm products on our landscape and timber in wherever we can. So that's what I have. Thanks.
Thank you. Supervisor Bohn? Your verbal communication was taken.
No, I mean, Planning Commission asked us to, I don't think we can say, hey, and this includes everything else, logging, building, roads, everything else. We're going to throw that in there too. That's, I understand. We're not going to do that.
I'm not saying that to the Planning Commission. I'm just saying, from my perspective, whatever I think we do for cannabis is a land use issue, and it's not. I don't see there's a difference. So that's all.
Really? Okay.
It just happens to be where we're being asked to, the section we're being asked to comment on today, but I'm just giving my perspective. I don't see much of a difference. I want our landscapes to be managed in the most sustainable way possible.
So, I hear what you're saying, and this is not, I guess I'm still stuck on we started with a set of rules and changing the set of rules, and it provides me heartburn, because here we have this discussion. It's been happening, I guess, at the Planning Commission, and it gets here, and I feel like, man, I'd like to do more work. I'd like to bring some people from the industry in and go, so what is it like? I mean, I'm the least, obviously I'm the least, there's grows in my district. They're probably in houses, but so for me, I just really feel uncomfortable just, going with, I appreciate the Planning Commission, and, the way I've looked at it though is we're the place where, they kind of go by the rules, and it's our, we have the ability to wiggle more and make adjustments and do things a little differently. So I appreciate they take this on, but I just think sometimes we may be in the more appropriate place when it comes to putting all those conditions on. Yeah, so I'd be a lot more comfortable if we have this communication or this conversation to actually have it come back and bring the industry. Let's have some conversation with them on what can work, incentivize. That sounds great. We keep talking about that. If we're going to hold people to a different standard than they started with, I just feel like we should be able to give them a pathway.
If I could offer a point of clarification. So I don't think the things that are being discussed would affect existing approved permits unless the board intentionally changed ordinances to say existing approved permits shall do this. This is really about processing of new permits. And there may be a couple of things based upon the testimony that I'm hearing that the board may want to consider. One is just a simple up or down, whether or not conditions should continue to be added to permits that are outside the policy guidance. I mean, that's a pretty simple up or down vote. It does sound like there's at least some consideration across the board for looking at what do we do as we move forward for regulations on certain things, whether it be wells perhaps is the most simple because you've already given direction to go and address that, and we're working on that. So really it's hold the line until we have a better understanding of what the realistic regulations that we can use in the short term are, and then what the longer term regulations are. Then really it comes down to roads and generators, and whether or not the board wants to develop a set of policies. It's probably something, generators are probably something that are going to have to be addressed at some point in the future after the climate action plan is adopted anyway. And so it may wait for that, or you may want to preemptively give direction to look at those kinds of regulations. And then the road standards, you know, it really is at this point kind of a choice between 1.0 and 2.0, but from at least my perspective, that's a very fine, nuanced change. Some of that is based upon the thought that all roads have to be category 4, and that's just not the case.
Thank you, Director Ford. Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you, through the chair. Director Ford, part of the question in their letter was if this board thinks that they should continue to condition permits. So with what you just said, that we have quite a few 1.0s that are in the queue, correct?
That is correct.
So to me, when I get that that letter from them asking if we want them to continue to condition those projects, I take that as they want to condition those projects outside of the ordinance. And can you say whether they are currently doing that and that's why they brought this forward because they're getting pushback, or is it something they want to do with brand new applications, which would be 2.0, not 1.0s? It's a little bit confusing.
Well, relative to generators, I'll start there. 2.0 has specific requirements for energy usage and generators. So there's two components in 2.0. One is that power usage under 2.0 has to be from a renewable source, with the exception of pre-existing cultivation, which can use generators on a limited basis up to 20%. But then there's requirements associated with that also. 1.0, as we've discussed, did not have any such limitations on the use of generators. 2.0 also has noise restrictions. 1.0 has noise restrictions, but no other restrictions. So the question that the Planning Commission has been struggling with, given noise impacts, fuel hauling impacts, you talked about it all, is whether or not it's appropriate to continue to allow generators, or whether it would be appropriate to require that the use of generators be transitioned out. And that's what they tried to do with have it modified by 2025.
Can I, thank you for that, but can I ask another clarifying question? So those 1.0s that are have interims right now and they're coming to commission to get their permanents, most of them, I'm asking you, wrong or right, have been cultivating for several years with that generator.
So that is a interesting point. The generators associated with pre-existing people that have interim permits, by definition, they would have had to been using a generator for mixed light before the adoption of the ordinance. So that is not a new activity.
Okay, so given that statement that you just said and their question, the question is, do us as a board want them to continue to go outside of the ordinance, which I believe would be a 1.0 ordinance, and apply conditions that aren't within that ordinance? Do you take that as their question in that letter?
That is their question. Do they continue to require even pre-existing cultivators to discontinue the use of generators? That is the question.
So along that question, then I would like to ask, they are currently doing that, correct or not?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Bushnell and Supervisor Wilson. And I have a comment.
I want to thank Supervisor Bushnell for really clarifying, getting to that point, because that was really helpful. And I would say that from my perspective, if we're asking, I don't see it as being outside the ordinance, because the ordinance allows for discretionary decision-making in this process. So it is within the ordinance. I think it's just whether or not it's discretionary changes to, requests for a permit. And I would ask from, going back to the commission, that if they're going to go outside, or what if not outside, if they're going to go beyond the explicit language of the ordinance, that we really, that good or that solid findings are provided, that they're prepared to state their findings very clearly, so that we have something to go with. And that's where it gets really kind of, I think, squishy with us, because unless the findings are somewhat are enumerated very clearly, we become the quasi-judicial body that then has to deal with an appeal. We're actually at and so we have a standard. Either if we don't, then we have to make findings generally, or then we're going to ask you to make findings that so I would just really hope that that the Planning Commission, if they choose to take some of these directions, that there are some really clear findings associated with that, as that would be very, very helpful. And if they can't make the findings some very clear, then maybe it's not the appropriate place. Maybe the appeal comes from from an appellant as opposed to from the applicant. And I do think that we should be, again, moving away from, and I think and I heard some excellent testimony again today from some of the public commenters about, it's not just us, but the state also, looking at, and then with relationship to phasing out these, this generator-based 1.0 paradigm for some of again, not a majority of these situations, but I think that it's time we really begin to phase that out. I don't see our other agricultural industries or even residential uses using this much energy. And again, it's just not that appropriate from this source. There's a lot of folks that have a heartburn about growing plants in general using this much energy, but we can and we do, and there's pros and cons associated with that. But when it's individually when it's as inefficient as this in terms of like shipping the fuel out to where it is, and just the footprint of all of that is just a bit much. And so I would ask that personally, I'm okay with the Planning Commission helping us move in that transition. And we haven't seen too much in terms of the appeals on that. We're seeing mostly on the wells, I think, is really what we're seeing, and the storage. So from my perspective, those are kind of the more important pieces of this. And I do think the policy, I do stick to our request that the policy in terms of like the storage and the well use, that you guys keep working on that. And I think you guys are going to come up with good policy. So that's where I am on this. If we are going to go to a vote in terms of like allowing the Planning Commission to have discretion to move forward, I would probably vote yes on that, but with the caveat that we really ask for strong findings whenever they decide that there's a need for these things.
Thank you, Supervisor Wilson. And Director Ford, this might be not fair to ask you on the fly like this, but I hear what Supervisor Wilson is saying. I mean, if there's a strong reason and the findings are tight, how often is this happening at the Planning Commission? I mean, for us to get this, I'm suspecting it's happening quite a bit. And so it'd be nice to be able to kind of identify why it's happening so much. Is it because they're just putting lots of conditions, or is it because there's just a lot that are coming through that, somehow, maybe you can tell me. I don't know. I'm just wondering how often is this happening? And
probably there's a high percentage, not probably, there's a high percentage of applications that involve the use of generators. And generators are not only used to cultivate, but in many cases there's ancillary facilities on the site, including the nurseries, including drying, including even processing, where those facilities require electricity. And so sometimes the generator is only for the nursery facility for a few months out of the year. Sometimes it's for the nursery facility and then the drying facility. And so that's what makes this a more common discussion, because not everything is mixed light. And so it's not necessarily all about growing. Sometimes it's really about powering the ancillary facilities.
All right. Not sure how far we're getting here. We still have more meeting to go. So anyone else? I kind of know, I think we're Supervisor Bushnell and Bohn, but how do we give staff a recommendation to move forward? And we've heard from Supervisor Wilson, first Supervisor Madrone too, but please chime in again if there's some more better direction for John. It's like, we thought these 3 questions were going to result in 3 hours of conversation, but good conversation.
I can guarantee that Director Ford knew it was going to go this long. I think they were 8 hours at the commission, 2 days or 2.5 days. So.
Actually, nearly 11 hours.
There you go.
Well, I'm hoping you don't want that tonight, because I don't think I can make it. So, Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. I personally, for my constituency, would like to see the Planning Commission work within the ordinances. And they have a set of rules and regulations that were put forth by the Board of Supervisors. I understand that there are circumstances where they may have findings that would require something, a little minor deviation. I do understand that. But I would like to I'll just say, I've listened to a lot of planning commission meetings. I do it to gain knowledge. Being a new supervisor, I hadn't in the past. And so I value the knowledge that I gain there. I also value the public comments that I hear and the concerns that I hear. And so I know that all of the commissioners have reasons and their intents are so good. But you have a very diverse board that sometimes interjects their personal feelings. And it's really hard not to do that, and I understand that. But working within an ordinance that you've been given, whether it be for cannabis or any other entity that comes to the commission, gives you a baseline. I like Supervisor Wilson's idea that they have very strong findings when they are conditioning a project. I want to say that I have seen Director Ford many times say, why give me the finding? I need to, like, what is the finding for you putting that condition on? And they aren't able to answer sometimes. So I do know that if we were sent the message that the findings need to be substantial, that maybe that would help with their direction. I don't know. Director Ford, do you think that would help them?
I think that's a great reminder. I think it would help them. You know, you never want to take discretion away from the commission.
Yep.
And so it would be just a great affirmation that we believe in what you're doing and that we want you to memorialize your decisions and your findings.
For me personally, that's what I would like to see, because I believe that you have a baseline with the ordinances, and then discretionary is, like you said, so important, but to be backed by facts and findings. And I for myself, if I have to do that myself, which I do, I'm learning, if I have to make a decision, but I have to base it on fact and findings, whether I like it or not personally, I am often having to make a decision that maybe I don't agree with personally, but it's within that scope of that ordinance, and I can't come up with that finding that's a real finding, and so I have my decision. So maybe that's what we need to write them a letter back saying, thank you, you know, great discussion, thank you, we know you're struggling, this is our suggestion.
And I think I like that idea. I like it. It gives some latitude to them, but also latitude that has to be backed up with something solid. Supervisor Wilson, are you fairly in agreement with Supervisor Bushnell's?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're still not quite in the same space, but I think we're hearing each other on what we're getting at here, which is fine. We're a diverse decision-making body, and that's kind of how it goes. I'm still overtly supportive of the Planning Commission being, you know, somewhat, I guess, critical of and able to substantiate findings related to large-scale generator use. I just think that from my perspective, and I think we're going to get there anyway. Our climate action plan is coming. Our other, you know, we're moving in that direction. Whether it's us or whether it's the state, I don't think we're going to be behind the time. I don't want us to be behind the times and also creating unreasonable expectations, long-term expectations of this industry when there's some changes that could be coming that may have some impacts. But also I want to be supportive of ways that we can help make those changes and those transitions too. It's not supposed to be just like exclusionary. I think there is a lot of opportunity to move in that direction, even if we're not there today. And if there are ways that the Planning Commission can be supportive of that, and I think they have been, and then I think we can be there with them. So
Perhaps what Supervisor Bushnell as an interim said as an interim, because I don't think we're going to solve everything that we want in this discussion down the road. You know, I'd actually be perfectly fine with today with taking her suggestion and sending it forward. I don't think we're going to be making the other decisions on which items they can or can't, or we want them to do or not do. Maybe it's just Director Ford, what path do you see to make this easier on you? Not easier for, you know, because it's easy, but so we can continue this conversation if necessary. What can we walk away from here today that would work for you? And you got a clear message from some of the supervisors that they'd like to have more conversation.
So I would say that the response to the Planning Commission, based upon what I just heard, is that whether it be a use of generators, the capacity and condition of the road or the use of wells, the decision needs to be based upon substantial evidence with articulated concerns. And if the commission finds it appropriate to add new conditions or requirements, that those be reflected in terms of what the concerns and the solutions are within the findings. And I think that would probably address all three of those in terms of the immediate need for the commission. I think then if, and maybe that's enough for today.
So deal with the immediate need first and come back when we have fresh minds about it for another time to have the other discussion.
Yeah.
Supervisor Wilson. And then
and I just want to say that we're going to be having the discussion about the wells in the near future, it appears anyway. So
right.
Separate that out. It's coming, and we'll probably have to decide where that decision intersects with the flow of permits that are happening, like where that happens. That'll be probably what we probably have, I don't know, discussion about, disagreement or agreement about. That's probably where we'll probably have it, not necessarily the intent of that language. So
thanks. Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. May I also suggest that that Director Ford work with the Cannabis Ad Hoc Committee to come up with some ideas. I think that, well, I know actually that while we want people to do ponds and we want people to do forbearances, there are some restrictions within the ordinances that don't make that as easy or as workable as it could be. And so if we want to encourage incentivizing things, forbearance ponds, those types of things, as everybody has been saying today, the cannabis industry is very fluid and has kind of changed the direction. We need to allow people to do that, and we need to form a pathway for them. And so if with the other agencies, if it's okay, but we're coming to a point in our Humboldt County ordinance that, oh, we can't do that because it's in the ordinance, and that is how the planning department works, then possibly we need to look at that also and come back with some ideas. I don't know if it's appropriate for the ad hoc to do it or just to bring it as a discussion item about tweaking the ordinances to make those pathways a little bit easier if we're going to continue to require forbearance, ponds, Just a suggestion.
Okay, so for today, I'm wondering, Director Ford, if a motion that a letter will be sent reflecting the comments made today, would that be enough? And then with the understanding that we will be having these other discussions when like these other issues arise. Tell me what you wanted to say so that we can get what you need.
I think that would be enough. And I'd be happy to work with Tracy or whoever in the clerk's office to get that done. I assume that the signature would be yours on that as the chair?
I believe so. Okay, so is someone willing to make
I will make a motion that we send a letter back to the Planning Commission based off their concern of letter to us, stating the discussion of today's meeting and Director Ford to work with Tracy to create that and to have our chair sign that.
Tracy is raising your hand.
I would just suggest that we add in the motion to bring that letter back on the consent. I know there's going to be a lot of public comment, personnel requesting that, so it might be an easier way to approach it.
To bring it back on consent before it's sent to commission?
Just at some point, it needs to come back on consent.
Okay. Well, so the letter would go to Planning Commission, so it would be a public document through Planning Commission.
Okay.
Right, Director Ford?
That is correct.
It would be in their agenda, so I don't think we need to put it in ours also. They didn't put this letter in theirs.
I think the reason for consent, if you would weigh this, would be just to make sure that each of you were able to set eyes on it and agree that it says what you all wanted to say. Otherwise, it would fall to the discretion of the chair to say, yep, that's what I heard. And as has been mentioned, sometimes many different perspectives have slightly different understandings. And so it would have more authority if all of the board looked at it before it was sent.
Does the board wish that to come back on consent before it goes?
It'd be more like just tweaking it, and I think we're good on it.
I think the intent is all right.
Okay.
I would Supervisor Madrone, what do you think? You think it's clear to you, or how are you feeling?
I'm feeling fine. I think it's been a robust discussion, and I personally really do struggle with the fact that the goalposts and here's the rules that have been set up for people, and they've been working along in that process, and especially for people that already have interim permits. But anybody that's proposing, in 1.0, can you even, I guess in 1.0, you can ask for expansion beyond what you were doing back before the 2016, or is that not true? Is 1.0 only for existing?
1.0, sorry for interrupting.
No, go ahead.
1.0 allows new cultivation.
Yeah, that's what I
also
thought.
Authorizes pre-existing cultivation. So
Right.
the only way you can expand your pre-existing cultivation under 1.0 is if your pre-existing cultivation is less than what would be allowed in that zone on that property.
Right. Okay. So in other words, if it's not pre-existing, maybe new rules could apply because it's not changing the goalposts, but I totally understand the concerns about changing things on people midstream, even if it's the right thing to do. I agree with what Lindsay and others said earlier about the stewardship amongst many of these legacy growers. And so I'm not interested in messing with that per se. I'm fine with the letter approach, whatever. I appreciate this board struggling with trying to provide some feedback for the Planning Commission. I appreciate their hard work and trying to struggle with all these things happening and all these changes. So I'm fine with where we're going on this. Again, on a voluntary basis, the more people do outdoor in the sun, the less use of the roads, the less water, the less generator use. That's good stuff in general.
So I'm gonna just let my motion stand then with having Director Ford and Tracy and the chair work on that letter. I believe that they know the basis of it.
All right. Rex?
If there wasn't a second, I'm happy to second it. Or maybe I did. I don't even remember now.
We'll take your second. I don't know if there was a second. Rex?
You did.
Yeah, can you unmute, please?
That's to keep certain people really happy, I guess. If you were to approve Director Ford every permit that you guys have up there in your office, how many acres total would we have in Humboldt County?
I think it would be in the neighborhood, 1,200 stands out in my mind.
Okay. All right. I 1,200 acres total over our 2.6 million acres. Okay.
Right.
Just want to know. I mean, I know Lake County is going to have a few thousand in no time, from what I understand, and they have water issues. So as we save the world, it crumbles around us.
On that somber note, Tracy, can you please do a roll call vote?
Sure. Supervisor Bass.
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah, whatever.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah.
And Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so I did want to ask Director Ford, because I know I need a brief break, but this next item will probably be shorter than we suspected. Is that accurate, Director Ford? I mean, I'm wrong at one, I guess.
It is a request for a continuance, and the applicant and appellant is asking for a continuance. They would like to evaluate the staff recommendation.
Okay, so my question is, I still open the public hearing, correct?
Well,
Yeah.
Really, all you have to open the public hearing on is the continuance, unless somebody
Okay,
absolutely
not on the project. Okay, so thank you for that reminder that well, yes, Supervisor Bushnell.
Do we have to do public comment because it's on the agenda?
Yeah, that's where I'm going next.
Okay.
So we will go, so this item is being requested to be continued to February 1st. Is that when
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So we will go to public comment now. And if you wish to speak on the continuance of this item, this would be the time. It is not the time to talk about the project. So if anyone's got press star 9. All right, I don't see any hands up. So Director Ford, a motion would be just to continue this item for discussion. Oops, Director Wilson. Oh, I need a break. Supervisor Wilson. And
Could
then
you just
Bushnell.
clearly state the agenda item, just for the record? So,
Yeah, it's Humboldt's own. It's an appeal of the Planning Commission's addition of a condition requiring a second water source to an approved well as part of a conditional approval of a special permit.
thanks. I just wanted to make sure it was in the audio record. Thanks.
Thank you. Visual, audio, Supervisor Bushnell.
I'll just make a motion that we approve the continuance till February 1st.
Second.
Motion is second. It's been clarified of the exact item. And any supervisors have any further comments? All right, then Tracy, can you please do a roll call vote?
Sure. Supervisor Wilson.
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn.
Yep.
Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
And Supervisor Bass.
Yes.
Thank you, 5-0.
I'd like a 5-minute break if that's possible. So everyone okay with a really, really brief break? Because I know we still have a lot of work to do. Thank you, Director Ford. So come back in, let's say come back at 4 o'clock. A few more minutes. Yes, that means he's there. So this public hearing comes to us from Public Works, and it's to consider overruling the airport land use compatibility plan and consistency determination from the Humboldt Bay Trail South project near Murrayfield Road. So I will hand this over to Bob, Hank.
Good afternoon, Hank Seaman, Deputy Director of Public Works, and I'll share my screen just to show a map. So this project relates to the Humboldt Bay Trail South project and its proximity to Murrayfield Airport. The Humboldt Bay Trail South project is a large infrastructure project to connect the bike paths between Arcata and Eureka. And Murrayfield has designated compatibility zones within the airport land use compatibility plan. And these zones are intended to promote and ensure appropriate land use around the airport. And this red line is the alignment for the proposed bike path. And you'll see that it passes through Zone A, which according to the land use compatibility plan, technically states that all structures are not consistent with that zone. And so on October 5th, your board, acting as the board for the Humboldt County Airport Land Use Commission, made a finding that the project was not consistent with the plan, but then directed Public Works to come back for the board, acting as the land use jurisdiction, to consider overruling that finding. So today, you're acting as the board with land use authority. And the question before you is the Humboldt Bay Trail South project consistent with the purpose of the Airport Land Use Commission's statutory authority based on the specific context and the factual conditions. And so the purpose of the Airport Land Use Commission is to protect public health, safety, and welfare by ensuring the orderly expansion of airports and the adoption of land use measures that minimize the public's exposure to excessive noise and safety hazards within areas around public airports, to the extent that these areas are not already devoted to incompatible uses. And the staff report presented several facts that support a finding that the project is consistent with this purpose. Number one, there's already existing incompatible uses, namely Humboldt Highway 101 and the railroad prism. And number two, the Bay Trail would allow cyclists and pedestrians to actually be further away from the airport than the shoulder of Highway 101. The trail will not create a gathering point that would concentrate people. The location meets the intent of not clustering, of the intent of trying to cluster development and then leaving open space to the extent possible. And then finally, the structures that are part of the project are limited to aggregate base and pavement and then a pedestrian bridge. And so it's really very close to ground level. In accordance with the Public Utilities Code, we provided notice to Caltrans Aeronautics Division, and they replied with a letter that did not state any objection to the proposed finding that the project is consistent with the purpose of the Airport Land Use Commission. So therefore, Public Works recommends that the board find that the project is consistent with the purpose of the Humboldt County Airport Land Use Commission statutory authority, overrule the determination of inconsistency with the Airport Land Use Compatibility Plan, and direct the Humboldt Bay Trail South project to proceed. And that ends the staff report.
Okay, thank you, Hank. And I don't know if I actually officially opened the public hearing, so now that we're going shortly to the public, it is open. So any questions for Hank? No, okay. We'll go to public comment, and this is regarding the trail and the inconsistency or the determination that the trail is appropriate. Basically, my best words. Okay, we have 2122. Press *6 to unmute. You're right.
Yeah, hi there. This is Uriah Driscoll. I'm hoping you all got my comments and read them actually, and it is a part of the administrative record for this project. It really kind of befuddles me that this keeps getting pushed forward when it is incompatible. This trail project, as it is being designed, is incompatible with the existing active railroad status. And as we all know, this is in the rail banking abandonment proceedings, which most likely will receive offers of financial assistance from one of at least two, maybe more, railroad companies that have already expressed interest in this. So it just already is, you spent $2.6 million. I'm not sure where exactly that's come from, but the whole design, again, it is not a rail with trail project. If it was, there wouldn't really be much to comment on here, but it is not a rail with trail project. It is designed to take up the rail bed, especially on the trestle and another place or two along the way, that you cannot run a trail on active railroad tracks. So this has been brought to Public Works attention many, many times. I forwarded you the agreement that the county has with NCRA, which is a legal document stating the conditions. I've outlined that. But I don't seem to hear that being discussed by Public Works staff. And that really just amazes me that we're spending this kind of taxpayer money on something that we really need to just hold off, wait till we see what the outcome of this rail banking abandonment process is, and then move forward with a legitimate design and process. That's all I have for now. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Uriah. And there's no other hands up, so we'll go back to the board. Hank or Bob, I didn't know if you had, we did get that. We did read the email that mentioned those concerns. But just ask if you guys had anything you wish to add to that or say about it.
Well, those concerns don't relate to the action that's before the board today. Today's action is strictly for evaluating compatibility with the purpose of the Airport Land Use Commission.
Okay, thank you. Actually, Supervisor Bohn, I had Supervisor Madrone had his hand up.
I don't care. That's fine.
I saw it.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I agree that the comments aren't related to this particular effort right here. And frankly, I don't believe there will be substantial offers of financial assistance that are at the level that it will really take to run this railroad again, which is probably $3 to $5 billion to actually make it a viable railroad. It's just not going to happen. But regardless, it's off topic. I liked Deputy Director Seaman's presentation. I think it was a good one. And I think I saw just last night on the news an airplane that landed on a railroad. I forget where it was at. I think it was in the Bay Area somewhere. And then the police were able to pull the man out of his plane, which was sitting on the tracks, just before the train came through and blasted through the crashed plane. It was on the national news, I believe. At any rate, concentrating the use of the pedestrian and bicyclists over to the trail is really good, rather than having them all along 101, because if there are pilots trying to land at Murray Field and they can't quite make it, they're going to be shooting for 101, right, for the big wide paved landing. They're not going to be shooting for the trail and trying to land on that in any way. Anyway, I think this has been well thought out, and I absolutely support this.
All right, would you like to make a motion to approve this suggested motion?
I would make a motion to approve the staff recommendations to move this forward.
Okay, and that in specific is find the Humboldt Bay Trail South project is consistent with the purpose of the Humboldt County Airport Land Use Commission statutory authority. So it's in here. Is that correct, Hank?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure we got all the things in there.
I think the motion is to overrule the inconsistency determination and direct the Humboldt Bay Trail South project to proceed. Is that correct, Hank?
I think it's both of them.
Okay.
Actually,
and do you
have
to close the hearing before we do that?
I don't believe so. I think that was just because everything is always written differently. I usually just close it at the end.
Okay.
In previous ones, we had the airport land use. We were the governing agency, so we did have to convene and reconvene and do some stuff. So I think we're good. Unless Jefferson says otherwise. Okay, so do we have a second?
Yeah, I don't care. I'll second. Doesn't matter.
Okay, Supervisor Bohn?
Yeah, hey, Hank, will this allow, I know this is a pretty tight swath and having a little understanding about airplanes. Will this help the people around McKinleyville? We expanded the flight area or the area you can't do anything in or whatever you want to call it. We've had people appeal to build in that zone that's, quite a ways away. Is that going to help since we're actually putting people in harm's way right at the end of this? And I don't think they're in harm's way because I've only been scared a few times by a low landing plane. But will this help the people in McKinleyville that we're just running this through or not? Bronco would probably be the best one to answer because that's who usually gets stuck with this.
Go ahead, Bob.
When there's a particular area where growth is proposed at, those need to be brought forward to the Airport Land Use Commission as an individual project or series of projects for consideration. And that's how you work through getting growth to occur in those areas. So if there's an area that seems to have a bottleneck where growth should be, but it's not occurring there, then that's where we need to go ahead and take it up. The one thing to be careful with Arcata, that being our commercial airport, we do want to make sure that we're not doing anything that jeopardizes how aircraft get in and out of that particular facility, as it is key to our mobility in the area.
Fully understand. I just want to know if this was going to, I know we want to do everything we can for the trail, but I just want to know if that's going to open us up north too. All right, thanks.
Case by case basis.
Yeah, there's no precedent here. We're just following the standard process.
Yeah.
Thank you. Is there any other comment on the board? All right, seeing none. Tracy, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Does Mr. Bronco have something to say?
I think he just forgot to take his hand down.
Okay, yes.
And Supervisor Bohn?
Yeah.
Passes 5-0.
All right, thank you guys for being with us. I believe we're now at public comment on non-agenda items. This is time for the members of the public to comment on items that have not been on the agenda or have not been discussed. We have 3 minutes. I know we have several folks who'd like to comment, so we will go to 5288 first. Kent, welcome.
Kent Salotsky, it's 4:16. So the people who are told that they might be able to speak sometime after 1, of course, it is definitely true. 4 hours and 16 minutes they've sat here. The public perception is that we're last on your list, that you don't want to hear from us. That's quite clear by not having a time certain, either at 1:30 or having a time certain maybe for 30 minutes at 9:15 or 9:30, and then a follow-up for people who wanted to hang around till 1:30. So I highly recommend to dispel that public perception that you go ahead and adopt a policy. Otherwise, I would encourage people, as you've seen before, rather than wait around, have your comments linked, find some way to link them, and it's not that hard to do, to other topics and make your comments earlier in the day, so you're not here for a very long day. Obviously, public comment on non-agendized items did not make you be here at 4:17 now. It was your other business that you had to do. Suggested to me such things as the things that we didn't make any comment on. If you saw ones with no comment, I think that was your appointments to boards and things, should definitely happen after that, so the public doesn't feel and doesn't perceive that their comment is the least important thing to you folks up there. So that's the way you have a chance to dispel that perception. Highly recommend that you do. Thank you for my opportunity to make a very late in the day a public comment on a non-agendized item.
Thank you.
3 hours and 16 minutes after.
Actually, well, and my guess was not too well. I said after 1, and what was it after 1? So I do apologize, but thank you for those who were here. 1041, I think that's Donnie. Press *6 to unmute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, welcome. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks for the time to speak. Yeah, I would kind of second what the previous speaker just said, and you know what you guys could help dispel the myth of too is like, you know, I mean, I know that he just resigned today, but you know, the previous health officer was on an email saying things like our public health officials are being attacked all over the country for simply trying to keep public safe during COVID. Humboldt counties and Del Norte County health officers are verbally attacked during public comment. COVID misinformation is spread that gets viral attention on social media platforms, having serious impact on those who are looking for accurate medical information on vaccines and COVID disease. We are thoroughly convinced that we cannot change the minds of those whose sole purpose is to verbally attack and spread disinformation. So it's kind of like, yeah, you know, it is kind of tough when you see kind of that kind of stuff spread around in the local news, and then, you know, it's like you don't really get the reply back. But I've actually got a buddy here named Ian that has some things to say too to add to it. So hold on one second.
Okay, let me hold on, Donnie. I'll start Ian. Hey, Donnie, you there?
Gotta unplug them.
And in the fully vaccinated population. This is really becoming a pandemic of the unvaccinated. We continue to see multiple hospitalizations, as Mariah mentioned, in the unvaccinated population and younger folks, multiple people in the last few weeks who are in their 40s, physicians in the unvaccinated. But what we are also seeing, given this higher infectiousness, is that the Delta variant is also being seen in the fully vaccinated. Many counties have reported that as many as 50% or more of their Delta variant cases are in the fully vaccinated. While we don't have good numbers here locally, I would suspect that that will also hold true once we have more data.
That's fascinating, really fascinating stuff there from the ghost of Ian Hoffman's past. That's all.
All right, thank you, Adam. And I appreciate, there could be comments. We did have 2 items where COVID-19 comments fit in. It's a little different now. I mean, you can perhaps connect them, but I just want to let people know we did have 2 COVID-19 opportunities to comment on that. But at this point, we will go to 0116. I think that's Ash.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Hey there. Yeah, I just wanted to suggest that the board might look at what neighboring counties are doing, like Siskiyou and Shasta and Trinity. Because earlier it was mentioned that, you know, like the masking is a state mandate, and that like your hands are pretty much tied. But when you look at what other counties are doing, they're doing something to where it's not really, masking is not an issue in those counties. I mean, it's more of a suggestion. So I just really ask to look at what they're doing and maybe do that here, just not, you know, just only have the state mandate. Maybe we don't need a local state of emergency, and we're fine with just a state of emergency. I myself,
Ash,
yes.
Ash, I'm not gonna stop you. I'm gonna just stop your time for a minute. But that's all kind of so far fitting with the earlier conversations on COVID. But you know, you can continue. I suspect you can probably add some conversations that are already been talked about today. So, but you still have 2 minutes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Well, what I was leading into is that I'm one of the things that people deal with from this is like just adverse effects. But I don't think it's on the agenda. Is like anxiety caused from constantly wearing masks, and I myself suffer from that. I also have multiple sclerosis, so I suffer both physical and mental detriment to this masking policy. Like anytime I go into a store and store owners get confrontational with me, it can start to cause me a flare-up, which degrades my health condition. And I don't think it's fair to have these, and even with the mandates that have supposed medical exemptions, nobody honors them. The police show up and they just call trespassing, don't look anything into what's actually written into the mandates. I really strongly suggest to look at what the other counties are doing, maybe just, calling into our state of local emergency, please, because it's really not fair to many, many people in our county. Thank you.
All right, so looks like we're at 5300, and I believe that's Adam. And if you can keep your comments to something we haven't already talked about today, it would be helpful.
What I'd like to talk about is, what we found out today, which is this now vacant public health officer spot. And I just have some thoughts on what to look for when looking for a new public health officer. And I think the biggest problem with the rhetoric that's come out of public health under Dr. Hoffman has been this divisive narrative. For those of us that have chosen not to get vaccinated or chosen not to vaccinate our children, this concept of our rights being taken away, us being limited in what we can do, the discriminatory tone towards us, the blaming of, all of these problems on the unvaccinated. It's really sending a message to us that you'd rather we just move, like left the county, because it's basically like, get the shot, have your rights taken away, or get the heck out of here. And, looking at the vaccine distribution by race, American Indians here, according to the charts, they're at 46%. They have the lowest vaccination rate in our county. I don't know if that's the message we're trying to send to our Native American population, but that's not a good message. And if you look at people between 12 and 29, it's at about 50%. You look at children under 11, it's like 11%. So, do you want all these people to leave the county, or do you want them to just bow down and submit to the same medical procedure that you've chosen to undergo, or else be restricted? It's just this divisive rhetoric. I think if we recommended vaccination and we were educational rather than, discriminatory and attacking and using the power and authority of the government to restrict people's rights, you might actually get more vaccination compliance. Anytime you come this heavy, you're going to get a certain amount of people that are just going to say no based on your approach. So it'd be nice if you got somebody that just wasn't completely locked into the left-wing extremist narrative coming from our current federal government, and somebody moderate that could, look at all the information, make solid recommendations based on medicine and science, not just repeat talking points off of Rachel Maddow or the Stephen Colbert show or wherever, a lot of the stuff seems to come from. And just not send this divisive message. If you want us to move, just say it, just step up and be like, we just want people that agree with us here. And if you don't agree with us, get out of the county. But, cause that's basically what this approach is saying. So if that's not what you mean to say, I would recommend, taking a step back and reevaluating your approach. So yeah, that's all. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Adam. And we got a 3053, and I believe that's Thomas. Press *6 to unmute.
Good afternoon, Thomas Mulder here. Just want to confirm you can hear me.
Yes.
So I commented last time I had a chance for public comment on non-agenda. I'm going to remind you again. The cannabis industry obviously has taken a huge downturn, regulated and unregulated, within our county. And I think you guys need to open your minds and see the fact that there's $300 to $600 million that are not going to be in our county anymore this year to be spent and used on other economic drivers within this county. There's people that are unassociated with cannabis, but now we're seeing the trickle-down effects of that money not being within our community to be spent for different types of jobs and things like that. So I'd encourage you to think about whatever you can do to support that industry as an economic driver within our county, as well as we have many other economic drivers. If that's something you want to see the economic feasibility within our county, With that being said, maybe there's the idea of suspending Measure S taxes for 2 years. Maybe there's different ideas about cutting it in half. Maybe saying we don't need to make the payment here in March coming up. And the other big one a lot of people say is break it down into payments so people could go chip, a couple $1,000s at a time at it, so then we aren't getting late fees. With tax dollars in mind, there was 13 hours of staff time talking about moving goalposts or changing rules that are already set in place. So it'd be nice to see a breakdown of how many taxpayer dollars were wasted on something that was already decided. Just like there's been other times that rules been discussed about being changed and taxpayer dollars are being wasted. So we can't say we can't afford it if we're going to continue wasting taxpayer dollars on talking about rules that are already in place. We need to be smart growth orientated, and that's where I'd say we need to support industries that bring economic revenue to our county. And whenever we continue to say no growth, or not support industries within our county, what are we really saying as a whole? Growth is inevitable. We need to be smart about it. So do we want that growth to come from economic revenue that's been generated within our community and community-based people doing that growth, or do you want outside corporations doing that growth? Because eventually it'll come. I think we need to be smart and work together as a team and support smart growth. Some people might call it sprawling, but it is smart growth. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Go to 0280. If that's you, press *6 to unmute, please. And you all 3 minutes.
Hi, the previous speaker has a really good point. COVID affected us all significantly in that it was the biggest transfer of wealth in human history, especially detrimental to small businesses. The COVID-19 vaccine manufacturers are earning $65,000 a minute. A few facts about the profit being made by these companies are that they had no development costs because those costs were covered by Operation Warp Speed. Marketing costs were also avoided because these vaccines were pre-purchased by the government. Usually about half of the cost of new pharmaceuticals is used for marketing, which was avoided because of these deals. The only cost incurred by these big pharma corporations was distribution. Second quarter earning reports showed Moderna made $19.2 billion, Pfizer made $33.5 billion, J&J made $2.5 billion. Former FDA Commissioner Scott Gottlieb now sits on the board for Pfizer. The frequent Pfizer-sponsored CNBC guest also maintains several thousand shares in Pfizer stock. He also sits on the boards of Illumina and Tempest Labs, which sell FDA-authorized COVID kits. Additionally, he sits on the board of Asian, which is partnered with the FDA on researching COVID-19 policy. Stephen Hahn, who led the FDA when it authorized Moderna COVID shots, recently took an executive level post at Flagship Pioneering, a company that launched Moderna. These two companies are virtually the same. In September, Hahn was appointed the chief medical officer of Flagship and launched Your Bio Health, a company that sells COVID-19 testing kits. Mark McClen was an FDA commissioner from 2002 to 2004. He also had other higher-ranking government positions. He now maintains a board of directors seat with pharma giant J&J since 2013. He also owns thousands of shares and receives around $300,000 annually, probably more. These are the people we are listening to and who are making decisions about our health, people who epitomize the phrase profit over people. And Fauci is near the top of the pyramid, making all the decisions about who gets funding and which drugs are approved for clinical trials, etc. How do you not question these people and or see the constant lying or moving of the goalposts by changing the definition of vaccine, fully vaccinated, gain of function? And how do you not question the people making decisions to lock down for an upper respiratory viral disease of which lockdowns have never worked? Lockdowns are effective only for diseases like measles. A few realities about the lockdowns. are that they permanently closed 50% of Black-owned small businesses, permanently closed 60% of small businesses, and these are figures from 2020. Pushed 130 million people into abject poverty, 50% of heart attack and strokes did not call the ambulance, 75% of cancer screenings were missed, 300% increase in teenage self-harm, 300% increase in teenage anxiety and depression, and huge spikes in suicides and overdose. And on the note of overdoses, does no one remember the opioid epidemic? The same people who allowed and continued the opioid epidemic.
Thank you, Emily. Thank you. And actually, I had accidentally given Emily extra time, so I apologize that I gave you an extra 30 seconds, but I mean, I'll apologize to the others because that was a mistake. So, so we'll go to, I can't even see, 8797, and so if that's press use, whoops, no, yes. 8797, if that's you, press *6 to unmute, you'll have 3 minutes.
Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, and yes, this is on items not on the agenda or, you know.
I do realize that. Yes, we thank you for taking the time to hear our public comments and these non-agenda items, as you so put that. It's difficult to have non-agenda items in relation to these topics of point where we seem to be mentioning COVID and the COVID mandates, and whether it is or off topic or off or on the agenda as it relates to all of our lives and impacts all of our lives. I have a medical exemption. I moved here 25 years ago. I used to exchange hugs and smiles with all my neighbors, and people generally saw me as a happy, smiley sort of person within the community. I now have to have my head down and argue with businesses as to why they need to honor my medical exemption, never mind the constitutional rights of freedom in general, to not have to deal with the mandates, which are not laws, but that it's specifically written into our county mandates that they need to honor the medical exemptions. And then they call the police on me and I'm kicked out for trespassing, cited that it's a private business when they're obviously a public business. If I was a member of a gym, or let's say the Ingomar Club, it'd be different. But if I'm at a grocery store, there cannot be a private business to me and a public business for everybody else walking through that door. It's a misuse and misrepresentation of the law. I really am tired of fighting my community. And like Adam said, are you asking us to move? Or like I mentioned earlier, are you just rounding up our numbers and we'll be the first ones mentioned to be rounded up for the camps? I'm sure you're aware, or if you may not be aware, but there are many camps being developed all around the country. In Washington State, for example, there's an item on the bill. I know San Francisco and Marin County are both passing mandatory vaccines for their citizens. And so it's the public comment. Well, we won't be part of the public. We'll be the unvaccinated private, or whatever our new term will be, because those of us who choose to remain unvaccinated, whether we got COVID or whether we just choose to remain unvaccinated, how will you call us the public? Because you obviously don't accept us as the public if you're pushing us out. And whether it's the Native American tribes or the people of color or people of the same skin color as the boards and myself, which is light-skinned, it's a very sad issue to be dealing with, especially for someone who moved here, who wants to smile and see you guys out in the community and offer you guys hugs and say thank you for helping us bring railways and trails, and thank you for helping us make cannabis a reality and paving these roads so that more people can have their permits, and making sure that not everybody's spilling diesel gas into the watersheds. Like I've been paying attention to this call.
Sorry. Okay, thank you. Okay, and we have 7663. Press *6 to unmute, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Selena Rowan. I spoke a little earlier today. I wanted to ask for two things, but again, thank you for listening to the public today. I wanted to comment on the potential upcoming planning and building grants that are to incentivize water and solar power for cannabis farmers. And I'm really grateful that that's being proposed and worked on. And I just had one comment about one of the requirements of the grant, which is that farms need to have matching funds. I would greatly benefit from these incentives that, just along the lines of what we were talking about earlier. But I don't have cash to match. I would like to make sure to have more water storage on my land for my own, for all the reasons that's important. And I would like to be able to participate in the grant program. But at this time, I know I'm not alone in not being able to provide a one-to-one match. I'd like to request that some other options maybe could be proposed, especially for those of us who are part of Project Trellis. Thank you. I'd also like to join in other callers in asking for the request to have the suspension of Measure S be discussed on the agenda, to have that be agendized for these same reasons callers have talked about, that we're incredibly overburdened financially. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Selena. So back to the board. I asked people to give us a month to try this end of the meeting for public comment. I appreciate people working with me on that. Part of what we have to do with is the items we have before us earlier are business items, and we need to get those taken care of. And yes, listening to the public is a business also, and that's what we do. But it doesn't always have to be at a specific time. It's just, this is what we're going to try for a while, and you still have 3 minutes because we discussed maybe not doing that, and I'll keep you at the 3 minutes. Anyway, thank you for your patience in the next 2 meetings to see if I can help guess better what time this is going to be, because I was not the best on that. Michelle?
Thank you. I just wanted to make a short comment on a couple of the public comments surrounding Measure S. I just wanted to say that we are hearing you, and that the Cannabis Ad Hoc Committee and county staff yesterday had a meeting to discuss that. And so it's not falling on deaf ears, and that there is actually going to be some information that's given out, I think this week, just updating. So I just want to respond to lots of emails and lots of public comment on that we are hearing you, and we're working towards some solutions.
Thank you. So we're going to move on to our closed session items. And so County Council Billingsley, can you please brief us on those?
Yes, thank you, Chair. It's the intention of the board to meet in closed session on 3 items. The first, pursuant to Government Code 54957, is to consider public employee appointment for the position of Director of Human Resources Risk Manager. The second, pursuant to Government Code 54956.9 D2 and E1, to discuss potential exposure to litigation in one case. And the last is pursuant to Government Code 54956.9 D1, to discuss existing litigation in the case of U.S. Doe versus County of Humboldt, case number CB 17 CB 05090 RMI.
All right, thank you. So we'll go to public comment. Looks like we have a couple who would like to comment on these closed session items. So 5288, Kent, press *6. Welcome.
Ken Salotsky. Yeah, I was checking to see if Rex is awake. I think he can count to 4, maybe. Anyway, a conference with legal counsel. You've had a human resources and a risk manager there, and I think you've had 3 strikes on that one. I think your interim probably didn't want to do it. It's going to be a hard job to fill now after you've had such a failure in that department. People come and go on a regular basis or dismissed, don't work out. Something's dysfunctional in this county regarding that we can't maintain someone of caliber there that fills these jobs we need. You have number 3, which is a conference with legal counsel. That sounds like a civil rights case, possibly existing a case of USXL civil rights or some discrimination case. It's a federal case, it looks like there. Anyway, and then of course, the other one that anybody can conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. I don't know if we have John Doe's or Jill Doe's or whatever, but unless people put their names on something, again, I would not bother with those kind of anticipated litigation. We don't know if it's the cannabis people suing to have all their money back from Measure S. We don't know what that particular thing is, so I guess we can hypothesize until the cows come in. I think it actually could be that, and possibly it would be appropriate for the lawsuit to engage in some manner where they paid their tax and then all of that money was set aside for them for remediation and for solar and for the needs they have, rather than having it disappear in the general price. That'd probably be a pretty good anticipated litigation topic there. And of course, we could go on and on about enforcing such rules as certain people should be muted and go through the chair when they want to speak and be respectful to the public. So anyway, very vague topic there, always an interesting one that anybody can make any comments on they want because they can kind of guess what it might be. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on your closed session items.
Great, thank you. We'll go back to the board and we'll go into closed session. We'll see you all there, and I'm afraid to ask if you want to guess, Jefferson, when you think we might be out. I've been wrong all day. I think we lost him. All right, well, we will be back.
It was bizarre. I don't know why I did that, but thank you for promoting me.
No problem. So we've got enough. County Council Billingsley, can we have a report out of closed session?
Yes, thank you, Chair. On items M1 and M2, there's no reportable action. On item M3, the board voted unanimously to authorize County Council to sign a stipulation dismissing the action.
All right, well, with that, we are adjourned.